Gordon Ramsay savagely critiques a cupcake by Buck Swisher. It was a completely normal day in Ponyville. The sun was shining, some birds were singing, and every pony was going about their daily business. Pinkie Pie was running the counter at Sugar Cube Corner, proud that she hadn't had any unsatisfied customers. Yet. In walks Gordon Ramsay, a most interesting food critic. He has tried and tested every dish there is, and he has complained about them all as well. He walked in with a natural air of disdain around him, as if he could foresee that the food he was preparing to eat was not going to meet his standards. He walked up to the counter, where he was met with Pinkie's greeting. "Welcome to Sugar Cube Corner," she said happily. "What is it you have here?" inquired Ramsay in a questioning tone. "Well, the cupcakes are the best," Pinkie replied, "but we also have cakes, donuts, and other desserts." "I'll have a cupcake then," Gordon said. He then pulled a handful of bits out of his pocket to pay for them, because this is a crack fic and I don't have time for plot advancement. "One cupcake coming up," said Pinkie. Gordon found an empty table and sat down. He looked around at the bakery. To him, it looked subpar. A moment later, a decent-sized cupcake was placed in front of him. "Ah, thank you, my darling," said Gordon. Pinkie stood over him with a large smile, waiting for him to compliment her on it. That wasn't going to happen. Gordon took a bite and almost immediately furrowed his eyebrows. His face scrunched up a bit, and after he swallowed, he looked up at Pinkie. Her smile faltered a bit. "This is dry," he said. "It's dry!" His sudden volume increase caused everyone in Sugar Cube Corner to stare at him. Pinkie kept her smile planted on her face, though she felt terrible about Gordon's comment. "There's clearly not enough moisture in this," Ramsay continued. "I mean, seriously, where did you cook this? In a fucking easy bake oven?" Pinkie kept smiling, trying to hold back a few tears. Everyone else just stared at Gordon, shock clearly visible on their faces. A few ponies passing by had hoped to see what was going on. "It's like a fucking frozen pancake," said Gordon. "And the frosting, Jesus Christ, what is this fucking frosting?" Not even waiting for a reply, Gordon continued. "It's like adding a layer of dried paste, like a fucking shrink-wrapped dessert you buy at the dollar store." The silence and stares from every other pony continued as Gordon continued to verbally destroy Pinkie Pie. "And it doesn't even look that great either. It looks like it was thrown together in 20 minutes or less. How can you possibly have a business around these? Who the fuck said these things were the best?" At last, Pinkie couldn't take it anymore. Gordon's roasting had been too much. She ran back to the kitchen, unable to contain her tears any longer. Still, no pony else spoke. Gordon snorted. "Really? You can't take a little criticism? I'm surprised you don't get it more often with how poorly this shit was made. And look at these sprinkles. They're like miniature rocks. You might as well have made this with sawdust," he sighed. "Unbelievable." Finally, he emerged from Gordon's world where nothing is good enough and looked around him. The crowd that was staring at Gordon at this very moment was larger than the crowd Rainbow Dash used to attract back when she was cool. In fact, she was standing among the many speechless ponies. As mouthy as she was, she couldn't think of anything to say to the savage British food critic. As if his extreme roasting hadn't been enough already, Gordon then began to complain about the way Sugar Cube Corner was arranged. "And look at this place," he said. "That table's in an odd spot. There's decorations all over the place. What is this, a fucking 4-year-old's birthday party?" He examined the counter. "It's covered in fucking sugar," he said. "Covered!" At least Gordon thought it was sugar. But how else was Pinkie supposed to be energetic and happy all day? He peered into the kitchen the best he could. "My goodness," he said, squinting. "That kitchen looks terrible. All of you must be fucking idiots to not be able to make a simple fucking cupcake. I'd be terrified to try anything else on this shitty menu." He took one last look around him at the bakery, scoffed once again and headed for the door. However, he would have to surpass a mob of shocked ponies first. "What the fuck are you all staring at? Fucking move!" Gordon yelled. "Why did you say those things?" said one of the ponies in the crowd. She had tears in her eyes. "I've got to be fucking honest," Gordon replied. "The food was shit." He continued trying to break the wall of ponies. As he was about to start shoving, the two owners of the shop, Mr. and Mrs. Cake, emerged. "What in Celestia's name happened here?" said Mr. Cake. "Oh, for fuck's sake," said Gordon Ramsay. "The food here is shit. I'm not impressed by this place. And if these things would move the fuck out of my way, I could get the hell out of here." Fed up with his second-class establishment, Gordon began shoving his way through the pony mob. Mr. and Mrs. Cake couldn't have been more confused about the scene they had walked in on. But unfortunately for them, they wouldn't get any explanations, just a few stutters of, he just... from the witnesses. Gordon began to walk down the street, further away from the bakery. Rainbow Dash, whose voice was finally back from its lunch break, said, "We need to stop him!" But of course, no pony listened to her because she's just a blue cunt. Applejack wasn't there because she's oblivious to everything on her farm. Who knows what the others were doing? After a minute or so of walking, Gordon Ramsay stopped, turned around, and gave the finger to Sugar Cube Corner. Then he disappeared, off to break the soul of somebody else. Author's note. Thanks for reading, y'all. I hope you enjoyed my latest piece of shit crack fic. Hopefully this made you smile and maybe even made your day 1% better. That's why I write these. Pinkie Pie Fights Gordon Ramsay by Buck Swisher. Gordon Ramsay was known for leaving destruction and despair in his savage Scottish wake. He was known for crushing the souls of chefs, young and old, but after he had verbally destroyed Pinkie Pie, what he didn't know was that every day since it had happened last week, she had been building on a certain anger inside her, an anger that could only be quenched by kicking Gordon's ass. Pinkie finally felt she was ready. She went to Twilight and asked her to summon Gordon. Twilight magically did it because nothing has to make sense in a crack fic. Upon Gordon's appearance, many ponies gasped. Some ran. Gordon just stood there, confused and angry to find himself back in a place where ponies can't cook. "Seriously, for fuck's sake, why the fuck am I back here?" he said. Then he saw Pinkie. He scoffed. "You again?" Pinkie didn't speak, but rather stare at Gordon. It was a death stare like no other. The rest of the main six were watching nervously from behind Pinkie. "Can you not speak?" said Gordon. "I don't have time for this. I need to get the fuck out of here." Before he could finish, Pinkie charged at him, ploughing into his gut and thus preventing speech. Gordon then pulled a spatula out of nowhere, because like I said, nothing has to make sense. He whacked Pinkie upside the head with it, like a Puerto Rican mother, until she got off of him. She continued to stare at him, preparing her next attack. "You think I'm not prepared for a fight?" said Gordon. "I'm always ready for a fight." He pulled out another spatula. Pinkie charged again, but was promptly whacked on both sides of her head by Gordon's spatulas of doom. "Maybe we could sort this out without fighting?" proposed Twilight. "No, this is the only way!" Pinkie shot back. Gordon snorted. "Clearly you're not going to emerge victorious." For the second time today, Gordon was interrupted, this time by a forceful kick in the back from none other than Starlight Glimmer, who had seen the whole thing. She was there last time too, just nobody cared. Gordon pitched forward and hit dirt. He flipped over and looked up at Starlight. "Who the fuck are you?" he asked. Wasting no time with introductions, Starlight aimed a kick at his chest, but he was ready. He used his spatula to block the attack and stood up. "Fool!" he said. "Never wait to execute an attack." He threw the spatula with incredible precision at Starlight, causing it to smack her between the eyes. She swayed for a moment, dazed. Gordon's spatula flew back to him like a boomerang. It was at this moment that the main six and Starlight realised that Gordon was a combat expert. He wasn't actually a combat expert, but he was for this fic. He looked around at all the ponies, daring one of them to advance. He looked behind him, where Pinkie was preparing to kick him, and when she attempted to buck him, he dodged the attack. "Ha!" said Ramsey. He whacked Pinkie with a spatula again. "Buck this!" said Rainbow Dash. She flew towards Gordon at light speed, but all he had to do was duck. Rainbow went flying through a window and into a small shop. Gordon turned to look at her. "Fool!" he called out. Starlight's horn began to glow, and so did Gordon's spatulas of doom. He realised what was happening and held onto them tight, causing Starlight to pull harder. Once it looked like she was pulling as hard as she could, Gordon let go, causing the spatulas to smack Starlight in the face so hard she flew back faster than Rainbow did. Once again, Gordon laughed. "You're just hurting yourselves," he said. While it was true that he could beat the main six, there was one thing that Gordon was weak against. And no, it wasn't Princess Celestia's fat ass or her sisters. Good try though. Twilight used her horn to summon a small sandwich, then levitated it up to Gordon's face. "What's this?" he asked. "It's a peace offering," she said. "We surrender." Gordon gave her a skeptical look, but decided to take the sandwich. He took a bite, and at that moment, Twilight smiled. "It's dry!" Gordon screamed so loud that Celestia almost dropped her cake. She looked out the window to see that a few hundred miles away, Gordon's anger had created a large crater in the centre of Ponyville. She quickly inhaled the rest of the cake and hauled her double wide over to Ponyville. At first, Twilight thought that her idea had backfired, but then she saw Gordon in the centre of the crater, convulsing and twitching. "It's too fucking dry," he choked out, coughing as his limbs continued to jerk. At last, Gordon had been defeated. Regardless of this, Starlight went into the crater and bucked Gordon with all her strength. She still had 2 red marks on her face from the spatulas. Just as Pinkie was preparing to do the same, Gordon disappeared in a cloud of dust. "Oh," said Pinkie, realizing that she could no longer kick him in the face. Twilight sighed a sigh of relief. "Well, that takes care of that problem," she said. "Well, it doesn't take care of mine." Just then, the owner of the shop that Rainbow Dash had crashed into emerged. Turns out that the shop was run by none other than the infamous Anon, who really didn't give a shit about the whole Gordon Ramsay thing until now. He picked up Rainbow and dumped her outside the shop's broken window. She was unconscious. "Why?" Anon said angrily. "Can't I just live my fucking life without Rainbow crashing into me?" What the others didn't know was that Rainbow Dash had crashed into Anon, trying to stop Gordon Ramsay from leaving Ponyville last time. Anon was fed up, but unfortunately this story isn't about him. Celestia finally landed, though she was far too late. Her face was covered in cake crumbs. She burped. What did I miss? Should Something Be Missing? By RDT. Pinkie Pie woke up today feeling lazy. That in itself was not unusual. Pinkie didn't consider herself a morning pony anyways. The scent of yesterday's cupcakes still faintly wafted up from the shop below. The mirror reflected her own visage, the soft morning light giving it an ethereal look as it had always done. The clock ticked steadily onwards. But today, something was different, for Pinkie wondered about not having a nose. Just imagine it, she thought to herself as she looked into that small makeup mirror on her bedside table. Not that she often used makeup. She was generally comfortable with how she looked. Rather, she had looked into the mirror every morning, framed by that warm glow of the dawn, as a reminder. It was easy for Pinkie to lose herself in the life of the party, have all of her worries melt away, and for a short time became the party. But too many saw her as nothing else, and she was afraid that she would ever see herself in the same monotone way as nothing but an addict of fun. But in the mirror, with her mane seeming to glow, she understood something, that every pony's sparkle shifted depending on the light. The mirror would serve a different purpose today though, as Pinkie waved a hoof in front of where her nose was, and she imagined it would be covering nothing, just empty space between her hoof and her head, without a knob of flesh getting in the way of things. The lighting helped with that, and she giggled. And yet there was no reason. Every pony had a nose, did they not? But, tapping the tip of her snout, she couldn't help but think she'd rather have felt nothing there. It didn't make sense. She had a nose. She didn't get to just not have one. But, let's just play pretend. I can pretend, right? Yes? No? Maybe? She returned to the mirror, but there was more than just not seeing it now. She would not feel it on her face. She would no longer smell. Her breath no longer had to flow. Why did she feel content? Her reason eluded her, but she stared into the mirror, transfixed by the concept of a Pinkie Pie without a nose. Wait! There was that one time with Trixie and a magic jewel, right? But she could no longer remember why she had been so angry and terrified. Then, like the sun which inevitably came over the horizon, she understood. Until today, she had not known Pinkie Pie. That nose was not a part of her, despite how other ponies had seen her, and perhaps might still see her. She finally understood herself. She would show them. If only I could go back. I wonder if Trixie could do it again, or maybe Twilight. She's the super duper magic expert after all. But Twilight, she remembered, was currently on an excursion to study the mirror pool and had expected to be gone for several days. I guess I'll have to wait, she thought. Her hopes evaporated. The scent of cupcakes taunted her. But then Pinkie had another thought. What if I didn't have a right foreleg? She knew immediately where she would remove it. 2 hoof widths below the elbow, just a hair above the top of her knee. She wouldn't have to drag it around with her. It wouldn't get in the way of her baking whenever she needed to open the oven or measure the ingredients. It would be liberating. She imagined herself wearing a prosthetic, but mere imagination was not enough for her. She grabbed a pencil and a piece of paper. The right forehoof kept the paper steady on the bedside table as she used her mouth to draw. A circle here, a line there, and slowly the image took shape. She looked at it, and tears came to her eyes. Yet, like last time, the euphoria was short-lived. What if I didn't even have ears? Then the morning would be quiet. She wouldn't hear the rattle of carts being pulled along the street, or the sound of some confused would-be customer ringing the shop bell. Songbirds would just be birds, and the ticking of the clock would stop. Such a wonderful silence, yet Pinkie wanted more, or maybe it was less. What if I couldn't feel anything at all? As if she was an immaterial wisp floating through the air. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Pinkie had never felt like this before. It was wrong that she could feel so right. Maybe Twilight could help. She's the expert on this sort of thing after all. But Twilight, she remembered, was studying the mirror pool. Wait, I knew that, didn't I? She shook her head. Everything was slipping away from her. She looked into the mirror again, trying to regain that sense of clarity from earlier in the morning. It didn't work. Twilight was gone, and somehow Pinkie felt that it was important. Something clicked for her. What if I'm a clone? But that didn't make sense at all. Twilight's watching paint dry test should have made sure that I was the real Pinkie Pie, right? Then again, I overheard that one Pinkie Pie who hadn't been sure if she was a clone or not either. Now that she thought about it, that test wasn't the most convincing method. Maybe she can invent a spell for it. With all the research she's been doing, it'd be really nice to know for sure. But that was so long ago, and even if she was a clone, it didn't explain why everything only started this morning. Twilight's there. If she accidentally did something to the pool itself, who knows? Pinkie looked at herself in the mirror, and she could imagine that she wasn't even there. Or maybe I'm just going crazy. Wednesdays Are Sacred by Aragon. Mr. Cake was trying to get his baby daughter to kiss the silver dagger when someone opened the door to Sugar Cube Corner. Pumpkin Cake giggled. Mr. Cake hid the knife behind his back, choking. He was just a human after all, and humans weren't made for this. "Oh no," he moaned. "No, no, no!" And from the kitchen, which sat behind the counter, came his wife's voice. "What's wrong, dear?" Mrs. Cake said. "Please say it's not another monster." "Worse," Mr. Cake whispered back. "It's Pinkie Pie." Pinkie Pie waved at Mr. Cake, huge grin on her face. "Hi, Mr. Cake. Hello, Pumpkin." Pumpkin Cake waved back at Pinkie. Mr. Cake gripped the silver dagger hidden behind his back so hard it hurt. Mrs. Cake gasped. Pinkie Pie here already? But it was only 3:30. She still had to take the ice cream out of the freezer, and the apples for Sunset Shimmer's apple salad weren't ready yet. There was so much to do. But there was a demon horse rising on the kitchen floor, trying to kill them all. "Oh dear!" Mrs. Cake looked at the demon horse. "Do you mind? Oh, why am I even asking you?" The demon horse was called a demon nicker. It had lizard-like scales, so sharp they cut the air and made a whistling sound. It was bound and gagged with a silver thread. "Well," Mrs. Cake went to the fridge and took some apples out, "I might as well start." The demon nicker moved its lips, but no sound came out. Mrs. Cake had seen Cherylee shove a fistful of silver cyanide into the demon nicker's mouth to burn its tongue. That's why they'd all survived. Demon nickers killed by speaking your name. Cherylee was in the hospital now. Her fingers would survive the stunt, but only barely. "You really are dreadful," Mrs. Cake said. "I don't understand why you monsters haunt these poor girls so much. They're so young. What have they done to you?" The demon nicker said nothing. Mrs. Cake could see the silver threads burning into its skin. Principal Celestia and Nightlight had tied up the demon nicker, but they'd only managed because they'd had a lot of help from Vice Principal Luna, and Mare, and Big Macintosh, and of course Cherylee, who had risked her life and also her fingers, and Cranky Doodle, and Mrs. Harshwani, Cookie Crumbles, Windy Whistles, Shining Armour, Aloe and Lotus from the spa. Everyone who knew the girls got together every Wednesday and tried to help. They'd research the monsters and find ways to fight without magic, in secret, so the girls wouldn't know. Because the adults often got hurt by doing this, and nobody wanted Pinkie and company to feel responsible, they made saving the world look so easy, even though they were so young. But of course, that was the whole point. Of course, Mr. Cake thought that one day he had to kill the monster. Only blessed knives could kill demon nickers, and baby kisses counted, since they were free of all sin. Was the day Pinkie Pie chose to arrive early. Pinkie was playing with Pumpkin Cake, but she talked to Mr. Cake. "You know," she said, "it's so weird monsters never attack on Wednesdays." Mr. Cake was still hiding the dagger behind his back. "Oh?" he managed to say. "Yeah, monsters don't attack every day, but they can attack any day, right? Except Wednesdays. I wonder why." Pause. "Mr. Cake?" What? Oh." Mr. Cake shook his head. I don't know, I'd never noticed. Is that why you always come here on Wednesdays? Yeah, it's our day off. Well, that's good. Mr. Cake bit his lip. Pinkie Pie, he hesitated. Are you okay? Pinkie blinked and then looked at Mr. Cake. Huh? I mean, in general, he offered her a little smile. You're always so busy, you and your friends, saving the world and high school on top of that. And your part-time job here. I just worry it might be too much. Oh no! Pinkie's eyes went wide as plates. Mr. Cake, what are you saying? I shouldn't work here anymore? Please don't. What? No. Mr. Cake shook his head. Oh, dear me, not at all. We love having you in here, and the twins adore you. Isn't that right, Pumpkin? Pumpkin Cake made a noise. Pinkie giggled and tapped Pumpkin's nose. That's a yes, she said. That's a yes, Mr. Cake repeated. Then he looked at Pinkie. I was just asking because, well, we do worry about you. Oh! Pinkie smiled at him in a way she had that was sweeter than sugar. Thank you, Mr. Cake, but I'm fine. Saving the world is fun. I mean, it does get stressful sometimes, but I love my friends. Pinkie shot Mr. Cake some finger guns. So it's all fine. Mr. Cake frowned. I guess, isn't it a little bit intimidating though? Saving the world? Here Pinkie stopped smiling. Well, sometimes Fluttershy gets a little scared. We're there for her. But when we get 2 or 3 threats a day in a row, She rubbed her arm. Sometimes it gets pretty bad. Silence. Then Pinkie bounced back to life. But, she said, we always win in the end, so it's all fine. Plus Wednesdays are always monster free, so we can relax then. It's a pretty sweet deal all in all. Mr. Cake nodded. So that helps? What? Wednesdays being a day without monsters? Oh yeah, Pinkie Pie nodded and grinned. A lot. And Mr. Cake grinned back. I'm so very glad to hear that, Pinkie Pie. You deserve it. He picked Pumpkin Cake up in his arms. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's nap time, and Pumpkin owes me a good night kiss. I'll be right back. Okie dokie! And Mr. Cake left, gripping the dagger and eyeing the demon. And he did what he had to do. And that day, Pinkie and her friends had a wonderful day. Wednesdays were great that way. Must You? By Twinkletail. Must you, darling? Pinkie Pie looked up from a bowl of cereal. She wasn't quite sure what she'd done to elicit such a reaction from her breakfast partner. But the great thing about the question posed to her was that it didn't necessarily mean something negative. Maybe Rarity was just curious. Must I what? Pinkie asked through a mouthful of ultra-frosted Frosty-O's. She didn't even have to look at Rarity's face to know what expression she wore, although she did anyway, since Rarity's face was very nice to look at and quickly covered her mouth, swallowing its contents. Sorry, I know you don't like it when I talk with food in my mouth, but I didn't want to be rude and not answer your question, so I guess I was rude in a different way instead. Whoopsie! Rarity's expression softened, and she reached across the table to pat her partner's hoof. It was hard to stay annoyed at Pinkie. It's okay, dear, Rarity said. I'm certain I could have been patient enough to wait until you were done, but I appreciate the desire to not leave me in the lurch. Lurch is a funny word, Pinkie offered, grinning a tiny little grin as she perked back up. I guess it is, Rarity responded, almost unconsciously mirroring Pinkie's grin. We'll add it to the list then. Pinkie clapped her hooves eagerly as Rarity unrolled her scroll of funny words, sliding out of her chair so she could peer over Rarity's shoulder as she wrote this newest one down. Funny words were even funnier when written in Rarity's flawless penmanship. Something about the word tizzy displayed in such a flowery font tickled her in one of her favourite ways. Not her most favourite way though. Only Rarity was allowed to tickle her like that. And there we are, Rarity stated as she rolled the scroll up once more. Lurch, a lovely addition. Totally, Pinkie replied, holding one foreleg in the air. She beamed as Rarity immediately picked up her cue and gave her an enthusiastic high hoof. Then it was straight back to her chair, and she had left her breakfast unattended and undevoured for far too long. And as it would turn out, the devouring would have to wait even longer as a familiar thought swirled up in her little pink head. So, what must I? Pinkie asked. Pardon? Rarity asked before shaking her head quickly. Oh, I'd completely forgotten. Gosh, Rares, I'm usually the one that forgets things so quickly, Pinkie teased. Maybe I'm rubbing off on you more than I thought. Oh, more than you know, Rarity responded. I was distracted thinking about something you'd done the other day, while I was heading to the spa, and it wasn't until I noticed the little stares from the ponies on the street that I realised I'd been pronking just like you do. Pinkie Pie burst into laughter, to the surprise of no pony. The visual was so entertaining that she didn't even have time to comment on how pronking was also a funny word. Not that it would have mattered if she had. It was already on the list. I wish I could have seen that, Pinkie said between giggles, her mirth only amplified by the combination of blush and an embarrassed smile on Rarity's face. Well, I suppose I could demonstrate if it would please the lady, Rarity mused. She didn't even wait for a response. Waiting was entirely unnecessary when one knew the other well enough to know how she would respond. Her breakfast temporarily forgotten, Rarity rose to her hooves, perfectly primped and polished, almost in spite of what she was about to do, and began to bounce around the room. I believe it looked something like this, Rarity shouted as she rocketed past Pinkie, who was now in hysterics on the floor. Am I doing it right, darling? Is this a proper pronk? Pinkie made a feeble attempt at an answer, but it wasn't meant to be. Her usual loquaciousness caused words to flow like water from her muzzle, but this laughter was simply impermeable. A quartet of alabaster hooves landed at her side, and Rarity soon joined in the laughter as she hugged her silly pink partner. Thank you for the approval, darling, Rarity said, giving Pinkie a kiss on the cheek. It was salty, but tears of laughter often did that to a cheek. It means the world to me. The happy little sigh from Pinkie tugged at Rarity's heart, and the organ deftly fought off attacks from her brain, which was frantically trying to remind her that she was currently laying on a dirty floor. You know I approve of just about everything you do, Pinkie said, the earlier uproarious laughter calming into a gentle giggle as she nuzzled her recently kissed cheek against Rarity's. Just about everything? Rarity asked, a coy grin crossing her face. What might I have done that you disapprove of then? You made vanilla cupcakes the other day when I really wanted chocolate, Pinkie replied matter-of-factly. Rarity raised a brow, giving her partner a bemused smirk. Oh, really? Rarity replied. And you didn't like the 7 of them that you ate? I liked them, Pinkie responded quickly. I was just hoping for chocolate. Well, it's good to know that my largest indiscretion against you was a mixing up of cupcake flavours, Rarity said. You also snore, Pinkie told her. What? Rarity stammered, quickly rising to her hooves. Pinkie, you snore as well. I know, Pinkie said, opting to roll over onto her back rather than stand. But I snore at a C, and yours is more of an E flat. And I guess that would be fine if we also had another pony snoring at a G, because that would make a good minor chord. But I didn't really think you'd be okay with inviting a third pony too. You're annoyed that our snores don't harmonise, Rarity exclaimed. I never said annoyed, silly, Pinkie insisted, crossing her forelegs over her chest. You asked me what I didn't approve of, but it's way too small of a thing for me to get annoyed about. I suppose that makes sense, Rarity responded. It sure does, Pinkie said, launching herself up to a standing position in a matter that probably shouldn't have been physically possible for any pony that wasn't Pinkie Pie. I love you too much to get annoyed by something really small that doesn't really mean anything in the long run. With that, the pink pony planted her rump on her chair and munched down another spoonful of cereal, stopping midway to look back at the love of her life. So, what must I? Rarity stared back at Pinkie. She was crunching her cereal so loudly yet again, the exact thing that caused her to pause earlier. For the briefest of moments, she considered bringing it back up. As she stared back into those baby blue eyes and thought about their conversation though, you know what? It doesn't mean anything in the long run. Vanilla Cream Cake by Omegathist. Outside Applejack's barn were several tables with various cakes, cupcakes, and a moderately sized stack of gifts. Surrounding the tables were orange and pink balloons everywhere Applejack looked. Such an odd colour pairing, although Pinkie ain't exactly a normal earth pony. Applejack smirked at the thought, and watched as a much taller Twilight Sparkle was feeling her hoof around Sugarbell's belly with Big Mac watching the two mares interact. Applejack felt her heart brightening with a glowing light inside of her as she took it all in. It had been almost 2 years since Equestria united against and defeated the Legion of Doom, and about 5 months since Sugarbell announced that she was expecting Big Mac's foal. Applejack glanced over at Rainbow Dash, who had her wing wrapped around Fluttershy, and expected that her new roommate was going to move out before long. Applejack smiled at the two Pegasus mares, and for her brother and his wife, knowing that even without a partner, Applejack knew that all of these ponies were here for her and her birthday. As she walked over to the fold-in table closest to her, Applejack looked at the biggest cake that Pinkie had brought, a simple vanilla cream cake with vanilla frosting, and a 2 and 5 candle together. Applejack heard some pony bounce up to her side and knew who it was from the smell of strawberries and cream. Hey, Pinkie? Applejack stammered. Is this my birthday cake? It sure is! Pinkie hopped up and down. Isn't it perfect? Yeah, I guess I just thought it'd be something more like an apple pie or cake. Applejack shrugged. Well, I did bring apple empanadas, apple fritters, caramel apples. Pinkie drifted off, and Applejack looked over and flinched at how wide Pinkie's pupils were, like Applejack was all that existed in that very moment. But this cake is one of my favourite cakes! It's a bestseller at the Sugar Cube Corner. Huh, I'd have thought you'd like something with 50 different candies on it. Applejack laughed a little, like an explosion of sugar enough to get you bouncing off the walls. Oh, don't get me wrong, those are pretty good too, Pinkie explained. And you'll try this cake soon enough, and I Pinkie promise that you'll love it. Walk with me? Oh, sure, why not, Sugar Cube? Applejack walked up the hill with Pinkie bouncing beside her and felt the sun shining brighter on the trees as her eyes went up and down, with each time Pinkie jumped towards the sky and landed back down on the grass. So, I heard Cheese Sandwich was back in town. Yeah, he is. Pinkie stopped bouncing up and down and gave a strange smile. We've been hanging out a bit. And do you see yourself with him? Applejack spoke again as soon as she saw Pinkie's smile fading. I figured as much. Don't get me wrong, he's really fun to hang out with, Pinkie insisted. But do you remember how we treated each other when we first met, competing to the point where I felt worthless as a party pony? Wait a second. He ain't going out of his way to make you feel worthless, is he? Applejack growled. No, not at all, Pinkie gasped. but I don't want to feel like I'm competing with my special sun pony in the talent that I cherish most. You saw what that did to me. Understand, Applejack nodded. What about Princess Skystar? You got along with her pretty well. She is really cute, Pinkie agreed, but she lives on Mount Aris. Plus, I have been thinking of some pony more different than me. Some pony more down to earth? Applejack suggested, and flinched when Pinkie jumped in the air and grinned from ear to ear. Yes, exactly, Pinkie exclaimed. Some pony that can show me that there's more to life than my parties, that sometimes beauty is in the simple parts of life. That does make sense, Applejack nodded. I swore that Rainbow Dash moved in to make a move, but I've been seeing her hanging out with Fluttershy more and more, which is fine, but would have been nice to have a mare friend to be part of my family. Family? Pinkie nodded, staring deep into Applejack's eyes as she clarified. Family is very important to me too. How have they been, by the way? Applejack asked. Your other sisters find their special sun ponies? No, they've been taking care of the farm still, Pinkie replied. Although I've wanted to move down there, there's so many more ponies to meet and talk to here, and I just don't want to see them just waste away, Applejack suggested, and noticed various strands of Pinkie's mane straightening as she slowly nodded her head. The farm pony felt her head come up blank with what to do in this situation, and so she came closer and wrapped her foreleg around Pinkie. It's okay, Pinkie. I'm not sure how to help them without taking them away from the rock farm, but we can visit them and figure something out. You mean that? Pinkie looked at Applejack, and their muzzles were centimetres apart as Applejack continued to hold Pinkie in an embrace. I do, Applejack whispered, and barely had time to gasp as Pinkie leaned forward, sealing the distance with a kiss that wasn't anything like Applejack had experienced before. All her life, it was just taking care of apples by doing this or that, eat apple this or that. Everything was about apples. But Pinkie's words became crystal clear as Applejack tasted an entirely new flavour on her lips. A bright and sweet flavour, yet tame and simple at the same time. Applejack couldn't put her hoop on the exact kind of flavour until she had returned to the party. Her and Pinkie walking with their pelts pressed against one another as their friends rejoiced over the two mares getting together. Applejack then tried the cake and tasted the exact same taste. Sweet and simple.
I need you when you need me. What else more could someone need? You got a key and I've got a lock. Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a rock. And if that well runs dry, that'll never cross our minds. So bring on the aftershock. Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a
Pretty and Pink by Silk Rose. Rarity was trotting towards Sugar Cube Corner on her way to ask Pinkie to model for her. She decided she was going to make a dress for Pinkie as a surprise. Her plan was to make the dress under the guise that it was for someone else, and then ask Pinkie out afterward. She would give her the dress they made together. She's had feelings for Pinkie for a little while now, so she was looking forward to this. She already had plans and ideas for the gown. It would, of course, be pink. She would make sure it brought out the beauty that she saw in the mare. After a short walk, Rarity arrived at Sugar Cube Corner. She was somewhat hesitant to knock. After this, there was no turning back. She gathered some confidence and decided to knock on the bakery's door. Not at all to Rarity's surprise, Mrs. Cake answered the door. "Hello? Is Pinkie Pie in?" Rarity asked. "Yes, dearie. Do you want to go see her?" "Certainly, darling." Mrs. Cake let Rarity inside and closed the door behind her. Rarity walked up the stairs to the upper part of the establishment, while Mrs. Cake went back into the kitchen. Once Rarity had ascended the stairs, she knocked on Pinkie's door. "Here goes nothing." Pinkie Pie answered the door a moment later and said, "Hey Rarity, what's up?" "Hello, darling. I was wondering if you could be my model for a particular dress?" Rarity asked. Pinkie smiled at her friend. "Sure, when?" "Right now, if it wouldn't be a bother." "Okay," Pinkie replied happily. Pinkie jumped out the door and closed it behind her. They walked down the steps. Once they reached the bottom, Pinkie called out, "Mrs. Cake, I'm going out." Mrs. Cake replied from the other room, "Okay, have fun." Rarity opened the front door with her magic. They walked through it and Rarity closed it behind them. They started walking to Carousel Boutique. "So, who's the client?" Pinkie asked. "You wouldn't know them. They're from Manhattan. Their coat is pink, so you would be the perfect model," Rarity said, looking nervous. "Are you sure?" Pinkie asked. "I know a lot of ponies." "Yes," Rarity said, hoping Pinkie would drop it. Rarity took a moment to admire Pinkie as she hopped beside her, none the aware of the feelings she had towards her. She looked at her bouncing pink curls, so adorable, her pink fluffy ears, so cute, her blue eyes, so beautiful. Her thoughts were interrupted when Pinkie asked, "How's your day going, Rarity?" "Good. And yours, darling?" "It's going great." "That's good," Rarity smiled. "Do you have any ideas of how the dress will look?" Pinkie asked cheerfully. "I have a few. We shall see how it goes. Thank you for doing this for me, Pinkie. It means a lot to me," Rarity replied. "No problem, Rarity. I'm glad to help," Pinkie said. Shortly after the conversation had ended, they arrived at Carousel Boutique. Rarity opened the front door with her magic and motioned for Pinkie to go first. "After you." Pinkie Pie walked through the door. Rarity soon followed after and shut the door behind them. "Would you like to eat or drink anything before we get started?" Rarity asked. "Do you have any cupcakes?" Pinkie inquired. "No. How about cake? I've got some left over from a party Sweetie Belle had the other day." "Sure, I love cake," Pinkie chirped. "Let's go to the kitchen and I'll get it out for us," Rarity said, trotting to the kitchen, Pinkie soon following her. Once they were there, Pinkie sat down at the kitchen table while Rarity got the food out. "Would you like some milk with that?" Rarity asked. Pinkie nodded. "Yes." Rarity levitated the cake over the table and cut 2 pieces and put them on their plates. She put the cake back and got the milk from the fridge and poured them each a glass. "Here you are, darling," Rarity said as she laid the plate of cake and glass of milk in front of her crush, then laying hers in front of herself. "Thank you, Rarity," Pinkie said as she started munching on her cake. "It's no problem," Rarity replied. Rarity looked over at Pinkie and couldn't believe her eyes. How on earth does that mare look so cute doing something as simple as eating? Rarity thought. Then started eating to hide her blush. They sat quietly eating their cake and drinking their milk. Once they were done, Rarity cleaned up the dishes. "Are you ready, darling?" Rarity asked. "Yes," Pinkie said. Rarity led Pinkie to a work area and said, "Get on the stand and we can begin." Pinkie got up on the stand so Rarity could do her work. Rarity floated over her red work glasses and placed them on her snout. "Why do you have to wear those while you work? You are too cute already," Pinkie thought, and turned her head to hide her blush. "Pinkie, I need you to look at me so I can make this dress," Rarity said. "Oh, shoot, hopefully she doesn't notice," Pinkie thought, reluctantly turning her head to face Rarity. "That's better, thank you, darling," Rarity said. "Good, she doesn't seem to have noticed." Pinkie looked at Rarity. She was levitating different shades of pink fabric above Pinkie's coat. "You could do this, Pinkie. All you have to do is stand here while the man you have a crush on is a mere foot away, unknowingly being cute," Pinkie thought, gulping. Rarity had chosen the main fabric for the dress while Pinkie was thinking and was cutting it in the shape of the main dress layer. Once Rarity had finished cutting it, she laid it on Pinkie's back and started staring at Pinkie. "Why is she staring at me like that? That doesn't look like a I'm making a dress kind of look," Pinkie thought. Rarity stopped staring and floated a sizable piece of fabric in front of her face for a few seconds. When she moved it away, Pinkie could notice the barest hint of a blush on Rarity's cheeks. "Why is she hiding her face? What's going on?" Pinkie wondered. Rarity moved the fabric around Pinkie's back as to level it out. Pinkie stopped paying attention to what Rarity was doing, lost in her thoughts. "How long will this take? I don't know how long I can last. I need to tell her. Yeah, I'll do it after we're done making the dress. I can't hide my feelings any longer." "There," Rarity said. "It looks absolutely beautiful." "And so do you," she thought. The dress was pink with 2 layers, one going to within an inch of the floor and 2 going halfway down the dress. It had light blue stitching about an inch from the bottom of each layer that ran along the dress. Going from one side to the other on her chest was a darker pink ribbon with a light blue bow in the centre. Rarity led Pinkie over to a mirror so she could see her work. "Rarity, it looks amazing. I'm sure whoever gets it will love it," Pinkie said happily. "Well, there is something I wanted to ask you," Rarity said, fidgeting a bit. "Oh, there's something I want to ask you too. Can I go first?" Pinkie asked. "Sure," Rarity replied. What else could she want to ask me at a time like this? Rarity thought. "Would you like to go out with me?" Pinkie asked, looking nervous. Rarity stood for half a second. Did she just ask me out? "Yes," Rarity answered, leaning forward to hug Pinkie in a tight hug. Pinkie returned the hug. "I was actually about to ask you the same thing, believe it or not," Rarity said, pulling away from the hug with a slight blush on her face. "Wow, that's amazing," Pinkie said with a giant smile on her face. "The dress is yours. There never was a client. I made them up. I'm sorry I lied. I just wanted to surprise you with a dress," Rarity said. Pinkie's mouth hung open for a second. Then she closed it and started tearing up. "Oh, thank you, Rarity. You're the best." She wrapped Rarity in a tight hug. They pulled away from the hug and stared into each other's eyes, not speaking. They slowly moved their heads closer until their lips met. They held the kiss for a long while, both parties releasing weeks of pent-up lust and passion into the kiss. Once they were done, they leaned back and just stared at each other for a moment. "Hey, you know what this calls for?" Pinkie asked with a big smile on her face. Rarity gulped and said, "A party?" Pinkie is Dead by king of madness. What a lovely day to be not dead in Ponyville. Pinkie Pie in particular was very not dead. In fact, she was quite alive. Being the very alive pony she was, Pinkie was enjoying a nice sunny day. There were plenty of things she'd like to be doing. Too many things perhaps, which is why yesterday she had asked Twilight for suggestions on what she should do. Twilight had suggested reading. It seemed quite the challenge, so Pinkie bravely accepted the proposal. Sitting on a stump a little ways from Ponyville, Pinkie tried her best to read the book she had picked up, How to Die for Dummies. She found the task of sitting still and staring blankly at page after page of words a daunting task, so much so that she found it difficult to read even a single sentence. Or perhaps it was because she was holding the book upside down. Any hope of expanding her mind was dashed when a bullet went straight through her head, in one ear and out the other. Pinkie didn't seem fazed until a voice called to her. "Ha! You're dead, Pinkie!" Pinkie gasped and dropped the book to clutch her chest. "I'm dead!" She then fell to the ground, her eyes rolled back and her tongue falling out of her mouth. Pinkie was dead. A few minutes later, Rainbow Dash, enjoying a fly through town, spotted the limp body of the pink pony flying down towards her. She gasped in shock and horror. "Pinkie, what happened?" "Some pony killed me," Pinkie said, raising her head from the ground. "Who?" "I don't know. I'm dead." She pointed to the tombstone she had set behind her that said, "Here lies Pinkie Pie." "My goodness, darlings," a familiar voice called out to the two. They turned to see Rarity trotting over to them. "What's all the commotion about?" "Pinkie is dead," Rainbow answered. "Pinkie is dead?" Rarity repeated in shock. "Yeah, look." She pointed to Pinkie, who was laying in an open coffin. "Why, this is absolutely terrible. Of all the worst things that could happen today, this is the worst possible thing." She levitated a couch over and dramatically fainted onto it, only to land on a different soft surface. "What? Pinkie, get off my fainting couch." "Sorry," Pinkie apologised. Rainbow Dash rolled her eyes. "Can we skip the drama queen stuff? Pinkie is dead." Pinkie is dead? Rarity and Pinkie echoed. Rarity threw her mane back and returned to her hooves. "You're right. Now is not the time to be silly." The unicorn picked up Pinkie's body with her magic. "Come, we must get her to the library. Twilight will know what to do." With that, the two made their way to Golden Oaks Library with Pinkie in tow. Soon, they reached their destination, and Rainbow kicked in the door. "Some pony once told me." The sudden intrusion startled the lavender unicorn and costed her a game of Overwatch.
Defeat.
What are you doing here?" She angrily turned to her uninvited guests. Pinkie is dead!" Rainbow and Rarity answered, motioning to the limp pony in Rarity's telekinetic grasp. "Pinkie is dead?" Twilight echoed. "Correct. And we were hoping you could help us figure out what happened," Rarity explained. "I see." Twilight puzzled for a moment, rubbing her chin in thought. "Spike, bring me a table." Table. The young dragon appeared with a metal table. "Table!" Twilight nodded and placed Pinkie's body on said furniture. She proceeded to examine the body, causing several bouts of giggling from the dead earth pony. "Well, can you tell us why Pinkie is dead?" Rarity asked. Pinkie is dead?" Rainbow and Twilight echoed. "Yes, she died!" Correction. If my observations are correct, Pinkie was killed! Killed? Pinkie's eyes widened. By who? Just then, Fluttershy walked through the door. "Pardon me, Twilight, but could I borrow some Holy horse cheese! What happened? Fluttershy's errand was forgotten when she saw Rainbow, Rarity, and Twilight gathered solemnly around Pinkie's body, which lay peacefully with a glass coffin like out of some fairy tale. Pinkie is dead! They all answered. Pinkie is dead? Without thinking, Fluttershy pounced on top of Pinkie and started doing chest compressions that caused the dead pony's limbs to flail up with each press. Come back to us, Pinkie! Fluttershy pleaded before taking a deep breath and giving Pinkie mouth to mouth, causing the pink pony to inflate like a balloon. She did this several times until she blew too much air in and Pinkie popped. Oh, it's no use, Fluttershy tearfully admitted. Pinkie is dead. Pinkie is dead? Rainbow Dash, Rarity, and Twilight repeated. But who killed her? Rarity returned the group to the question. I think it was, Pinkie began to offer. Quiet, Pinkie, Rainbow shushed her. You're dead. Okay. And with that, Pinkie fell to the floor, stiff as a board. Thinking, Twilight turned to her assistant. Spike, go search for clues. Gun! Spike handed Twilight a gun. Gun! Twilight said in triumph. This is the reason Pinkie is dead. Pinkie is dead? Rainbow, Rarity, and Fluttershy repeated. Spike, check for fingerprints. Ponies don't have fingers, Spike pointed out. Oh, no! Twilight cried out. Rainbow shook her head. I guess we'll never know. Pinkie poked her dead body on the floor with a stick. Pinkie is dead, she pointed out. We know! They others answered. Pinkie tapped her chin and groaned in annoyance. Seriously, who killed me? I did, a southern voice called from the door. The others turned to see Applejack leaning against the door frame, sipping on a bottle of hard cider. You! Rainbow, Rarity, Twilight, and Fluttershy gasped in surprise. But how? Twilight asked. Like this. Applejack casually pulled out a revolver and shot at Rarity, hitting her flank. Youch! The fashionista flew upwards from the pane and landed on the chandelier. Applejack, you butt-shooting mud slut! Applejack burped and laughed. Nah, that was a joke. She took another swig. It was her! She pointed at Rainbow Dash. Rainbow's wings flared up. What? How did you know? Applejack burped again. I didn't. That was a joke too. She chuckled to herself and went to find the bathroom. Realizing she had just told it herself, Rainbow let out an evil laugh. Yes, I killed Pinkie. Pinkie looked to her friend in shock. But why, Dashy? Because of this! Rainbow held up a booklet with the word cupcakes written on it. What? Pinkie gawked at Rainbow. That story is so old. Also, you're annoying. Hey, and you're dumb. Dashy, stop it. Dumber than Rock in special ed. Dashy, you're so mean. And you smell like a McDonald's bathroom. Stop it. Pinkie stomped the floor, fuming. Twilight and Fluttershy looked back and forth from Pinkie to Rainbow as they continued to bicker. With the mystery solved, Twilight decided to keep out of this. So, Fluttershy, what did you need? Huh? Fluttershy started. Oh, I was wanting to borrow some lotion. I was dealing with some bees and, you know. Twilight winced and spared another glance at the arguing pair. I'll help you with that. With that, the two left. Pinkie gritted her teeth as Rainbow continued to insult her. How about another joke, Dashy? Rainbow rolled her eyes. Even dead, you're a clown. What do you get when you cross a dead pony with a Pegasus that kills her and treats her like trash? Rainbow shrugged. I don't know. Angel Bunny? You get dead! Pinkie whipped out her party cannon and blasted Rainbow point blank, sending the Pegasus through the wall of the library, leaving a rainbow dash shaped hole behind. Having defeated her killer, Pinkie stood triumphant. Pinkie is no longer dead! She proudly proclaimed. Lovely dear, now can you help me down? Rarity called from the chandelier. Meanwhile, Spike sat back and took up Twilight's abandoned game. Well, that was stupid. Oh god, oh frick, I'm back on my bullshit and just in time for the May pairing contest. This title doesn't feel long enough. That's what she said. Though we, as a society, really ought to stop shaming people for their pool noodle size. By Super Trampoline. A super trampoline story with no embedded links or pictures. That is a super powerful smell. Smells good. I finally done editing my ladyship touchdown. Happy, how is it like Steph Curry? Precisely like Steph Curry. How spicy? Yeah, this one is one of the things I be. Okay, so you know the drill. I'm going to write a really dumb story and you're going to read it and maybe you downvote it or maybe you upvote it. I don't know, but the point is, you know full and well what you're getting into here. So don't come complaining to me in the comments section like a little bitch, unless you're Winona. Because she literally is a little bitch. Haha, get it? She's a small female dog. So in this story, Tempest Shadow and Pinkie Pie are going to fuck shit up together. They could fuck each other, but I don't think I want to try to keep this teen rated. Although, to be fair, I've gotten away with some pretty questionable things while keeping to the teen rating in other stories like the Princess Molly one and the Starlight and Trixie Do the Kiss one. Both of which I'm too lazy to link because I'm off my ADHD meds because I'm out of them until tomorrow, so I'm going through withdrawals, which basically means I'm really fucking tired and lethargic. Like I took a 3-hour nap earlier today. Anyway, one day, Ponks was like, "You, Tempura, by the way, that's your new nickname. Sorry, not sorry. Can I go down on you?" And Tempest Shadow was like, "Yo, what the fuck? I know you're all about free love, but I'm sort of not really, but yeah, really look, it's complicated, we're both complicated mares, dating Twilight. Author's note. Someday when I have 300 or 400 or 500 to burn, I really want to commission Aragon to basically write Resting Witch Face, but for Twilight and Tempest instead of Glim Glam and Trixie. But I still want them to also show up too as secondary characters, and I want it to be a teen rated with the sex and profanity tags instead, so Aragon can use more of his fanatic dirty humour. Oh, now that my ban is over, I should see if he has published any more of his fantastic comics. Seriously, check out his comic blog posts if you haven't. He is really great at writing them. So Pinkie Pie was like, for sure, I got you fam. And I'll be your wingman too. Anyway, Tempsy, when you invaded Equestria, why didn't you use any actual gunpowder like my cannons do? And Tempest was like, because it's a fucking PG movie for a TV-Y show. The Storm King and eyes action in reality would probably have killed dozens if not hundreds or even thousands of creatures, and I'd be considered a war criminal, but because this is magical happy fantasy land, now I get to snog the de facto ruler of this nation instead of get executed or spend the rest of my life in unsexy jail. Pinkie Pie was like, okay, I get that, but you know I actually have gunpowder because I have fucking party cannons. Except this is Pinkie Pie logic, so I don't end up with severe burns every time I fire one. And also firing one into someone's face doesn't instantly kill them. Anyway, I have a fuck ton of explosives, and Trixie does too, but this is for the May Pairings contest, so she's not going to show up in this story. Anyway, do you want to blow up shit in the desert? Headfest was like, yeah, sure, that sounds fun. I can get to know you more, weird pink thing. So they skated through a wormhole in Scott Pilgrim's brain, which the Scott Pilgrim comic book series elaborates so much on more than the movie. Anyway, they did that to save time and ended up in some desert in Equestria. I don't fucking know which one. There are like 3 or 4 deserts on the official map of Equestria, so like take your pick, my dude or dudette, or whatever the non-binary form of that word is. So Pinkie grabbed from her bag of holding, scratch that, mane, a stick of dynamite because of course she did. And she was like, yo, Alfred Nabel invited this shit and it's fucking fetch. You can blow stuff up with it and it's used for blasting tunnels for like rail construction and also sexy damsel in distress artwork on image fat, scratch that, derpy buru. Anywho, you want to try it? And Temperate Biome was like, fuck me, what the fuck am I getting into? But yeah, sure, you got a match or something? And then Ponk was like, dude, fucking use your horn like a natural lighter. Like if you were at a boomer rock concert, you would just wave it around during the power ballad instead of a real lightsaber. Or do what all the kids are doing, just use their fucking phone screens. And Fizzy Wizzy was like, okay, so I know you don't usually think about things like safety, but what do I do after I light it? Punkers was like, oh yeah, no, that's a valid question, and you fucking run? Or I mean, I think you can kick it? I know you're really good at kicking things based on the action sequence in My Little Pony, the movie where you froze all the princesses in stone, because by the 8th season or 7th season or whatever My Little Pony the movie came out, there were way too many OP, overpowered, not original poster, characters, and you needed to easily nerf a bunch of them. I mean, Discord doesn't even fucking show up, save a brief end credits cameo, because he's a fucking reality warper. Just like Luna doesn't show up in the season 2 finale. Thanks to the magic of fanfiction, however, several people have written about why Discord wasn't around during My Little Pony the movie, but enough about that. You can definitely try kicking the dynamite. I don't think it will immediately explode or anything, but just to be safe, it really probably is better to just throw it. Apparently you're good at throwing things too, because I heard through the rumour mill that you threw out Twilight's back last week during sex. I'm really happy for you two, by the way. I absolutely love the way her face lights up when she's talking about you, or light it and run away. I mean, I think the fuse burns for a while, but also we use a much longer fuse than the ones that show up in cartoons, which is ironic given that we're cartoon characters. Seriously, the fuse is like 8 feet long. Then Tempest was like, okay, cool. And she lit it with her sparky horn, and then she and Pinkie ran back and hid behind a flimsy plywood facade of an American Wild West building like you see in Blazing Saddles, which is an excellent movie I watched on an airplane flight once. And goddess damn did that shit fucking blow up. Boom went the dynamite and it exploded and left a little crater in the desert, and it was cool as fuck. And Tempest's shadow was like, yo Pinkie, you got any more of this stuff? And Pinkie Pie, being fucking Pinkie Pie, had like a whole stack of 6 sticks arranged in a little pyramid. So then they lit the fuse on that cornucopia of kaboom and ran, and when it exploded it was an even bigger boom, which a few local seismographs even picked up. And Tempest was like, holy fuckballs, this makes me wet. Pinkie, I retracted what I said earlier. Please go down on me. So Pinkie Pie ate out Tempest's shadow in the desert for approximately 40 minutes, and Tempest came 3.5 times. If I explained the half part, I think it would bump the story's rating up to mature. So you'll just have to take my word and use your imagination, which, I mean, you have to do anyways when it comes to Pinkie Pie shagging anybody, including you, on account of her not being real, which fucking sucks. Because trust me, I would totally fuck Pinkie Pie. Both of which I'm too lazy to link because I'm off my ADHD meds, because I'm out of them until tomorrow, so I'm going to... But I still want them to also show up. But I still want them to also show up too as secondary characters, and I want it to be a teen rated. But I still want them to show... And Tempest was like, because it's a fucking PG movie for a TV/Y show. Because it's a fucking PG movie for a TV-Y show. The Storm King and eyes on Image Fap scratch that derpy-roo. Derpy-boo-roo. Building Bridges by Marmelado. Please go to fanfiction.net and leave them a like and comment. I can no longer provide a link in the description due to others getting community guideline strikes for that. You can't have animals as your only friends, you know. It's not healthy. Rainbow Dash's words rung in Fluttershy's head as she stared at the barren, unfinished cottage that was about to be her new home. She wanted to ask why, but deep down she knew that Rainbow was right. She needed some pony friends, more pony friends. Her soul was clamouring to get out of this shell that defined her life. She needed to be braver. She needed to advocate for herself, and there was no better place to start than with making a new friend. Turning around and beginning to walk away from the cottage, she thought back to what the real estate agent had told her. Amidst the flurry of words he had thrown at her already, her cottage was somewhat near a town known as Ponyville, a nice and quaint place where every pony knew every pony. She was a bit out of the way, but it wasn't much of a travel to get essentials like food. That, and it was secluded, so no pony would bother her. Those two things were enough to get her to sign. Fluttershy's heart began thrumming in her chest. Her unopened wings quivered with anxiety. She glanced around at the animals in the trees, the one thing that was preventing her from booking it back home. Their chatters and bird songs helped her mood, but did not shift her frown any, nor did it stop her eyes from examining all of her surroundings, as though some pony was going to jump her at any moment. It felt like she had been walking for hours by the time she saw other buildings on the horizon. Her chest began to tighten as she thought of the prospect of meeting another pony, and her gait began to slow as it came to a halt on a curved bridge. There were ponies all around doing all sorts of things, and it began to terrify her. Had she gotten in over her head? Should she turn back? I have to keep going. They look, friendly enough? Surely one of them will be my friend? With a nervous gulp, she pressed ahead. She tried to straighten her posture, hoping to tell other ponies that she was just as strong as them without telling them. but the ponies that looked her way were more curious than intimidated. Still, she regarded them with a second of eye contact, which to her was more than enough time for her to observe. Hiya! The whinny that came from Fluttershy's vocal cords were enough to turn heads. The young mare planted her rump on the ground and hit her face with her wings, her body shivering, her heart beating so rapidly it felt like she was about to die. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I didn't mean to scare you. It's just that I saw that you were new here and I thought I should welcome you to Ponyville and... One of Fluttershy's eyes opened. Staring back at her was a pair of ocean blue eyes attached to a pink face with poofy hair. The other young mare continued to talk and talk, but Fluttershy was still reconfiguring herself from the scare. After realizing that the other pony wasn't going to hurt her, she pulled her wings away and rose to her 4 hooves again, her long mane drooping over one eye. Oh darn, I keep doing that, the other mare complained. Anyway, what's your name, stranger? Fluttershy. Huh? Fluttershy. Speak up, silly! Fluttershy! The name drop caused more than a few heads to turn her way, which made her look at them on instinct only for a moment before she pulled her eyes away. Nice to meet you, Fluttershy. I'm Pinkie Pie. The mare stuck her hoof out. Welcome to Ponyville. You're gonna love it here. Oh, would you like a treat that's super duper sweet? Come to Sugar Cube Corner and I'll give you one on the house. It was a tempting offer, one that made Fluttershy perk up a little as she began to wonder when the last time she had something sweet was. Her mum was a good baker, but she didn't bake very often and Fluttershy was too afraid to even touch the electric conventional oven. Pinkie seemed nice enough to where she wouldn't offer treats that would harm some pony she saw as a friend, hopefully. Fluttershy tried to remove the thought from her head. Sure, but I don't live in Ponyville. Fluttershy pointed behind her. Pinkie's eyes widened. Oh, well that's okay. I give every pony a free treat, whether they live here or not. Come on, I'll take you there. One mare began to gallop away. The other mare stayed rooted to the spot, long enough for the first mare to gallop backwards and park next to her. Hey, what's going on, Fluttershy? You okay? Fluttershy's ears folded downwards. I don't, she swallowed. I want to be friends with you, if that's okay. You seem nice and I was wondering if... Pinkie nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, yes! Oh, I'd love to be the bestest friends with you, forever and ever. And with that, Fluttershy's mission had been completed. Somehow, someway, she had made her first pony friend on land. She could barely register it between her body being hugged by Pinkie and the looks other ponies were still giving her. But a small part of her felt accomplished. The hug allowed her nervousness to ebb significantly and she hugged Pinkie back with a smile. Pinkie broke free and stood up. Now, come on! Oh, come on. Let's go to Sugar Cube Corner, at your own pace. Fluttershy did the same. I think I'd like that, Pinkie. The pair began heading towards their destination, slow as can be, striking up a conversation to get to know each other a little better. And for the first time since she had moved into her secluded cottage, Fluttershy's chest became filled with hope and happiness at starting a new life with a new friend.
quiet cottage bare and new. A heart that longed for something true. Fluttershy dreamed of a braver day, where friends would help her find her way. She left her home with trembling wings, the forest filled with gentle things. But Ponyville was just ahead, and anxious thoughts replaced the dread. A friend is a gift you give yourself, more than a smile on some pony's shelf. One step forward, the fear will fade, and in their warmth new dreams are made. A voice cried high, full of cheer. Pinkie Pie's smile drew her near. Through startled blush and stammered name, a budding bond began to flame. A hoof extended, a promise made. Through gentle trust, a fear laid. A hug that wrapped the world in light and turned the day from gray to bright. A friend is a gift you give yourself, more than a smile on some pony's shelf. One step forward, the fear will fade, and in their warmth new dreams are made. Two ponies walking side by side through sugar cubes, sweet welcome tide. For the first time her heart could see, a friend was all she'd need to be free.
Pony Fiction channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
Pinkie Pie's No-Nos by Gapty. Twilight galloped away from the mob chasing her. She knew that the ponies had a strong group mentality, but what was currently going on took it to the next level. Those ponies in black or red robes were everywhere. No matter the street or corner she turned, there was another group of them seeing and chasing after her. She could have tried a new teleportation spell, but she had no idea where she should be teleporting to begin with. The Unbeliever has emerged! Cutie Mark Crusaders after the book nerd! Foals too! Whatever was going on, it had affected almost every pony in Ponyville. Twilight weaved left, then right, as the crowd closed in, and she jumped over the three fillies and continued galloping. At last she saw some pony not in a robe waving at her from a window. She turned in that direction and ran through the open door. which the pony quickly closed after her. Twilight splayed on the ground, breathing heavily, hoping her lungs would stop feeling like they were on fire. A couple of breaths later, she finally saw the cup of water being hooved to her. Twilight grasped it with her magic. At the last gulp, she looked at the other pony and saw that it was Mare. "What is going on?" Twilight asked. "Why is every pony suddenly in robes and chasing after me?" "I don't know, but..." "They even caught Fluttershy and Rarity. I don't want to imagine what they did to them. Why is Rainbow on their side?" "I think we need to do something. Is this a magic spell? I need to go back to the library to research it." "Twilight Sparkle, could you listen to me for 1 second? Mare interrupted her, and after Twilight remained silent, continued speaking. "I know you are new here, so you might not know it yet, but if anything happens here, we first need to check if a certain mare was the reason for this." "A certain mare?" Twilight blinked. "Who do you..." She paused, then took a deep breath. "Do you mean Pinkie Pie? I mean, she is weird in her way, but this could be her fault, right?" "You haven't seen the half of it," Mare said ominously, trotted to another room and went to a painting on the wall. She pushed it to the side, revealing a solid steel door with a rotary lock. She spun the dial left and right, and the safe clicked open. Twilight peeked inside, and to her consternation, saw nothing but a couple of cupcakes. The mare took one and covered the safe again, then placed the cupcake on a table. Suddenly, a pink pony emerged from a nearby vase. She jumped to the table and after an "Oh, a cupcake!" consumed the pastry in one bite. "Pinkie Pie, explain," Mare said with a threatening voice. "Don't you know, silly? Whenever you put a cupcake on this table..." "You know exactly what I'm talking about. Why is every pony in robes and chasing after other ponies?" "Oh, you mean that? Why didn't you say it in the first place?" Pinkie grinned widely. "See, I wanted to throw a party, but no one goes to my parties if I don't have a reason to have a party. And in a party, just because no one is interested, so I had to come up with a reason, and my first idea was to take one pony from another town and make them voluntarily move into Ponyville. But then I remembered that you would count it as pony napping, so I had to come up with another reason, and then I saw a bucket lying on the ground, and so I had the idea to start a bucket cult, so I could then throw a new cult party, and that's why every pony is now recruiting new members." With every word, Twilight was getting more and more dumbfounded. By the end of the tirade, she had to sit down to digest what Pinkie was saying. It really was all her fault. All of the scares and running away from ponies was because Pinkie wanted to throw a party? Twilight knew that Pinkie Pie was crazy, but this took it to another extreme. However, Mare was less surprised hearing that and only sighed in reply. "Seriously? What? You can join the cult too, and then we will have a super duper amazing new cult party at our super duper secret meeting place. You let your members catch other ponies in town and force them to join your cult? Well, duh! How else can I get new members for my cult? Are you interested in joining it? Do you know how amazing the bucket is? It can do so many things you can't even imagine." "Pinkie Pie," Mare interrupted her. "What are your rules about pony napping?" "Hey, the rules say that I am not allowed to do it, not that others can't do it for me." "Looks like we have to add another rule to the list then," and went to the book to pick it up. "Ugh, meanie! I told you not to call me that." "What rules?" Twilight asked in between, having no idea what rules they were talking about. "A bunch of no-nos from me," Pinkie Pie scoffed, "because she can't understand how to have fun." "Pinkie," the mare groaned, "those rules are made specifically for you because otherwise you would harm others. You would cause all kinds of property damage and stress the ponies. Do you really think any pony besides you would enjoy that?" Mare put the book down on the table Pinkie was still sitting on. On its cover stood, in hoof-written letters, "Things Pinkie Pie isn't allowed to do." "No, they wouldn't," Pinkie Pie muttered. "I want ponies to have fun, which is why we need these rules." The mare tried to smile at the now deflated pink mare. "Does every pony have a personal list of rules?" Twilight asked, curiously. No, only for me. Blech. Pinkie let her tongue stick out and jumped off the table. Mare turned to the last written page and took a feather and ink. See, we're already at rule number 37. She thought for a second before starting to write. 37. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to start a cult just to make a cult party. Isn't that too specific? Twilight asked. Pinkie, would you start a cult for any other reason? Of course not. Why should I? Forming a cult. Stop talking and dissolve this bucket cult now before any pony else gets harmed. On it! Pinkie Pie jumped into the vase she had emerged from. Twilight was around her long enough to not think about that at least. Mare? Twilight asked. Yes, Twilight. May I take a look at that list? Of course. I need a warm drink to calm down. I'll be right back. The mare left the unicorn alone in the room with the book, which Twilight started to read from the very beginning. These were definitely not the usual rules one could find in law books. Even beginning from the first one, when the mare returned, Twilight blurted out, "Why is Pinkie Pie not allowed to drink coffee?" As soon as she asked, she knew why. Pinkie Pie was already way too hyperactive. Her consuming a drink, making sure she gets even more energy, would only result in a catastrophe. Yet, seeing the mare's reaction surprised her. Mare stood still, not moving a single muscle in her body, only her mouth slowly opening wider and wider. Her eyes were also wide open, staring in the emptiness in shock. Calling her name or even touching her didn't release her from her motionlessness. And soon Twilight saw drops of sweat dripping from her body. Before Twilight could ask anything, Mare screamed. Twilight closed her eyes with her hooves and called for her to stop, but it went on for several minutes. Finally, the Earth Pony's screams broke into a coughing fit. Mare, please calm down, Twilight yelled. Mare kept coughing, but seemed to have calmed down from the shock she just went through. Sorry, let's not talk about what happened. But we didn't know what would have happened. We shouldn't have given her that drink. Her left eye blinked repeatedly. Before the mare could return to a shocked state, Twilight quickly changed the topic. What about Rule 6? About Pinkie not being allowed to change the law books? This? Oh, I remember it as if it was yesterday. I heard some shuffling in this room, and when I entered I saw Pinkie Pie writing in the city's law book. She wanted to make sweets a right for every pony, which may seem innocent, but it will only lead to a huge financial crisis, not even speaking about the health issues it will cause. Later on, she even tried to write in this book, and now that's forbidden for her too. I see. This seems pretty harmless compared to the other rules. It's the only thing controlling her, and my sanity. Mare took a long sip from her tea. You would have to see the chaos she caused in the first month she came over. Wait, Twilight pointed at Rule 11. Pinkie was the one who changed Princess Celestia's uniform to a rabbit costume? Yes, I have no idea why Celestia didn't punish her, but seeing her in that costume, you have no idea how scared I was. In hindsight, I now know that I wasn't at all guilty for Pinkie's action and wouldn't get any punishment. Celestia only wanted to make sure that that rule would be written out too. So she knew Pinkie Pie before I knew Pinkie? Twilight thought out loud. She shook her head and continued to Rule 12, which stated that Pinkie was not allowed to put sleeping pills in Celestia's drink to keep the party rocking. Yes, I had several visits by the Highness regarding her. I think the princess is in her own way enjoying Pinkie's weirdness. She is always in a good mood whenever that pink mare does something again. Interesting. Twilight took a mental note to ask her teacher more about Pinkie and these incidents. Suddenly, some pony knocked on the door. A split second later, Pinkie Pie entered the room. Hi, it's me again. Look, I know I am not supposed to start a cult and all that, and I still didn't get to make the party I wanted, so I wanted to enroll in a new religion called the Bucketeers. We believe in the bucket being the answer to all questions in the universe, and our goal is that every pony should have a bucket. Oh, Twilight, are you interested in joining our new religion? Tonight we will have a super duper founding of the Bucketeers party. Twilight stared at Mare, who plumped down and was looking dumbfounded at Pinkie Pie. Then she stood up and went straight to the book, opening to the last rule. 37. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to start a cult just to make a cult party. A. This also includes starting a new religion. There is nothing better in a calm morning with sunshine and birds singing outside. Truly better than being chased by manipulated ponies into a bucket cult. There was no party after that, sadly, for Pinkie Pie, but for Twilight it was the best. She preferred the quietness in the morning where she could finish her checklists. Suddenly, the door opened and Pinkie Pie entered the room. Hi Twilight! Look, I found a new book and I'm sure that you will like it. Can I read it for you? I'm so excited to hear what you will think about it. Of course, Twilight beamed. Let me just sit down and make the tea for us. Pinkie Pie sat down, put the book on the table, and once the tea was served, read loudly for Twilight to hear. A Clopfic, written by best fan shipper ever. The day started normally as Twilight was going to visit Rainbow Dash. "38. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to read Clopfics to anybody." Mayor of the House by J.M.J. We'd all heard of the Cupcake Killer. It was a necessary evil in small towns to pass their ghost stories along to those deemed young enough to still be frightened and hide under their blankets when dark houses creaked from natural swelling and bustling of weather. I had never believed in her, especially not when my friends told me about how the house my family had bought used to be the bakery where she had committed her heinous crimes, sawing legs from wailing ponies and leaving them to wiggle their stumps as she split their bellies open for her sinister harvests. They say she used their organs as a secret ingredient for cupcakes, which is why they call her what they do. How could any pony not see the fallacies in their tale? It was like the boogie pony or the old mare searching for her rusty horseshoe. Filly tales. They just wanted to scare me. I had just turned 13 and had been entrusted with staying home by myself for the first time in my life. Some of my friends suggested that I should throw a party or invite some cute colt over for a game of 7 Minutes in Heaven. I did neither, just decided to cuddle up with a book from the library about princesses and true love. My parents were going to Canterlot on business and expected to be back the next morning when we would all go out and have breakfast together. I was happy for them. Their art was catching on and a few businesses had bought statues from them. They would be taking measurements and planning a specific piece for some well-to-do company in the Canterlot business section. I had just cracked the cover of the book when some pony knocked on my door. I had come home directly from school, hoping to see my parents before they left, but they had already departed. I hoped that maybe they'd forgotten something and I would get my chance to wish them well on their trip. I smiled and closed the thick leather-bound cover and leapt to investigate. Standing on the tips of my hooves to peer through the spy hole, I could just make out the wiggling tongue of my best friend as she raspberried the door. It was Jib Jab. The curved lens of the spy hole warped her peach face to a strange shape and I giggled and twisted the lock. It was already open. It had been acting up lately and we were waiting for some new piece to sell before we could get it fixed. I felt a sharp cold as the door opened for Jib. One look at the sky told me that winter was well upon us. and it may not be a bad idea to get some extra firewood from the alley behind the house for the night. I just hoped the snow would stay away long enough for Mum and Dad to get home. It wasn't unusual for Jib to come over, and I was certain my parents wouldn't mind. We talked and laughed and played together well into the evening. She was nearly as excited as I was that I was getting some responsibility. She had yet to be left alone by herself. Despite her happiness for me, pangs of jealousy drove her to recant ghost stories, trying to frighten me on my first night alone. I puffed my chest and rolled my eyes. Really? A hoof that came back to life in search of its body, rattling chains, Philly stuff. I'd heard them all before so many times that they had no effect on me. Seeing my bemused grin, Jib's jaw struck and a sinister determination swept her features. She sauntered to the basement floor and flung it open. She reiterated the story of the pink mare and dared me to go down. I felt the dread wrinkle my courage, but I tried to play it cool. Cupcake killer or not, I didn't like the basement. I never had. I had went down into it once before when we had first moved in, helping my dad carry boxes down for storage. I knew there's nothing down there but pipes and the furnace. But the feel was wrong. I don't really believe the rumours. No ponies were tortured and gutted there, but it's dank and thick, like the walls are closing in, like there are eyes in every dark corner. She dared me to go down with her, to the place where they died, where they still shriek for help, where she cut them apart. I think a skitter in my step betrayed my bravado when I took the lead, braving the first 3 steps alone. The door slammed shut, enveloping me in a darkness seemingly not of this world. I screamed. Confidence be damned, I squealed like the filly I was, then slammed my hooves into the door behind me blindly. I heard laughter. I knew it was Jib on the other side of the door, but I swear, it sounded like it was coming from the bottom of the stairs, and an impossibly sweet scent that had to be my imagination caressed the edges of my consciousness. I banged on the door and my screams deafened me to the laughter. But that was the sound of my hoof echoing into the basement. Or some pony climbing the steps of the cellar behind me? The door swung open wildly and Jib Jab fell over with laughter, holding her sides and kicking her hooves like a foal, throwing a tantrum. I wanted to hit her, but slammed the basement door closed and yelled angrily instead. Her giggling stopped and she genuinely looked hurt. I didn't care. I stormed off and stuffed my muzzle back into my book. I pretended not to hear her apologies, but after a while I couldn't hold it against her anymore. She had got me good. Even I couldn't help but laugh a little. We made up quickly and played more games, discussed what cults might be interested in us, and raided the refrigerator for snacks. It was nearly dark when she left and I stood at the door waving her goodbye. She would come over tomorrow and we would play again. I noticed that the snow had begun to fall. It was really coming down and had already covered the streets. Jib had only a few blocks to travel before I knew she would be safe for such a short distance. But wow, it was really snowing hard. She paused, turning to me with a playful smirk. You know she escaped, right? The killer? I only stuck my tongue out at her and shut the door, fearing this would become an inside joke between the two of us for years to come. I pulled a few logs into the house from the back alley and lit a cozy fire in the fireplace, careful to place the screen so errant flames would not find purchase on nearby flammables. I sank into the couch and opened my book again. I read for hours. The sun's light had perished and the house was illuminated by the flickering tongues of the fireplace. A warm orange glow outlined the furniture as I read. I came to a scary part in the story. The princess had been kidnapped and locked in a keep far away, and only the brave prince could save her. He had galloped in pursuit, but had come to the swamp of no return, a haunted place. The spirits of those who had died in the swallowing muck of the forest clawed at the prince's hooves and threatened to drown him in the bog below. My skin crawled and suddenly the burning wood let out a loud pop. I jumped. breath catching my chest as I realized what had happened. It took me a moment to compose myself, pulling a throw pillow up over my tummy and craning my neck side to side, straining my eyes in search of ghostly hooves or movement anywhere in my proximity. Nothing was there. I was just jumpy from the book. It was then that Jib's prank returned to me, and thoughts of the cupcake killer strangled my imagination. For a moment she appeared, and I clutched the pillow for my life. That grim smile of blood-stained teeth, a look of sadistic glee in her pinprick eyes froze me in place. She had a butcher knife in her teeth, dripping crimson droplets down her pale pink coat. I blinked, and she was gone, but the image stayed with me for far too long. I covered my head with my pillow and cried, wishing for sleep to take me and morning to come. Tomorrow would be great. Just close my eyes and sleep. After some time spent shivering silently, ears perked to every crack and pop of the house, sleep did come. It hit me, and I fell off to dreams of my parents, and the dancing light of the fire died in the night. I awoke to a soft blackness and bitter cold. The fire had flickered its last, but I could see well from accumulation of snow outside. The moon's silver gaze reflected from the thick white powder outside. I had fallen asleep frightened, but now it felt 1,000 lifetimes ago and ridiculous. I was afraid of an old mare story designed to scare foals. It was embarrassing, and I chastised myself for succumbing to such a stupid story. It was late, cold, and I hungered for my soft bed and warm blankets. I kicked the pillow from my chest and rolled to my hooves, walking from the living room. I paused at the kitchen window, peering out into the wintry white banks of snow that had appeared. It had really piled up and was still pouring. It was then that I saw a movement in the night. Just out of my vision, the snow obscured my sight, and I squinted to see better. Something out there moved. Some distance away I could see the form of a pony standing on their back legs, facing me. My heart lurched in my chest and I sank down below the windowsill. Were my eyes deceiving me? Was I under the influence of that story? It was so late. Surely no pony was really out there in this blizzard. I swallowed, and a hard lump hurt my throat as I forced it down. I was being foolish. It was nothing, a trick of the eyes and a tired mind. I popped my head up again. It was closer this time. A pink mare standing on her back legs. Something held in her forelegs, in a gift-like gesture. I could almost make out her face, but the snow was too thickly falling and hiding her features. My blood froze in my veins and panic shook me like a salt shaker. I felt paralyzed as the pink pony stepped closer in an awkward, upright stance. Somehow, I ducked below the window again and mumbled to myself, frantically trying to think of what to do, where to hide, whether to flee or not. I had to think fast. She was moving closer all the time. I tried to tell myself that it was a neighbor coming to check on me, but I knew better. It was the cupcake killer. She had escaped and was coming back home. I was safe, right? I could hide in my upstairs closet. My parents would be home soon, and she couldn't get in. The doors were locked. It was just then that I remembered the broken lock on the front door. I had to get to it, had to lock it. I hoped I had time. I needed to look out the window one more time and judge how long I had to run to the door. Lock it and get to a good hiding place. For the last time, I stood and turned my eyes to the window. It was as if some pony wrested the breath from my body. She was standing just a few feet away, her icy eyes shimmering in the light of the reflecting snow, daggers dancing in fetid blue pools. Her smile was sanity-wrenching and twisted like the crook of a gnarled tree, a wrenching gash of fear. Her pink coat was splotched with red. Gouts, drops, lines of crimson decorated her thin frame like wandering scars. In her hooves was a tray of cupcakes, brown and lumpy, oozing with something sickly. I felt my consciousness threatening to fail. The world tinged with blackness as fear gripped my mind, and I realized that the snow was unmarred, complete, pristine. But that could only mean, "I've got a surprise party for you. Your parents are already there. Have a cupcake." The voice was far too high-pitched to be sane, and the happy tones dripped off the undertow that holds corpses. I realized too late that what I had been seeing was her reflection. Pinkie Pie is an eldritch abomination by Pony Amorous. Twilight opened her eyes, feeling dizzy and slightly nauseated. She was staring at her bedroom wall, which seemed to have developed several alarming new cracks recently. What was far more alarming, however, was the fact that she couldn't remember how she had gotten there. She tried to remember what she had done after waking up that morning, but came up blank. Turning around, she noticed an unfamiliar looking journal lying on the floor. Scrawled across the cover were the words, "Urgent! Read!" in her own writing. Slowly, Twilight levitated the mysterious journal over to the side of her bed, where she took a seat and opened to the first page. Research notes on Pinkie Sense and related phenomena. Property of Twilight Sparkle. Day 1. Today I have resolved to continue investigation into the mysterious Pinkie Sense. I'm ashamed to admit that I was formerly adamant in denying its existence, even in the face of mounting experimental evidence. I let my pet hypothesis blind me to empirical results. As a scientist, I should have known better. Worse still, when I finally accepted the phenomenon as real, I neglected to do any follow-up research. Such a fascinating phenomenon, with untold implications for all fields of magic as we know them, and I simply let it drop. The day a rationalist stops chasing their curiosity, stops inquiring about the world around them, that is the day they are truly dead. Today, I vow to scientifically investigate as much as I am able into the possible mechanisms behind Pinkie Sense. Summary. Pinkie Sense refers to the collection of physiological responses exhibited by subject Pinkamena Diane Pie that appear to predict the occurrence of various general events, falling objects, opening doors, etc. In the immediate future, as Pinkie Sense obviously violates causality, books on time magic from the Star Swirl the Bearded section of the archives should be consulted for preliminary research, as well as any books on the expression of Earth Pony magic, in addition to interview the observation of the subject. Initial controlled experiments should focus on determining the maximum spatial and chronological ranges. I propose having my assistant dropping objects at randomized times and distances from the subject, while I observe for physiological clues. The experiment will be double-blind, as the drop schedule will remain unknown to me or the subject until it is compared with my notes after the experiment. Day 7. Progress has been frustratingly slow. The archives provided no useful information that would help with my investigation. I had briefly theorized that the occurrence of a triggering event causes some part of the body to emit tachyons that are then detected somehow by Pinkie in the past, resulting in the physiological responses. One or more organs must act as some kind of transmitter/receiver. I would set to work calibrating a spell to try and detect tachyons, but I have not been able to reliably trigger the phenomenon. Attempts to recreate conditions in the laboratory completely failed. Not a single positive result was observed. If reactions are only triggered by genuinely accidental events, experimentation will be very difficult, though perhaps not impossible. It also raises another question as to how intent could possibly be detected. When asked why she thought the experiment had failed, Pinkie said, "Well, duh, 'cause then it wouldn't be funny." I ignored the statement at the time, but now I think I should follow up and ask her exactly what she meant by that. Day 9. I talked with Pinkie again and asked her about her previous statement and why her Pinkie sense only seemed to activate arbitrarily. She claimed that it would only happen when someone watching would find it funny. I asked if she meant some pony in particular, but she said it had to be one of them, and proceeded to stare at a wall for several seconds. When I asked what she was looking at, she said, "The fourth wall." I'm not sure what to make of any of this, but it's probably just Pinkie being Pinkie. Day 30. Something is very wrong. There is some kind of force that doesn't want me to continue this investigation and is affecting my thinking. Looking back at my previous entry, I'm shocked. Just Pinkie being Pinkie? That's not an acceptable answer. Not like me at all, and yet it has become typical. Whenever I notice a small problem or inconsistency, I feel a small pressure on my mind, a compulsion to turn away from the cognitive dissonance and think about something else. At first I thought I was just being lazy, but it has become too common lately, and I've noticed its effect on others as well, when Pinkie somehow arrives at a destination before Rainbow Dash does, even when flying full speed. Even Dash dismisses it as just Pinkie being Pinkie. It was almost 3 weeks ago when I refused to let my mind be turned aside one night. I fell asleep, and the next morning I'd completely forgotten all about my research. It is only now, while I fortuitously found this journal again, that my memories came flooding back to me. I'm starting to work immediately on possible countermeasures to mind-affecting magic. In the meantime, it is very much possible that I will continue to forget each night. I have added the large text to the cover of this journal and will leave it nearby where I will be forced to see it in the morning. In addition, I have added all the security and protection spells I can think of, in case this force has physical agents that would steal or destroy this journal. Day 32. Success! An hour ago, I managed to devise a counterspell to perform on myself that should protect me from this unseen manipulation. Already, I can feel my thinking getting clearer, sharper. It's like I've been under the effect of some drug that is slowly clearing out of my system. I didn't even know my perception had been dulled until now. I tried to isolate the source of the malicious magic, but it seems to be coming from everywhere at once, as if it's an integral part of the environment. I think it permeates all of Equestria. I predict that I should be fully free of its influence by the end of the day. I nervously anticipate what I will learn. I have also enchanted this journal to recast the spell on myself when I touch it in case of another lapse. Day 33. I don't know what Pinkie is, but that thing is not a pony. I can't believe the things I've never noticed before. That thing called Pinkie can teleport, not the spatial blinking that I do. She just literally appears in a different place. I have also seen her popping down from above when there was nothing to hold onto. It wouldn't even be right to say she was levitating. She was just there. Even more disturbing is her ability to pop out of spaces she couldn't possibly fit into. Flower pots, mailboxes. I even once saw her inside a mirror. I saw it before. I saw Pinkie's head and I saw the flower pot, but somehow I just didn't see them together. My eyes picked up the image, but my brain never noticed that what I was seeing was impossible. She seems to twist reality wherever she goes. It even offsets other ponies. Pinkie's singing was always considered just another one of her quirks. No pony ever considered where her music was coming from. However, this pales in comparison to the fact that just last week, the entire town, including myself, participated in a giant impromptu musical number. There was music from no visible source. Every pony knew the words and was perfectly on cue, and no pony ever acknowledged that it had happened afterward. Looking back, that wasn't even the first time that had happened. How long have we been breaking out into song? Day 34. I can barely keep a grip on my quill as I write this after what I saw today. I decided to go see it today. That ever-smiling thing that pretends to be a pony. I found it staring at what it called the fourth wall again. I asked it what it was looking at, and it simply said, "The audience." I looked at the blank wall it was staring at and thought I could almost see something. Focusing harder, I saw a small flicker. It wasn't just the wall, it was the air in front of and around it. It was the entire direction that seemed to become semi-transparent. For a second I could see shadows moving across the surface. Strange bipedal shapes with outlines that seemed to be clothing were barely visible. Suddenly, for the briefest of moments, I could see them clearly. Eyes, innumerable alien eyes staring back into my own. I screamed and ran from the building, not stopping until I was home. I've only now been able to compose myself enough to write these words. I can't ignore what I've seen, what I can remember with clarity now. The audience, the knowledge that my world is some kind of show to another, though surprising to learn, isn't quite as disturbing as one would expect. If infinite multiverse theory is true, it should be expected that some universes would perfectly match the fictions of others. There would be a universe where events of the Daring Do series were reality, and it would be perfectly real to them. Even those monsters were probably fiction of some other universe. No, what disturbs me is that such a universe should still have internally consistent laws. That thing called Pinkie still presents a problem, unless... The text ended suddenly. Twilight had stopped writing when she had realized the truth. It was the same conclusion she was reaching again at exactly the same spot as she threw the journal to the ground in horror. The truth was, it was all a big joke. The universe wasn't rational. There were no consistent and immutable laws. Science didn't actually work. It only appeared to work up to a point. Her world had been created with some cartoonish imitation of actual natural laws, and Pinkie was the wink and nod to the audience to remind them that it shouldn't be taken too seriously. The life work of every academic in all of history had been a cruel joke. They had dedicated their lives to understanding the natural world and preserving the knowledge for the future. What was the point of it all really came down to what was entertaining. She thought back to the years she had spent studying astronomy, magic, every other field of science. It had all been a lie, and beings in another universe were laughing at her adorably naive attempts to understand the world around her. Twilight turned and slammed a hoof into the nearby wall, adding another crack to its surface. The world around her began to spin. It was too much to handle. She could feel her sanity slipping away. Soon she would be a gibbering pile on the floor. If only she could go back to before she knew what she knew. Back to having fun with her friends and studying magic and friendship. A desperate idea crossed her mind. She could wipe her memory. Purge everything she read in the accursed journal. But she had to do it now, while she still clung to enough of her sanity to cast the spell. Closing her eyes and summoning magic to her horn, everything flashed white. Twilight opened her eyes, feeling dizzy and slightly nauseated. She was staring at her bedroom wall, which seemed to have developed several alarming new cracks recently. What was far more alarming, however, was the fact that she couldn't remember how she had gotten there. I Love It by a Brony Mouse. It? That's its pronoun, try. Its name is serial number 24090647709. What? The first 6 letters are its certification date, and the last 4 are the manufacturer. Who made it? It came from the Vickers factory. Oh. I know, Pinkie. Newcastle. Hey, don't say it like that. Even if its name is kinda silly. Your cannons. No, don't call it that. That's essentializing. Sorry, I mean 60469. What were the other numbers again? Sheesh. 24090647709. Anyway, it's down to Newcastle's new Fungican mayor. Having fun? Yes, her. She's made the place super duper fun. I know, but changing its name to It's a Fun Place is a bit on the muzzle. Are you taking your serial number 29046 Are you taking it there? We're not sure, but it has said it would like a trip down memory lane. Relive its foalhood? What's wrong now? Foalhood? Twilight? Really? Oh, right, relive its certification. When I was certified, it was massive. I remember everything like it was yesterday, just like it does. That was one of the first things we bonded over. Oh. We both just wanted to fire confetti and not round shot. I keep forgetting about your brief stint in the military. Everyone is just the same about serial number 24090647709. It's such a shame that no one can see beneath its surface. Deep down, it's such a fun, loving piece of ordnance. Wait. Ordinance? Isn't that a little essentializing? When it's me, it's different. Besides, you should hear what it calls me. Boom, I should imagine. Oh, sorry if I offended. It's rude to read a pony's mind, Twilight. I didn't. What? You mean it actually calls you that? Well, duh. What else would it call me? It doesn't have this. They're called vocal cords. Out of interest, what does boom mean? Ha! Pretty much everything, I guess. Oh, so when it calls you boom, what does it mean? Well, obviously, Pinkie Pie, my beloved and most fun and wonderful princess. Obviously. Are you saying you never knew, even after all those times it went boom and sprayed confetti over us? Oh, no, I did. I was just, checking. Fluttershy always screamed, "I love it," when it did that. I think she was probably just screaming because she was frightened. Of her sexuality, I know. She frightens me sometimes, but it has tamed her. No, wait, what? Oh, for pony's sakes, it's been years and you still haven't realised. She's Pan, try, like me and it, and we're in an open relationship with her too. I see. But she's more interested in it than me, I think. I don't mind though, because she makes it happy. It told you that? Yup, it told me while she was sitting astride it, in fact. Stop winking at me. That's just what I said. To it? No, her. She was riding the boar and I was tasting the breech, so I had a pretty good view of her. Ugh, just please tell me none of my other friends are in a relationship with your serial number 024688 something something. It! What's the matter? Nothing. I respect your decision to date it, I really do, and even though I am a little surprised by Fluttershy, everyone always is. Bats, birds, Discord, serial number 2409064709. There's nothing that Minx won't try it on with. She's insatiable. Oh, okay. Maybe you just see a different side of her. Stop winking! Anyway, as I was saying, I'm not one to judge when it comes to what happens in the bedroom or how anyone identifies. I'm a bisexual pony female. Now these days some may call that vanilla. Nothing wrong with vanilla. Speaking of, I'm hungry. We'll have lunch in a second. For you to confess your feelings, me and it would just love you to join us. Pinkie! I was saying that I respect your relationship. Now, please do me the courtesy of respecting my desire to remain single and whole until I find the right mare or stallion for me. Very well, but for your information, Wily Twily, the others are not in a relationship with it. Well, at least there's that. Dashy does keep trying to shove it up her ass though. Really? Damn! I thought we'd had a breakthrough on her anal retentiveness in our therapy sessions. It's had a breakthrough or two, I can tell you. Ew! And stop waggling your eyebrows, that's not funny. She could do herself an injury. It would never hurt her, Twilight. Oh, for soul's sake, I didn't mean... Just be careful, Twi. We're friends, but me and it, we're like, this. Upside down? Head over hooves. Oh, so have any of our other friends? Mighty interested, aren't you? For a pony whose whole stick is to keep her whole whole? Hey, what have we said about puns? I get enough from Dad. Oh, that reminds me, it loves him. Please, no. Not like that. They both love equestrian history. Military? You've got it all wrong, you know, despite its looks. Serial number 2409064709's number one interest is clowns. Oh yeah, Dad does like clowns. So creepy. Hey, it's not creepy! I never said it was. It's not a clown, is it? Are you loco in the coco? It's not just any town. It's one of the most famous tumblers in the country. It's even been in Circuit du Soleil. As a clown? Well, actually, that dampens its views a little. It says they may have typecast it as a cannon. Oh, how narrow-minded of them. But it has some great lines. Mainly, boom. Right, so aside from Dashy and Fluttershy, what do the others think of you going official with it? Well, Applejack was tickled pink because she loves having another thing to hang with who doesn't talk all hoity-toity. She said, she yucks, that serial number 2409064709 sure does remind me of my cousin Apple Howitzer. She's also a Geordie, you see. And Rarity? Well, she can be a bit of a meanie pants. Oh, she disapproves? For it, Try, not me. I think she thinks a pony like Cheese is more my size and that it deserves a larger, more open and rounded Oh, Pinkie. I'm sure she doesn't think that. I sure hope not, Try. Maybe she's just jelly, like you. Hey, I am not jealous. Maybe not, but then why are your cheeks the bestest colour, Wily Twily, whose face I can read like a book from her library? Am not. I think you've been keeping secrets again. No, not at all. Pinkie, promise? There's no need for...
Pinkie, promise?
Pinkie, really, be reasonable.
Pinkie promised me that you hadn't been with it.
Well, go on. It's just that, yes, I was drunk. I was at a military exhibition at the Vickers factory in Newcastle. It was ages ago. I was barely out of Celestia's school and my friends had pressured me to stay late. There were so many cannons firing at once. Grape shot, round shot and even chain shot. Their operators could barely keep up. One of them asked if I wanted to try, so I lit its fuse and it blew confetti all over the place. I didn't even know its name. I was so ashamed I galloped all the way back home and swore off not just artillery or other firearms, but all polymology. I knew it! Circuit du Soleil. Circuit du Soleil. Circuit du Soleil. Circuit du... Oh Circuit du Soleil. Circuit du Soleil. Circuit du Soleil.
It's not a cannon, don't call it that. Its serial number 24709064709. From Newcastle town to a life of fun. It's me and my boom boom. We party as one. Twilight's confused. She don't understand how a piece of ordnance could hold my hoof in its hand. Fluttershy screams, but I know what she means. I love it. She cries as confetti streams. Its serial number 24090647009. Boom means love and love means boom. Confetti fills up every room. From the breach to the bar, it's a party tune. Boom means love and love means boom. Rainbow Dash is daring, trying out her luck. Applejack just laughs, that thing's tough as a truck. Rarity's sighing, Pinkie really pleased, but my boom boom loves me and that's all I need. Clowns in the circus, soldiers on parade. It could have fired cannons, but a better choice it made. No round shot, grape shot, nothing but confetti. Every boom it makes says, Pinkie, are you ready? It's serial number 24090647009. Boom means love and love means boom. Every heart goes kapow in bloom. From the circus floor to the stars above. Boom means party and party means love. So don't be jealous, don't call it crude. My boom boom's perfect, it's got the right mood. It's more than a cannon, it's my heart's true tune. Boom means forever. And forever goes boom. It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe, ring that bell.
Endless Darkness by Shadow Kirby. Pinkie wandered the dark, desolate landscape. She sighed and trudged across the dark, damp dirt beneath her hooves, yet no hoofprints remained. Looking around at her surroundings for what felt like the millionth time, her eyes held nothing but pools of sadness. This place wasn't right. But she had always been here, since she was a little filly. It was all she knew. Is this really how life is supposed to be? She wondered, the question that was always on her mind every second of her life. Am I supposed to be in this dark place forever? She didn't have an answer. Pinkie let out a whimper as a cold breeze blew over her, causing her to shiver and clench her eyes shut. Another cold front must be coming. Looking around quickly for any sort of shelter, all she could spot was a dark, dead tree. She sprinted over towards it and huddled next to it, as a blast of harsh wind suddenly came out of nowhere. The relentless storm beat against her, the tree only giving minimal protection. Despite having gone through this ordeal thousands of times, she still cried out in pain as she felt as if blades were slicing along her skin. Her flowing, straight magenta mane whipped in the wind, occasionally smacking her in the face. After several minutes, the winds died down, and she slowly stood up and walked away from the shelter she had used. She shivered and tried to warm herself up, but to no avail. She was always cold. Her mane fell down and covered half of her face now that the wind stopped. It was unkempt, dirty, with strands of hair sticking out in several directions. She remembered when she was a filly, how it used to be smoother than the stones, but that was years ago. Sniffling a bit and trying to hold back tears, she trudged onward. She didn't know where she was going, she never did, but she knew that nothing awaited her here but misery. She lived with the hope that someday, if she kept travelling, something would change. But even after years, all she saw was the dirt landscape, filled with dark rocks, blackened trees, without a leaf to speak of, and the darkest of clouds overhead. Is this what life is meant to be? Am I the only pony in existence? The only one to be traversing this plain? Why was I made? Why was I the one pony chosen to exist? The tears were showing up in her eyes again, but she held back the floodgates. She had done enough crying over the years. There was no reason to start now. She closed her eyes and rubbed them with a forehoof while she was still walking forwards, but froze in shock at what she saw when she opened them. A brick wall rose up in front of her, the same dark colour as everything else in the world. She looked both ways and even up into the sky, and it went on further than her eyes could see in every direction. Her eyes sparkled in excitement. She had never thought the day would come. Change. Something was new. It wasn't the same as the rocks, dirt, clouds, and trees she had seen everywhere. It was new. For the first time in her life, something new. She ran up to the brick wall and pressed her hooves against it, sliding them across and feeling the texture, relishing in the unfamiliar feeling. It's amazing! She leaned against the wall and nuzzled it happily. New! She found what she had been searching for! Her excitement was suddenly crushed when she felt another breeze, looking around frantically for any large rocks or trees. Her eyes widened in terror at the realization that nothing was close enough to run to in time. With barely a second to spare, she pressed herself against the wall and curled into a ball, shivering and whimpering before the onslaught of wind as sharp as knives came forwards, tearing into her mercilessly. This time the wind was far more powerful than the last one. It was one of the worst she'd ever experienced, and she choked out a pained yell as it occurred. For what felt like hours, she felt pain all over and huddled into a ball as tightly as she could to protect her face and more vulnerable parts of her body from being assaulted. Eventually the pain became so unbearable that she passed out. With a whimper and a groan, Pinkamina's eyes fluttered open. She shakily got to her hooves and winced at the sharp pains all over her body. Why? Why is life this way? She cried. Do I exist only to be in pain? Several moments of tears and sobbing followed before she finally stopped and rubbed her eyes again. Her ears twitched and she turned towards the wall she had discovered and tried to let the sight of it raise her spirits. But then she gasped as she saw a large crack running along the wall where she had been huddling from the winds. Dashing up to it, she ran her hoof across it with interest. She had never considered the possibility of what was on the other side. She started to get lost in thought at the prospect of what could be over there, when her ears turned towards a sound from the other side of the crack in the wall. Eyes widening, she pressed her ear to the wall and listened intently. To her shock, a foreign sound made its way to her ears. She didn't know what it was, as she'd never heard much more than wind and dirt under her hoof before. But she recognized the cause of the sound. It was similar to her own voice. Hello? Is any pony there? She asked frantically, hoping beyond all hope that she wasn't the only pony in existence, wasn't the only one going through the nightmarish land. But there were no sounds after that, and to her surprise and fear, which made her back away from the wall, the cracks that had appeared from the wind started to fix themselves until they were back to the way they were before. Everything was back to the way it was before. Pinkamena hung her head low and whimpered. She knew she was wrong to hope. Nothing else existed. This wall was only here to show her that her search was pointless, and this dark world was all that existed. With a few more tears shed, she turned and followed the wall that didn't seem to end, even with the knowledge that there was nothing for her to look forward to other than the next painful gust of wind. Pinkie Pie danced happily to the music during her 16th birthday party. She laughed merrily for multiple reasons, but the biggest of which at herself for being as silly as to forget her own birthday and think her friends didn't like her anymore. Unlike most times, she actually got all sad from it. She didn't usually get upset or bothered by things, as she just pushed them away to a dark corner of her mind she liked to avoid. Her smile disappeared for a moment as she felt a bit of the pain from before. Thinking deeply, she pushed away all the pain she felt to the back of her mind and blocked it off fully, sealing her miseries away from herself, fixing the opening such immense emotional pain caused. She giggled in happiness, safe with the knowledge that nothing would ever truly hurt her. After all, if you just push away the bad thoughts and memories, you and no one else will get hurt. Right?
I walk through shadows, the world is gray. Cold winds cut, they never stay. No hoof prints left, no trace of me. Just endless dark eternity. The trees are dead, the stones are black, the sky above won't give me back. A wall appears, my heart takes flight, something new within the night. The winds return, they tear my skin, I scream, I break, they crawl within. Pain unending, blades of air, I fall asleep in dark despair. I wake to cracks across the stone, I hear a voice, I'm not alone. I beg, I plead, please answer me, but silence seals my agony. Is this how life is meant to be? A hope that dies eternally. The wall repairs, it shuts me out. I wander on through fear and doubt. Cupcakes, parties, streamers high. Pinkie laughs beneath the sky. Push the sadness far away. Every day's a happy day. But even smiles can start to fade. Balloons will pop and joy decay. Seal the sorrow deep inside, so the laughter will survive. Is this how life is meant to be? A mask of joy but misery. I'll keep on walking endlessly. The void is all that welcomes me. Is this how life is meant to
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony by the way.
want, subscribe. Join the cult of night. Ring that bell. Awaken the spirits. It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel.
So, Pinkie Killed You by Spaz Kid. So, Pinkie killed you. It's a bit of a long story as to how, or maybe it isn't. All I really know is that Pinkie killed you. She was sure you were fine. You were fine for the longest time. Right in her head, that's where you were. But then Pinkie killed you, and you weren't there anymore. But she didn't mean to. She didn't want to. It doesn't matter, because Pinkie killed you. Pinkie isn't too happy these days, but she's been getting better and better at hiding it. Ever since Pinkie killed you, she hasn't been able to focus too well. On her normal things, she could focus just fine, but on you, she couldn't. Why? Because Pinkie killed you. She remembered going on all sorts of adventures with you and her other friends. She remembered your joy. She remembered hearing your laughter. But she can't hear it anymore because she killed you. She remembers how you and her would bake together, would sing together, would dance together, but not anymore because she killed you. She did. It's true, because why else would you be gone? You were always there before, with her friends. You were always there even when no one else was. For years you were there. But now she stares at the wall and she can't see you. So, she must have killed you. Right? She never has done that before. She doesn't know how she could ever have killed you. The one thing she never could do with you was touch. She remembers one time, a few years ago, you and her were sitting under a tree. You and Pinkie had an amazing conversation. She thinks, oh no, Pinkie is starting to forget. Pinkie's already killed you, so she can't forget you too. Not you. Anyone but you. Please. I can't forget you. You're the only thing that's ever been real to me. Please. I love you. You love me too, right? You used to say that. You love me too? Right? The warm, setting summer sun beams down at the beautiful green grass. I can see Ponyville in the distance, even from all the way over here. The light dances between mountains, between the clouds, shining off the windows in the distance, and that lake down at the bottom of the hill. I feel myself smile. I know how much you love the sunset. I wish you were here. But maybe I just have to wait still. You've got to be somewhere. Everyone is somewhere, right? I look back upwards, further up the hill. The tree, its beautiful green leaves waved lazily in the wind as I stare. I trace my eyes down the branches and look at the trunk of the tree. There was a noticeable chip in the bark, right smack dab in the middle. It was in the shape of a heart. That's where we met, me and you. All those years ago. I did most of the talking. We hung out every day after that. We went all over Equestria on our own with the girls. Oh, I miss you. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I don't really know what I did. Did I do something wrong? Oh, why would I ask that? Of course I did. I killed you! I think. Ugh! Why is love so hard? I'm walking down the main street of Ponyville. It's getting rather dark out, looking for you. The girls were starting to get a little worried, but it's okay. I got the perfect idea. What is it? Oh, come on, you know. A party! You'd never miss your own party. Right? It can just be me and you. I know crowds tend to overwhelm you, and while I'm usually one for the biggest parties ever, sometimes we don't need the biggest ever. We just need something perfect. I need something perfect. I need you. I don't know, but it's happening right here in Sugar Cube Corner. I usually have a schedule whenever I do one of these, you know, but you're special, always have been, so the door's open for whenever you're ready. If you're ever ready. Oh. Time just keeps rolling on and on and on, and Mr. and Mrs. Cake have asked me if I'm waiting for someone. I had to tell them I wasn't. I mean, no one else has ever seen you but me, so why try to explain it, right? I felt terrible for lying, which didn't help calm the sadness forming within the deepest pits of my stomach. It was a different kind of sadness compared to the sadness I'm used to. I've cried before. I mean, who hasn't, right? I want to cry right now. Yeah, but it's more than that. There's a horrible feeling in the back of my mind. A sense of dread continues to loom over me. I feel helpless. I feel wrong. I feel broken. As I stare at the cake I baked you, so many things are flying through my mind, things I can't describe or name, things that seem to mock me, mock everything I've ever tried to stand for. The absence of your voice, your laughter, it hurts. I know I keep saying it, but it does. Through all the years you were here, you always felt like just another one of my friends. You never stood out, in a bad way at least. You've always been special. But I never wanted to single you out. I know how much you always hated that. Too many eyes on you. I wonder if I didn't do enough. Did I do too much? You know, the more I think about it, did I really kill you? Were you ever there? Ponyville was always real. It's always been real. I've always been able to see it, walk through it, talk to every pony in it. It's, what's that word Twilight uses sometimes? Tangible. It's tangible. Ponyville is tangible. I know for a fact it's real. My friends are real. My love for all of them is real. I know all of that for a fact. But you? I've only ever felt you. I've only ever heard you. I don't even know what you look like. Are you a boy? Are you a girl? I don't know anything about you, come to think of it. It's always felt like there was a wall between us, a window pane, a two-way mirror of sorts. Whenever I look to see if I can spot you, I only ever see nothing. But you could always see me. I know you could. It's hard to describe. I wonder, this cake, it's chocolate with whipped frosting and some sprinkles, simple. It's one of my favourite combinations. Well, to be fair, every combination is my favourite. But anyway, this cake, this is something I love. That begs the question, would you like this cake? You'd politely accept it, I'm sure, but would it be your favourite? Would you love it? I've always been so in tune with mine and everyone else's favourites. Foods, books, toys, places, sports, everything. Maybe that's why you fascinate me so much. I put the cake into the fridge for later. You're not showing up. At least not anytime soon. The tree. I'm back with the tree. You know, the tree is first met you under. Hee. I think I've decided. I didn't kill you. I realise now how extreme and honestly silly that conclusion was. But there lies the problem. I don't know what happened to you. Where did you go? Did you leave? If so, why? Will you come back? If so, when? There's just so much I don't know for sure. So here I wait. Under the tree, under our tree, I lay against it, the rough bark digging into my fur as I stare off into the horizon. The sun is beginning to peek its face over the horizon. I feel my eyelids begin to feel heavier and heavier. I've been awake all night, looking for you. I feel exhaustion finally getting to me, and I don't resist. My eyelids begin to shut, being pulled into sleep. Under the watchful eye of Luna. I hope she's there still. I know I'm a little late to this. Maybe when you wake up, you'll be here. I hope. I hope.
So I guess I killed you. That's the story I tell. You lived inside my laughter. Now there's only an empty shell. We baked, we sang, we danced around. Your voice was the sweetest sound. But now I stare at walls of gray and I don't hear you anyway. Did I lose you or let you slip away? Were you real or just a dream that's dead? I don't know what's true, I don't know what's fair, but I hope, oh I hope you're still out there.
Pony Fiction channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
Pinkie Meets a Sky God by The Psychopath. Sugar Cube Corner was empty of every pony except its resident party mare occupying its kitchen. Utensils and ingredients were all over the place, creating a nasty mess. A lot of scrolls and pieces of paper caked in cake batter were strewn on the tables and floors, as though the place had been ripped apart. Pinkie paced around, pulling out a dozen standard cupcakes from the oven and covering them with different icing recipes. Every taste was followed up by a no. The pink pony swept the cupcakes down her gullet and tapped the counter several times with her forelegs, making flour bounce around. No, these are all bad. They're not good enough for Ponyville's super duper ultra mega anniversary. The party pony froze. Ebony? Blue Ruby? She pressed a hoof into her muzzle and stayed there, thinking. No, I need to focus. She paced about the kitchen and stumbled over a rolling pin, causing her to roll outside. Ow! She complained. Sitting in the dirt under the sunny sky, Pinkie had an epiphany. She remembered going to Cloudsdale with her friends. The clouds were so soft and fluffy. She needed to figure out how to make them naturally, so no factory. The pink pony sat upright and started getting the old cogs in her head grinded. She needed to take a balloon and float to the top. All the way to the top. The toppity top that ever topped. There she would find the cleanest, purest clouds to take samples from to make the best icing and whipped cream. The perfect idea. Nothing could go wrong! Pinkie hurried back into Sugar Cube Corner and pulled out an air balloon and basket and placed some glass jars into her mane. She was ready to depart, not one to let something like a deflated balloon get her down. The party pony unfurled it onto the ground, much to the gathering curiosity of the passers-by. The yellow cloth awaited to inflate and take its cargo aloft. The pink pony stepped in the basket, held the base of the hot air balloon up, licked her lips, and then screamed as loud as she could, startling the ponies near her. Her vehicle instantly inflated and was ready to take off. To the clouds! Pinkie shouted. The ballasts were detached and up she went. She almost hit several pegasi on her way up, apologising for the mistake but not having the time to explain herself. The clouds every pony could see from the ground weren't good enough, even she knew that. So the pink pony went ever higher in the sky until she was surrounded by white cotton from every direction. Pinkie tasted the clouds here and shivered. Too bitter and cold. Higher I go! The next level of clouds was in a raging storm, but Pinkie had the fortunate luck of being within its eye. She looked around, seeing the black clouds illuminated by the lightning coursing through them like a pack of timber wolves. Even the howling winds remind Pinkie of those strange creatures. What piece should I grab and where from? Pinkie wondered. She sneezed when she looked in the direction of a thundercloud with a glowing yellow section. There! The balloon drifted towards the pony's target, allowing her to swipe a piece when she was finally in range. Alrighty! Taste test! Pinkie sang. She took a bite and was immediately electrocuted. She coughed when the electricity had been fully expended and shook the cloud off her hoof. Ew! Too spicy! She looked up and frowned. How much higher? The pony pulled up her sleeves and ascended ever higher. This time she was in a white, freezing space. Luckily she came prepared and pulled out some warm clothes from her tail. Toasty! she mused to herself. Frost was already starting to form on the balloon and its basket, but it seemed prepared to stay in the air no matter what. The pink pony was witness to a sparkling wasteland of cotton mountains that were freezing to the touch. Pinkie was hesitant to grab a piece, but she stoked her confidence and reached out to take a piece. Ah! Brain freeze! The pony shouted after taking a taste. She was about to throw the cloud but held herself when an idea crossed her mind. She looked from side to side, suspicious of any potential watchers, and slowly took a jar out of her head, placed the cloud in it, then re-hid the jar. I'll save that one for some super duper ice cream, she whispered to herself. Without losing her expression, the mare slowly ascended once again and broke through the white clouds. This time, however, it took her several minutes to get through the white masses, and when she emerged, there was nothing left above her head. Instead, she was greeted by an infinite waving sea of white beneath her, and the infinite space above. Beautiful lights and colours converged into what Twilight called a nebula to the left of Pinkie's vision. Several shooting stars came and went almost at the same time whenever Pinkie blinked, and several stars of varying brightness, colour and intensity kept her sky still as bright and as illuminated as Celestia's immense star in the distance. Ooh, space! Pinkie revelled. I wonder if the stars are edible. She rubbed her chin with her mane. Didn't I see something about edible planets in a black and white comic book somewhere? She smiled and shrugged it off. Oh well. The basket dropped on its own and landed on the strange cloudy surface, surprising its occupant. Hesitant, she chucked a small stone that had taken a trip with her in the basket and watched it roll on the cloudy surface without falling through. Bums away! The mare shouted as she leapt out of the basket. Pinkie ended up face planting into the clouds, then sinking ever so slightly into the soft mass. She shook her head and looked down at the white fluff. This was it! The final chance to have the perfect icing and whipped cream recipes. The pony buried her face into the clouds and ripped out a chunk to chew. Her face brightened up and her eyes sparkled with every chew. But, always a but. It was really, really soft and fluffy, almost like there was no weight to the cloud, but it was lacking something. Oh, come on, the pony lamented. She took another scoop and looked at it. If I can't find something else, then this could work, she thought aloud. There has to be a better bunch of fluffy clouds. She sneezed again. Right there, a few hoof steps from where she lied down, was a small tube-like cloud floating above the infinite white sea. It was a purer white than anything the mare had ever seen. That had to be it! Excited, she galloped towards the tube, but she wasn't making any distance. She pushed herself harder and harder, but still she couldn't get closer to the tube. What's going on? She complained loudly.
It can talk?
A voice boomed from everywhere and nowhere at once.
I didn't know shapes capable of speech.
Who was that? Pinkie asked aloud. Are you the one keeping me from that cloud there? She asked. The pony reached out and tried to stretch herself to the tube, but to no avail. No fair, I almost had it.
And why do you seek to take from me my most prized creation?
Oh, it's a prized possession. Haha, oops. Pinkie smiled sheepishly. I didn't want to take it all, I just wanted to take a piece.
Yes, that's all of it.
Pinkie noticed some vague, ever-warping, semi-transparent shape slowly filling her vision, no matter which way she looked, and even when she closed her eyes. A piece isn't all of it, it's just a small amount. I didn't want all of it, Pinkie insisted. That'd be mean. The shape was like a series of tubes that only seemed connected to something within the corner of Pinkie's vision, but whenever she looked at that central mass, it turned into more tubes. Plus, its words seemed to scrape at her insides, which was quite lucky for Pinkie Pie since her insides were itching her something fierce and she couldn't reach them.
I don't understand. A strange amalgam of moving shapes wants to take my making, but doesn't want to take it?
I didn't say that, you silly sausages!
Sausages?
The entity repeated. Pinkie winced and rubbed her eyes. You're so blurry. Hold on. She dug into her mane and pulled out a pair of glasses that she quickly put on. She blinked several times and then smiled and looked at the entity. It was silent. What's the matter?
You changed your shape. How?
It seemed perturbed that Pinkie was now staring at it without displaying any discomfort. I just put on glasses, Pinkie said matter-of-factly. Helps me to see better. The mask shifted.
I don't know this sea.
The sea itself snapped in several spots, then returned to its prior shape.
What do you want that you encroach here? That you enter this place, my home?
I came so I could learn how to make the lightest and fluffiest icing and whipped cream for my pastries. The entity shifted in Pinkie's vision before responding.
You make skies and clouds as well?
The pink pony rocked in place. No, pastries, she gasped. Are you a sky god?
Gods? I have heard of such things.
The mask said.
I can perceive them clearly, but I am not one, and neither are you, moving shapes.
Several clouds and a bunch of sky came from the mass and disappeared beneath the white sea. Whoa, you are a sky god!
Am I?
The entity pondered in confusion.
You want clouds? This is what you said?
Pinkie nodded. Yes, to make icing and whipped cream. There was a pause and the pink pony felt reality fold in on itself briefly.
I don't know that,
the entity said. This prompted its guest to gasp in horror. What? You've never heard of icing? What about cupcakes? Cakes in general? Marble cakes? Macarons? Chocolate bread?
Is it related to my...
The entity asked. Your what?
My...
It repeated. The pony shrugged. I don't know, she said, but I'm guessing not since it isn't a food. Reality folded again.
Food? Something you absorb? Allows for more.
No, silly, Pinkie laughed. Haven't you ever celebrated your birthday?
Birthday?
The entity repeated. Pinkie was going to burst. You don't know what a birthday is? She took the thing's silence as a confirmation. It's when you, The pink pony tried to find the best words. It's when you become aware. When there's everything around.
I have always been. No knowledge of anything before,
the voice said. Then we need to catch up with everything you haven't celebrated. Pinkie started bouncing up and down. His hearts and hooves, birthday, heartwarming, welcoming. So many you've missed. Experience?
4. And...
the entity said. It paused a moment, and Pinkie felt reality shiver.
I can give you a cloud, not as good, but if it fits your needs, many can come.
It said. It paused again and noticed Pinkie still not flinching at its presence. Oh boy! Let's go then, Pinkie shouted. She hurried over to her balloon and struggled to get over the basket ledge.
Come on in, we can go down this way.
Pinkie wasn't sure, but she had a feeling that the sky god was approaching her. The world spun as she felt herself falling upwards. Oh! There's Ponyville, she said calmly. How'd you know? She asked the entity.
No?
It repeated. The pink pony put a hind leg on the edge of the basket while they descended towards Sugar Cube Corner and raised a foreleg. Let's make that perfect icing! Ponyville was filled with celebrations and a ton of ponies next to the town hall. The pink pony was so excited to see that every pony kept coming back for more. She was gleaming with excitement and bouncing in place. There were gaming zones and most of the foals were located under the watchful eye of their parents, and a food stand zone where Pinkie and the cakes were located. There was a constant flow of customers and more kept coming back for more of Pinkie's new pastries. Pinkie, I have no idea how you managed to pull it off. but I think you've made the best pastry cream ever, Mrs. Cake complimented. Never tasted something so light, yet so filling at the same time. Mr. Cake chuckled. And to think you got this from tasting clouds. Pinkie narrowed her eyes and patted her mane. Yeah, and I got another secret to work with, she said. But, we're glad you made new friends, Mr. Cake continued. He and his wife turned away and shielded their faces with their hooves. But, did you have to bring that thing with you? Pinkie looked towards the sky god and all the pastries that it held aloft. It was far from the food stands, but still somehow right next to Pinkie Pie. Its mere existence messed with the senses. Several ponies were screaming hysterically, and some had buried their faces in dirt. One devoured a cake sloppily, then galloped and jumped through a window to get away from the blurry mass. There is no sky, it's just an infinity of fingers and toes scraping against the tapestry over and over again, another shouted through a bout of vague sanity. Phew, he's not doing anything, Pinkie said dismissively. Isn't that right, Sky God? She called out. A brief glance by the cake showed them that the thing hadn't moved, but Pinkie Pie shaped her mane into a thumbs up. How does she even know how to do that with her hair? Mr. Cake asked his wife. She doesn't even have conditioner. Shut up and keep selling the cakes. There's that one pony who keeps buying more, devouring them, then running around Ponyville, Mrs. Cake growled. Is he going to be okay at least? Mrs. Cake sighed. I hope so. I hope we'll be okay. Mr. Cake let his face drop onto the table. I should have stayed in bed. Me too, his wife agreed. The Pinkie Pie Incident by Sword Tune.
You have 3 hours.
We had walked ourselves into a classic Manhattan diner, the Morning and Night, owned by 2 stallions named Flapjack and Coffee Bean. They were polite folk, with Flapjack being from the countryside by the sound of his accent. Ma'ams, he had said, serving me a plate of blueberry pancakes and chocolate for my partner, Promise. Once he was out of our hair, my partner gave her a nervous glance. The records said they'd be here. Why don't I see the princess? I started sweating, partly because her anxiety was rubbing off, and partly because the atmosphere in the city of Manhattan, 1109 CE, was stale and choking. How were they going to find the source within 3 hours in a city like this? We were in the city 60 years before the incident swallowed it whole. The streets were more crowded than I could have imagined. They'll show up, I said. You see that guy? I pointed my hoof to a stallion sitting in a booth by the window. He had an old-fashioned notepad, actual paper, and wore a chevron moustache and short-cropped brown mane with streaks of grey running through it. Yes? Why? Matches the description of the reporter. That means we're close. The princess and the source should be arriving soon. This time, I was the one looking at my watch. 2 hours and 45 minutes. We didn't have a large window to complete our mission objective. According to the records, the reporter interviewed the princess and her friends for 2 hours. At that time, the source was spotted in the area. Our mission outfitter had done his homework at least. Promise had been given a replica of a late Celestia era dress, coated in purple sequins and accented with golden gemstones. For myself, a red turtleneck and beanie easily hid my warped horn and scars. From my shoulder hung a satchel which held all the relics of the time period to verify we had indeed found the source. I looked out to the faded notepad now, comparing it to the ones the reporter was scribbling in. The ink on mine was faded, but I could still make out what he was writing on the top page. It was a doodle of the princess punching a big horned centaur in the face. He's bored, my partner noted. They must be late. Or maybe he's early, I said. But none of that matters. This has happened already. We just need to wait and catch the source when she shows. What if we've changed too much? The source might suspect us. She might not even show up. That's impossible. The incident is decades away. She had no reason to suspect us. The only ones who are going to suspect us are the locals. My partner quieted down, but she was no less fidgety. The source had a habit of escaping. We learned this the hard way before time travelling, back when we thought we could contain in our own time. But it only took 16 months for the incident to spread from the source to the rest of the world, consuming everything in its wake. If we missed the window of opportunity, the only time where we knew the exact location of the source, there was no guarantee we'd be able to find it again.
2 hours and 30 minutes.
With that in mind, my partner headed for the road. I would have said something to bring her back, if I thought for a second that she'd listen. Instead, I kept an eye on her, watching as she paced up and down the street, her lips counting each step. I knew what she was doing. We had run drills for months in preparation for our mission, walking the streets of Manhattan in our own time, familiarizing ourselves with surviving maps and the devoured landscape of the city. But this looked nothing like the present. For one thing, the apartments across the street had been torn open, windows and walls, and all the food and drinks inside were gone without a trace. The streets were even and well maintained. Okay, they were maintained at least, despite the cracks and potholes. They were definitely in a better state now than after all the fighting to stop the spread of the incident. I pressed my beanie down, feeling my twisted horn underneath. It had been like that for as long as I could remember. "Look alive," Promise said, planting herself back in her seat and shoving a whole pancake into her face. "The source?" "No, just the princess and her friend, including the progenitor." "Then we're right on target. Everything is continuing just like the records said. The source is bound to show up." The bell above the door rang as Princess Twilight and her 5 friends walked in. Almost immediately, the reporter perked up and flipped to the next page in his notepad. I did the same. He started with the purple-haired mare, Rarity. According to the records, they were here to discuss her business ventures after all. Then he moved on, asking questions to the princess herself. She was smaller than either of us expected, a lot smaller than the towering mare she had grown into in her later decades, but her purple coat and the streak of pink in her mane was unmistakable. "Do you want me to order you a milkshake?" I looked from the notepad. "What?" "Milkshakes. Should I order you one?" "We're on a mission. The fate of all Equestria depends upon us finding the source, and you're thinking about milkshakes?" "We'll be loitering if we don't order anything," she said, pointing to both our plates. "And don't act like you're still not hungry. When was the last time we had actual cooked food to eat, not wheat paste and buck soup?" I pressed my lips together, trying not to think of my stomach now that she was talking about food. But she was right. The owners weren't going to let us take up a table for hours unless we kept ordering. "Fine, a strawberry milkshake," I told her, "and fries." By the time my partner had finished her second chocolate milkshake, the reporter had cycled through each of the interviewees, asking them about the grand opening of Rarity's boutique. I eyed the progenitor with special care. "Now?" "Not yet," I said, turning several pages ahead to the reporter's citing of the source. A simple, "What was that?" next to a doodle of the progenitor could, under other circumstances, be regarded as a passing thought of no consequence. It was a small note in his margins, but ironically scribbled next to the progenitor's comments about self-duplication. "Making copies of yourself always sounds like a great idea," he had quoted. I showed that page to Promise. "They haven't reached this part yet," I told her. "When they do, we'll know for sure that the source is in sight." She grabbed the notepad away from me and flipped through it. "Pinkie is a big spender," she read aloud, followed by 3 bit signs. If her appetite is anything like the sauce, she should have ordered something by now. The night is still young. She will. As if to prove my point, the progenitor stretched her hoof and waved over to Coffee Bean. Don't want to rush you, but are my pancakes ready? As tactful as the records say, I mused. See, she's already ordered. We have plenty of time. Except we are here this time, she said, and we've been making orders since 6 o'clock. What if we've changed so much that the pancakes don't come out in time? The sauce might not even come anymore. I reached out and put my hoof over hers before her sharpened whiskers turned to full-on shouts. Cool it. Nothing has changed. The kitchen can handle a few fries and milkshakes. I looked at every other plate in front of her, along with 2 orders of garlic bread and a plate of grilled zucchini. Orders right here, Pinkamena, Flapjack called out, bringing a half-metre high stack of pancakes. Celestia Almighty, I swore under my breath. Maybe you're related. Leaning in closer to me, Promise nodded her head towards the door. Coming in from the bustling street, a pink-coated pony in a trench coat and dark hat over her face walked in. She signalled to Coffee Bean and took the booth just behind the progenitor. The shady-looking one, my partner noted. Think that's the source? I wanted to believe she was, but there were dozens of pink and rose-coloured ponies in Manhattan. We passed too early before we even walked into the diner. Jumping too soon and causing a scene in the past could lead to irrevocable changes in the future, and not always for the better. I don't know, I told her, grabbing the notepad and listening in close to their conversation. And the rarity was all like, oh, how I wish I could make more copies of myself, the progenitor said. And did she? The reporter asked. I mean, Princess Twilight is known for her feats of magic. Yeah, making copies of yourself always sounds like a great idea, but before you know it, you're locked in a room with 50 Pinkie Pies watching paint dry. At the moment the progenitor swallowed a few pancakes whole, the stranger turned, lifting her hat when Flapjack went over to take the order. It was only a moment, but a long enough one that we both caught a good glimpse of her face. And she will have a face just like this picture, Promise whispered the words Princess Twilight had told us before we stepped onto that metal platform. What now? Should we grab her? No, too risky, I said. Riskier than losing her and going back to Equestria without chocolate? Who cares if we make a scene? We'll be out of here in a second. We had our little argument without either of us taking our eyes off the source. On the far side of the diner, the princess and her friends were chatting and drinking coffee, waiting for the reporter to call them to corroborate their friend's statements. There's a lot of ponies, I said. If I were her, I wouldn't leave through the front door. Let her take the alley door. We'll follow and corner her right by the machine. And right then, our waiter came over to our table. You 2 ladies doing all right? Flapjack was loud and confident, the bulk on his shoulders and back telling a lifetime of shucking hay bales and pulling ploughs. Yes, we were just thinking of something else we'd like to order, my partner said. Could you give us a few minutes? Right, Flapjack clicked his tongue. Thing is, I just came over from that table over yonder, and the lady there says you 2 have been oogling her since she came in. What's all this I'm hearing about cornering some pony? He tipped his head in the direction of the source. Reckon that'd make any pony uncomfortable. I laughed to hide my sudden discomfiture. We're just waiting for someone, that's all. She looks like a friend of ours, and we noticed how much she looks like Pinkie Pie over there. And we were going to, corner them to ask if they were related, that's all. But we're sorry, we'll keep our eyes to ourselves. Waiting for someone, huh? For what? Near 3 hours now? Flapjack checked the clock on the wall and then clicked his tongue. Yep, reckon so. Now either you 2 are the most patient gals in Equestria, or you ain't very good at spying whatever it is you're doing. Spying? Us? I laughed again. That's ridiculous. Sorry, Flapjack said, shaking his head with just tired resignation in his voice. She's a regular here, and if I'm being honest, you 2 have been here a while and it's getting kind of weird. Gonna have to ask you to pay your bill and leave. He gestured out the back door. What? My partner snapped, her voice spiking tenfold and drawing the eyes of the whole diner, including the princess. "You can't just kick us out! I demand to see your manager!" "You're looking at him," Flapjack said, shrugging. "Unless you want to talk to my husband. But he's a bit busy right now." He clicked his tongue and grinned. "With Princess Twilight and all, we're kinda busy." Slowly, I produced my purse from my bag and placed 72 bits on the table. "I understand. Sorry if we've bothered any, Pony." "Oath!" My partner shot me a surprised look. "What are you doing?" "The responsible thing. Trust me." I took it by a hoof and gave Flapjack a final nod before leaving through the back door, almost having to drag Promise with me into the alley. "How could you just walk out like that? The source saw us. She knows we're under her. It's just like the incident, always one step ahead of us." "Hey, can you chill for a second?" I snapped at her. "You understand that your outburst got more than just her attention, right? We're supposed to be discreet, but now our future's like a tree branch, full of budding directions and uncertainty. If we do anything out of the ordinary, Twilight told us that the future, our present, will be different every time." "It was always going to be different," Promise said back. "If we stop the source from causing the incident, what do you think is going to happen to us? Did you seriously think the new Princess Twilight will know who we are? How about the rest of the survivors?" I blinked, realizing that I hadn't given it much thought. I had been focused on capturing the source. "This is a one-way trip, Oath. The future we're going back to doesn't exist, but at least it'll be a future where the incident never happened." I looked sadly down at our watch. 10 minutes left. We were exiting the frame of certainty now. No, we had already left it when Promise shouted at Flapjack, but maybe it wasn't too late. "She asked Flapjack to kick us out," I said, feeling hope come back to me. "She wouldn't have done that if she planned on staying." "You think?" I nodded and then took my beanie off. My twisted horn glowed and I removed the concealing spell from the time machine. A circular metal plate lined with crystalline circuits all along the edge. It was so small it could have passed through a trash can lid if it wasn't so shiny. "Good, it's still warm," I said. "Let's cross the street and watch from there. And as soon as the source steps out, we grab her and hop on that machine as fast as we can. We'll be out of here before any pony has time to react." Promise stared at me. What happened to being subtle? "Well, you kind of threw that out the window when you asked to see the manager," I told her. Without waiting for a response, I set out, pounding the ground with my hooves as I went, almost tasting the victory. The source was onto us now, and if she ran at the first sight of me, I wasn't confident I could catch her, being the monster that she was. But I had something a little better than speed, and I trusted I could count on her. Sure enough, I hadn't gone more than 5 steps before I heard my partner's hooves clopping along after me. "What's our move if she runs?" Promise asked, as if reading my mind. "You run her down, I use magic," I said. "Together we'll herd her into the alley and onto the machine." We turned the corner, but at that moment our hearts sank. She was gone. "Where?" Promise took a shocked step back, looking around the street. She couldn't have gotten far. She just couldn't have. She was right there. Where could she have gone? The sound answered before I could. It was a whirling, electrical sound that came from the alley, and though I didn't want to look bad, I already knew. "Oath!" Promise yelled. "Oath, she's taking it! The source is taking the time machine!" "Oh, you bet!" cried its incessant rubbery squeak of a voice. "This is the best gift I've ever gotten for 2 strangers. I'll make sure to let them know it was you." I only found just enough will to move my legs and looked back down the alley of the morning and night, and I watched as the source of the incident, the magical copy of Pinkie Pie, flashed into the future. "Do you think," Promise asked me hopefully, "do you think that was enough? I mean, she won't be around to start the incident, will she?" My partner looked at me, and I looked at her, and all I could do was shrug. You never know with Pinkie Pies. The Best Joke Never Told by Jest. Pinkie Pie stood amidst her friends, with a grin on her face and a can of pop in her hoop. Before her, the other 5 ponies and 1 dragon that made up the closest circle of friends were laughing their heads off, howling in laughter. They grasped at their chair legs, held onto the table, or had given up and lay sprawled out on the ground. Spike rolled back and forth next to a bookshelf, occasionally pounding a hand against the ground. Rainbow Dash sat next to him, laughing hysterically, only to pause and wheeze as she struggled to fill her air with lungs. Applejack had tried to take a sip of water, but erupted in a fit of giggles, spraying the table before falling off her chair and rolling on the floor. Fluttershy held a book over her face, hiding the fact that she was laughing hard enough for her eyes to water and tears to start rolling down her face. Rarity tried to fight the urge, holding back only to erupt with laughter, all concern for wrinkles or ruining her makeup forgotten. Twilight looked a mix of confused and in the middle of a giggle fit powerful enough to make her horn occasionally spark with energy. "Pretty good, right?" Pinkie Pie remarked with a smirk, pausing to sip her drink. "Good? Sugar Cube, that was the funniest joke I've heard in my whole gosh darn life," Applejack proclaimed. "And then the stuff with the... How did you come up with that, Pinkie?" Spike muttered. "Just came to me the other day," Pinkie Pie replied with a shrug. "You need to go on tour or something, Pinkie Pie," Rainbow Dash declared, flying up to her friend and punching her in the shoulder. "Everyone should hear that joke." "I must say, darling, for once Rainbow Dash is right," Rarity added, dabbing at the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief. "You simply can't contain this amazing talent to just Ponyville. The whole of the world deserves to know your genius." "Well, I don't know about genius," Pinkie Pie murmured, scratching the back of her head. "Pinkie, that joke was so good you literally became an alicorn. I think it's fair to say that you are comedy genius." Twilight shot back, gesturing to the horn sitting on Pinkie's brow and the wings resting on her back. "I guess it was pretty good," Pinkie Pie muttered, a small blush creeping across her face. "Good? That was the best gosh darn thing I've ever heard," Applejack howled. "And unlike some of them so-called comedians, it wasn't some thinly veiled insult. Or a pop culture reference masquerading as a joke," Rainbow Dash added. "Exactly," Applejack agreed, clapping a hoof against the table. "I hate it when people do that." "It is unfortunate just how much of comedy is just some stallion being mean to people while standing on a stage," Fluttershy added. "And it isn't even insult comedy either," Spike added, throwing up his hands. "Yes, like that guy we saw in Las Pegasus," Rarity stated. "He was almost as good as that caricature artist," Twilight pointed out. "That mare was a riot. I loved how she gave Fluttershy those giant doe eyes. Perfect," Rainbow Dash remarked. He was a really good drawer," Fluttershy murmured. "I think we are getting a bit off topic, girls," Twilight interrupted. "Right, we were busy talking about how awesome Pinkie Pie is," Rainbow Dash added. "It was rather inspired, darling," Rarity stated. "Thanks, girls," Pinkie Pie bubbled. "I'm glad you liked it." "Liked it? We loved it," Rainbow Dash added. "Even Harmony loved the joke," Twilight interjected. "I think it's fair to say that you are the funniest creature to ever live," Applejack exclaimed. "That's very kind of you to say, but..." Pinkie Pie began, only to be interrupted by a sudden puff of purple smoke in the centre of the room. "Who dares attempt to take the crown of comedy from me, Discord?" Discord proclaimed, casting aside the wall of violet smoke like it were a curtain, revealing that he wore upon his brow a golden crown bearing a large letter C. "I'd save your breath if I were you, Discord," Spike began, the dragon standing up and brushing off his shoulders. "Pinkie Pie already took the crown. You just don't know it yet." "Yes, darling, I'm afraid you have been bested in this respect," Rarity added. What? How can you be so sure? Pinkie Pie is just a mortal... pony? Discord muttered, his jaw hitting the ground the moment he laid eyes on the now immortalised party pony. A pony, yes, but she sure ain't no mere mortal no more, Applejack pointed out. But how? When did this happen? Discord demanded. About an hour ago, Rainbow Dash replied. She told the funniest joke ever and then boom, alicorn. We've been laughing our butts off ever since. That's not how this works. Twilight, tell these pea-brained fools that's not how alicornation works. Discord pressed, picking up Twilight and shaking her. Use that big brain of yours for something other than annoyingly correcting my grammar. Alicornization isn't actually a word. The correct term would be immortalization, as harmony can gift great power to creatures of other races. It just doesn't happen as often, Twilight pointed out. Exactly. Now tell Pinkie Pie to stop fooling around and take those wings off, Discord ordered. Look, Discord, I'm as surprised as you are, but immortalization can happen for a multitude of reasons, Twilight replied, extracting herself from Discord's grasp and brushing his shoulders. The only real requirement is that Harmony deems the individual worthy. And trust us, she was sure as shoot worthy of them there wings, Applejack added. Aw, thanks Applejack, I really appreciate that, Pinkie Pie muttered. Don't you worry about it, None Sugar Cube, I'm just telling the truth, Applejack replied. Save your nauseating pleasantries for when I'm not around, Discord complained, green tongue rolling out of his mouth and hitting the floor. That wasn't very nice. You shouldn't demean the accomplishments of our friends, Fluttershy remarked. Yeah, what's gotten into you, big guy? Rainbow Dash mocked, shooting the Draconicus a smirk. Feeling emasculated? Poof! No, of course not. I'd never, Discord proclaimed, his nose growing with each statement. I'm just annoyed that some upstart punk is muscling in on my turf. Hey, I'm not a punk. I describe my aesthetic more as candycore, Pinkie Pie offered. Respectfully, darling, I don't think there is any word or combination of words that wholly encaptures your unique style, Rarity added. I'm talking about comedy, you surprisingly well-versed dolts, Discord proclaimed, throwing up his hands and catching them. I'm talking about how Pinkie Pie is stealing part of my portfolio. Okay, first off, Twilight began, gods having portfolios is from your Ogres and Obulettes game. Secondly, neither of you are gods. She is the Princess of Laughter, and thirdly, you're the Lord of Chaos. I fail to see how that significantly dismisses my point, Discord shot back. Chaos, laughter, they are two different things. Duh, Rainbow Dash retorted. They are intertwined, Discord proclaimed, tying himself into a knot, like the element of magic and being a buzzkill, or loyalty and going real fast. I agree with you on that last thing at least, Rainbow Dash muttered. That's not... Twilight sighed and massaged her temples. That's not how this works. Plus, we don't have that kind of immortality. We are not the personification of some primordial force. We are linked with it. Like how I am linked to the more abstract concept of friendship, and Pinkie Pie is... The alicorn of stealing people's stick, Discord interrupted, blowing a bitter raspberry at the pink alicorn. Pinkie Pie slurped and splattered red fruit from her face and swallowed it in a gulp. Oh, yummy, she muttered. Stop engaging with my antics. I'm trying to throw a tantrum here and you are not helping matters, Discord shouted. At least he's honest, Applejack remarked. Look, if this joke really is that funny, then wouldn't anyone who told it turn into an alicorn? Discord suddenly offered, gesturing about the room. You, with the head of eggs, Discord pointed to Twilight. Aren't you the least bit interested in seeing if it can be replicated? I admit I am curious, Twilight murmured. I wouldn't want to step on Pinkie's hooves, though. That's okay, Pinkie Pie offered, patting Twilight on the head. If you turn out to have a talent for comedy, I wouldn't mind sharing the stage. That just means there is more joy in the world after all. Oh, you would say something like that, Discord muttered bitterly. Goody Four-Shoes having razor-fragging... Anyway, Rarity loudly exclaimed, I'd say we go along with Discord's little tantrum. If for no other reason, then at least he will have nothing to complain about. Ha! Shows how much you know. Discord exploded. The Draconicus quickly reassembling himself. I have infinite complaints. Your hair is too bright. Rainbow Dash shouts when she talks. You are... Discord tapped his chin. Your curtains are ugly, Discord replied. I bought those curtains for Twilight's birthday, Fluttershy retorted. Ah, they're fine, just tell the darn joke already, Discord exclaimed. I'll give it a shot, Applejack offered, cracking her neck. Alright, so knock knock. Wait. The joke that earned the pink one alicorn hood was a knock knock joke? Discord exclaimed in disgust. Now I know you are all pulling my leg. Nope, that's just me. Sorry, you're just so stretchy, Pinkie Pie replied. No, it really was a knock-knock joke, Spike answered. Okay, fine, whatever, Discord dismissed. Just get on with the joke already. Yeah, supposed to ask who's there? Applejack retorted. Discord rolled his eyes and came up with the 2 ones. Fine, who is there? He deadpanned. I, Applejack began, only to frown. I'm not sure I can tell it right. Can't really do it justice, to be honest. What do you mean, do it justice? It's a flippin' knock-knock joke, Discord proclaimed. It's a really good knock-knock joke, Applejack shot back. Fine, whatever. You, prissy one, go, Discord ordered. Okay, Rarity agreed, clearing her throat. Knock knock. Who's there? Discord tiredly answered. Rarity paused. I can't really seem to do it justice either. When Pinkie Pie tells it, she puts such emphasis on the little things that I simply can't replicate. I know, right? Applejack exclaimed. I feel almost bad trying to copy it, like painting over a Mona Lisa. Ah, I am surrounded by idiots, Discord muttered to himself, running a hand down his face and across the finish line. That was very mean, Discord. Furthermore, I don't know what you have against knock-knock jokes, Fluttershy pointed out. It's just... knock-knock jokes are the lowest form of comedy, Discord exclaimed. That's not the lowest form of comedy. This is the lowest form of comedy, Rainbow Dash interrupted, farting on Discord. Oh, I think I'm going to throw up, Discord muttered, producing a fan from a pocket dimension and turning it on Rainbow Dash, sending the giggling Pegasus tumbling across the room. Sure, knock-knock jokes aren't the most sophisticated form of humour, but you haven't heard Pinkie Pie's, Rarity offered. I don't need to hear it to know it's trash, Discord dismissed. Seriously, when was the last time a knock-knock joke earned more than a polite chuckle? Just over an hour ago, Twilight answered. Discord spat. Honestly, it's like you don't know the first thing about humour. Hey, I do too, Pinkie Pie spouted, placing her forehooves on her hips. All good comedy is just storytelling with a bit of social commentary and a dash of disrupted expectations. Wrong, Discord shouted, only to recoil. Wait, that's actually correct, but not what I meant. What I meant was that jokes require them to involve someone present to be truly funny. Or it could be a joke on the reader or viewer, Pinkie Pie shot back. That's a kind of humour as well. That's lower than fart jokes, Discord remarked. Fourth wall breaks and meta humour are so lazy at this point, they've been done to death. Look, I think I speak for everyone here when I say there is an obvious solution to this entire debacle that will solve everything, Twilight offered. Oh, and what is that? Are you going to close the gas leak making you all insane? Discord shot back. I was going to suggest that Pinkie Pie simply tell her joke, Twilight retorted, glaring daggers at the Draconicus. Unless you feel like crying and carrying on some more. I do, but I will resist the urge for the moment, Discord admitted. Pinkie, you may dispense with your knock-knock joke. With pleasure, Pinkie Pie proclaimed, hopping into the centre of the room. All right, Discord. Knock, knock. Who's there? Discord asked. Pinkie Pie took a deep breath, opened her mouth and...
Cracked a can of soda, told a tale divine. Now they're rolling on the floor like laughter's a crime. Rarity's mascara's gone, Dash forgot to breathe. Applejack's off her rocker, kicking under the seat. Even Twilight's magic spark, she couldn't hold it in. They said it was the greatest joke since jokes had ever been. And poof, I got a horn, these wings surprise. Now I'm an alicorn, was that the punchline? Knock, knock, who's there? It's Pinkie with flair. A crown made of cupcakes and jokes in the air. No script, no spell, no prophecy found. Just one good laugh and boom, got crowned. I didn't ask for royalty, just a laugh to unfold. But now I've got wings and a halo made of gold. Discord dropped him with his ego and smoke. Said, you're not the queen of comedy, that's my joke. He wiggled, he groaned, he turned into a pretzel. Claimed my new domain made him existential. But every pony back me said, Pinkie, you're the best. Twilight brought a thesis just to lay his doubts to rest. Still he tried to steal the mic to prove me wrong. But the punchline landed and I own the song. Tell the joke, it's a knock knock duh. Can't be that, that's the magic of ha-ha. Then tell it now. Okay, I'm set. But you'll never hear it, that's the joke you won't forget. Knock, knock, who's there? Laughter in flight. A princess of puns in the star-speckled night. You wanna hear the joke? You already know it's the one so funny I stole the show. Forget fate or prophecy, chaos or crown. This punchline's enough to bring the house down. I told the best joke, and I'll never tell. Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
100 Things Pinkie Pie Isn't Allowed to Do by Mare Mare. 1. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to drink coffee. Point 1. That also includes any kind of coffee variety. Point 2. Pinkie Pie is now also not allowed to drink tea with sugar. Point 3. Any drink with sugar or caffeine is prohibited for her. 2. Whenever Pinkie Pie throws a party, she isn't allowed to invite every pony from neighbouring cities or towns unless they have family and friend connections. 3. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to bring into Ponyville a new friend she made in the Everfree Forest. Point 1. That also includes friends found anywhere else. Point 2. That especially includes changelings. 4. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to pony nap anyone who wasn't at her party despite being invited. Point 1. That also includes any pony who didn't excuse themselves from it. Point 2. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to pony nap in general. Seriously, did I have to write it down? 5. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to break the town's bank to buy every pony any kind of sweets. Point 1. She's also not allowed to steal from any rich pony. Wearing a green costume and a bow doesn't allow it either. 6. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to change the law book to have sweets being a right for every pony. Point 1. What are you gonna do about it? Point 2. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to write in this list too. 7. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to teach foals how to ignore the laws of gravity. Point 1. That includes any law of physics. Point 2. And magic. How are you even able to as an earth pony? 8. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to play several instruments at once. Only allowed to borrow any musical instrument as long as they will be used against parasprites, but she has to bring them back. Point 1. And a magician being corrupted by an alicorn amulet. 9. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to build or organise anything with derpy hooves, unless there is a supervisor looking after them. 10. No Equestria-wide pranks! How are you even able to change every pony's manes overnight? 11. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to change the Royal Guard's armour to clown costumes. Point 1. This also includes changing them to animal costumes. Just don't touch the Royal Guard's armour, understood? Yes? Rule 6.2, Pinkie Pie! Point 2. Don't touch the princess's uniform too. Yes, seeing Celestia in a rabbit costume was funny, but she's the highest royalty in Equestria. 12. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to put sleep pills into Princess Celestia's drinks to keep the party rocking. Point 1. In my drinks too. Point 2. Pinkie Pie, don't put sleeping pills into any pony's drink. 13. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to challenge Princess Celestia to a prank war. 14. We will not fly to the moon to party with Nightmare Moon. Point 1. We won't use any form of transportation either. 15. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to overthrow Princess Celestia to make each day a party day. Point 1. There is absolutely no reason you would be allowed to overthrow Princess Celestia. Point 2. That also includes starting a revolution. Point 3. No one is expecting the Pinkie Pie Inquisition is also not a reason. 16. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to throw a dragon's party in Ponyville anywhere near and in Ponyville. 17. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to change our currency to lollipops. Point 1. Or chocolate pieces. Point 2. Just don't change our bits into anything. Point 3. You're also not allowed to make a cryptocurrency called Ponycoin. 18. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to replace the apples in Sweet Apple Acres with marshmallows. Point 1. This also includes cupcakes. Point 2. Or any kind of sweets. Point 3. Mangoes too. 19. Pinkie Pie isn't allowed to genetically change the apples in Sweet Apple Acres to chocolate. 20. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to replace cotton cloths with cotton candy. Point 1. Pinkie Pie is also not allowed to eat her dress in front of Rarity. It doesn't matter if it's cotton candy or from anything else. Don't eat Rarity's dress. 21. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to argue against Octavia Melody that mayonnaise is an instrument. Point 1. I will not ask how you played that music with it, but please don't do it ever again. She hasn't been playing for weeks now. 22. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to pour sugar into our water system. Point 1. That also includes the river or any seas. Point 2. Pinkie Pie is also not allowed to travel to the ocean to pour sugar into it. How were you even able to gather a mountain-sized pile of it? 23. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to replace the clouds with cotton candy. We had several Pegasi falling to the ground trying to sit on them. 24. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to race Rainbow Dash. Point 1. Rainbow Dash is not allowed to challenge Pinkie Pie back. I don't care if you lost to her twice. 25. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to throw a party for animals in Ponyville. Point 1. That also includes monsters. Point 2. That especially includes those being locked in Tartarus. 26. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to free Discord from being a statue. Point 1. Discord is also not allowed to edit this list. Point 2. That rule will stay no matter if Discord has already been set free. 27. Pinkie Pie and Discord are not allowed to throw a party together. 28. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to plan anything with Discord. 29. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to follow Discord's plans. 30. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to do anything Discord suggests to make it appear on the list. Point 1. Discord, I will not make a list like this one for you. Point 2. Pinkie Pie is also not allowed to make a list of things Discord isn't allowed to do. Things Discord should be doing is especially forbidden. 31. Pinkie Pie isn't allowed to use the mirror pool to duplicate herself. Point 1. I don't care if it's sealed now, it will stay here. 32. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to fly into the sun to see how many manticores are needed to defeat it. Point 1. Pinkie Pie is also not allowed to fly to the moon to replace it with cheese. 33. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to bring her counterpart from a mirror portal into our world or exchange places with her. Point 1. Even if you are the Pinkie Pie from the other world, those rules apply to you too. Pinkie Pie from the other world is not allowed to throw sprinkles. 34. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to ask Twilight if an unstoppable force would move an immovable object. Point 1. She is not allowed to ask her any paradox questions. 35. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to bring any beings from different universes, stories, or however she calls them into our world. Point 1. That also includes bringing our world into theirs. 36. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to erase anyone's memory so she can throw another welcome party. Point 1. She is also not allowed to erase my memories to make me forget about this list. 37. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to start a cult just to make a cult party. Point 1. This also includes starting a new religion. 38. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to read clotfics to any pony. Point 1. Pinkie Pie is also not allowed to tell how many bronies ship which pony with whom. Point 2. She is also not allowed to take fanfics as inspiration. 39. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to bury Ponyville in candy. Point 1. That also includes cupcakes. Point 2. If I ever wake up finding Ponyville buried under anything and it was you, I will make you eat everything for yourself. How even...
40. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to pour helium into our town. Yes, the voices were funny.
Point 1. Yay! Rule 6.2. 41. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to buy or use Trixie's fireworks. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to use any fireworks. Point 1. She is also not allowed to challenge Trixie on who can make the bigger explosion. 42. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to teach foals that the meaning of life is shinny/to die. 43. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to borrow Twilight's wings. Point 1. That includes any body parts. And those of other ponies. Other creatures count too. 44. Don't ever sing to the Appaloosan and Buffalo ever again. 2 times was already enough. 45. We won't execute any pony who broke the Pinkie Promise. Point 1. We won't banish them to the moon too. Point 2. We won't post wanted posters of them with the caption, dead or alive. A Pinkie Promise is a you problem. If anyone is dumb enough to give one and break it, it's their fault and you can do with them whatever you want. Just don't drag me into it. 46. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to attend any chess tournaments ever again. Point 1. She is not allowed to attend any board game tournament ever again. 47. If you need to ask, don't do it. 48. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to say, just as my pinky senses have foretold, whenever I ask her if anything was her fault. Point 1. I don't care if the pinky sense is real, Princess Twilight. Point 2. Ups is also not the correct reply. Point 3. You can't prove anything will not be taken as undeniable evidence. 49. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to change our national anthem to Laughter Song. Point 1. As much as I want to see the Royal Guards sing and dance the piggy dance, this is also not allowed. 50. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to pay for a changeling to turn into her and take responsibility for what she did. Point 1. Persuading counts 2. 51. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to prescribe cupcakes as medication. Point 1. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to prescribe anything as medication. 52. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to start a black market trading with candies or any other form of sweets. 53. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to dress up as an officer and make the Royal Guards bake her cupcakes. 54. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to turn into an alicorn. 55. Any rule here is not made to destroy the fun, but to protect every pony around you. Point 1. I am not a meanie for making these rules. 56. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to give orders to preserve the timeline, especially if the order is baking thousands of cupcakes. 57. Cupcakes are not the solution during an invasion. Point 1. Same goes for more cupcakes. Point 2. Bigger cupcakes too. 58. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to declare war because she wasn't invited to a party. 59. If we're speechless, it means, what the hey did you do? Not, that sounds like fun. 60. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to divide by 0. Point 1. Princess Twilight, get off that list. The last digit of pi is not 3. 61. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to teach enemies how they would have won. Point 1. She is also not allowed to make a list of lists of things the baddies shouldn't do to win against the goodies. 62. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to release Fluttershy's chicken to see why they crossed the road. 63. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to prove to Lyra Heartstrings that humans exist. Point 1. Don't ever put those hands prosthetics on her. 64. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to replace Derpy's muffins with cupcakes. One unpredictable pony is already enough to bear. Point 1. She's also not allowed to argue with Derpy that cupcakes are better than muffins. 65. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to build a 50-meter high party horn. Thanks Celestia, we were able to stop her before she used it. 66. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to pretend to be a twin who doesn't know what Pinkie Pie did. Point 1. Pinkie Pie is also not allowed to pretend to be an evil twin. 67. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to follow Princess Luna into the dreams of other ponies. Point 1. Especially mine. I am dealing with you already during the days. 68. Whenever a new stone comes to Ponyville, Pinkie Pie is not allowed to pretend to be in a dating sim. Point 1. That includes mares too. 69. Don't grin at me like that. 70. Pinkie Pie and Starlight Glimmer are not allowed to write a communist manifesto. Point 1. Same includes the Independence Declaration. We are not a democracy. 71. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to burn a cornfield to make popcorn. 72. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to build a chocolate factory to make a chocolate river. Point 1. She is also not allowed to replace the water in Cloudsdale with chocolate. Point 2. Don't replace our water system with a chocolate system. Point 3. Don't replace anything with chocolate. 73. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to travel back in time to do the things on this list before they were written down. Point 1. Especially this one. 74. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to leave Ponyville and come back 5 minutes later with a moustache pretending to be Mr. Not Pie. Point 1. Or wearing a wig pretending to be Mrs. I'm Not Pinkamena. Point 2. That also includes wearing a black-red alicorn costume pretending to be Mary Sue. 75. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to use poison jokes on any pony, especially me. Yes, I did everything on this list during that. No, I don't want to repeat any of them. 76. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to ask Princess Twilight to replace me. 77. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to build a duplicate of Ponyville and carry me there while I sleep in hope to get rid of me. 78. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to lock me in my room and place a puppet to fool any pony that it's me. Point 1. I will have a talk with my staff about how they thought it was me for 2 days. 79. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to build a new town and make every pony except for me move there. 80. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to dispute my position as a mayor. 81. Don't ever give Princess Twilight an unsolvable Rubik's Cube again. Point 1. Same goes for unsolvable riddles. 82. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to refer to Starlight Glimmer as the second Sunset Shimmer. Point 1. She is also not OP. 83. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to found a new nation where chocolate and soda are flowing. 84. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to demand from me to let her ponies go. 85. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to foretell during a competition commentary who will win. 86. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to say this list is fake news. 87. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to refer to our species as Gen 4. 88. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to replace our homes with replicas made of sweets. 89. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to give Spike green glowing crystals to turn him into Godzilla. Point 1. Same goes for your pet gummy. 90. You are not a statue who can only move when no one is looking at you. Point 1. However, you're only moving when I'm blinking. Stop it. 91. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to refer to herself as Dr. Bright. Point 1. I don't care if Dr. Bright has a similar list. You're not him. Point 2. You're also not Skippy. 92. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to suggest any pony to climb into her mane. We needed 3 ponies to get that filly out of there. 93. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to take Sunset Shimmer's Geo, give it to any pony, and let that pony touch her. Point 1. That explains so much. 94. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to ask around how she can add 7 additional rules on that list. 95. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to use this list as her CV. Point 1. How were you hired? 96. Don't even think about something special for the 100th rule. Point 1. You know what? I have it already written just so you won't come up with anything. 97. I'm just Pinkie Pie being Pinkie Pie is not an excuse for anything. 98. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to turn this list into a song. 99. Pinkie Pie is not allowed to throw a party for the 100th rule added to the list. 100. If anything isn't on the list, it doesn't mean you're allowed to do it. Point 1. Yes, it is an anticlimactic rule. This is from a blog post written by Gapt. Pinkie Pie is Dead by Categorical Grant. Chuckling to herself, Rainbow Dash bursted through the doors of Twilight's castle. Turning a sharp corner, she whizzed to a stop in front of the castle's famed friendship map. Goodness! Fluttershy gasped. You really do look happy today, Rainbow Dash. You sure do, tagged on Applejack. What's got you in such a sunny mood? Oh man, Rainbow Dash breathed, grinning ear to ear. Pinkie and I just pulled off the most awesome prank of all time. You guys really should have been there. I can't do it justice. There was no immediate reply as Rainbow Dash's friends, assembled for their weekly meeting, exchanged worried glances. Finally, Twilight Sparkle spoke up. Take a seat, Rainbow. We should really have a talk. Rainbow Dash groaned and rolled her eyes as she flitted over to her castle throne. Gross! Sounds like this is some lame lecture or something. Rarity cleared her throat. We're just worried about you, darling. You seem a bit detached from reality, and we want to make it better. Rainbow Dash cocked an eyebrow. Detached? How? Twilight spoke again. It's just that loss can be hard to take, you know? And we want to make it clear that we're all here for you. Rainbow Dash sighed and rolled her hoop in the air anxiously. Get to the point, I don't have all day. Rainbow, Pinkie Pie has been dead for 4 years, Twilight delivered calmly. Rainbow Dash scrunched up her face. Ha ha, guys, hilarious. I know you guys got me good at our last sleepover with that whole clouds are illegal after 10 PM thing, but I'm not that gullible. Rainbow, I know this hurts, Fluttershy cooed, reaching over to grasp her friend's hoof gently, but it's time to let Pinkie go. She would want you to live your life to the fullest, not in the past. Rainbow Dash yanked her hoof away and glowered at her little yellow friend. This is a really weird joke, you guys. I just saw Pinkie Pie this morning. Guilt-induced hallucination. Quite common in the literature, actually, explained Twilight, a clinical polish to her voice. Upon feeling the pairs of eyes drilling into her, she punctuated her statement with an awkward grin. Nothing to be ashamed of? Consarn it. I understand how you feel, Dash, Applejack added solemnly, taking off her hat and placing it over her barrel. That stallion should never have gone flying while drunk. Darn it, I hated him for so long before I finally learned the beauty of forgiveness. But the accident wasn't your fault. This is really messed up, guys, Rainbow Dash protested, her bottom lip starting to tremble. Stop it, seriously. Rarity pouted and looked into Rainbow Dash's eyes. We're here for you, darling. We can work through this together as friends. It's like I always said, Dashy, Pinkie Pie chimed in. The only way to move past the crippling trauma and guilt of a flying accident is with the love and support of your friends. Pinkie Pie is right, Rainbow Dash. In fact, Pinkie Pie! Screeched Twilight, her widened eyes filled with terror. You? Fluttershy immediately burst into a fit of sobs and flew across the room, latching onto Pinkie Pie and burying her face into her barrel. Geez, Fluttershy, I know I forgot your brother's half-birthday last month, but this is a little excessive, don't you think? I don't understand. We buried you at the rock farm. I saw it with my own eyes, Applejack protested, her mouth agape. Well, apparently some pony forgot to invite me over, Pinkie pouted, still patting at the sobbing Fluttershy's head. I love burials, especially when there's an open bar. Rarity tried her best to sputter something out. But when I'm at Sugar Cube Corner, the cakes. I have a nice little condo at the edge of town now. Don't worry, I still visit Pound and Pumpkin Cake at night. Shaking in her seat, Twilight brought her hoof to her head. So, the last 4 years, you've been alive? How come you never told us? I was always inviting you guys to hang out with Pinkie and I, Rainbow scowled triumphantly, but you guys never took the offer. Because we thought you were having guilt hallucinations, Twilight's voice shook. Oh, Dashy definitely has guilt hallucinations about me, Pinkie agreed, like all the time. Rainbow Dash slapped the table with a hoof in a fit of clairvoyance. Oh, so that's why there's two of you sometimes. It all makes sense now. Starlight Glimmer walked into the chamber casually. Hey, every pony, she greeted, before walking around the table and placing a hoop on Pinkie's shoulder. Nice to see every pony in one place. Fluttershy lifted her sobbing face from Pinkie's fur. You knew Pinkie was alive? Starlight's eyes perked up. She is? She did a double take at Pinkie, who smiled back at her. I thought I was just having a 4-year-long guilt hallucination. That was a nasty accident after all. Spike then entered the room, whistling as he wheeled a tray of cookies for his friends. Spike! Twilight pleaded, gesturing with her head toward the other occupants of the room. Please tell me you caught some of what just happened. He asked, wiping his claws on a dish towel absent-mindedly. I don't pay much mind to things anymore. We're all just inside of Princess Celestia's dying fever dream anyway. Oh, come on, Spiky Poo. Now that's truly ridiculous. Rarity scolded. Indeed, truly ridiculous. Princess Luna's voice echoed from everywhere at once. Twilight's muzzle scrunched up. Princess Luna? Yes? Are we in Princess Celestia's dying fever dream right now? No. As I said, that would be ridiculous. Okay, but what about... No further questions! Fluttershy had somewhat recovered by this point and wiped her tears away with a hoof. I guess the real question is, what is reality? Well, philosophically speaking, the basis of reality would have to be a being of pure act with no potency, Starlight answered. I think that's a very shallow reading of Equinus, actually, Twilight tacked on. You see, Starlight. Hey, eggheads! Let's talk clearly for once, huh? Rainbow Dash demanded. You're the one with the hallucinations, Dashy, Pinkie Pie teased, ending with a chortle. From then on, the whole group laughed together. Trixie closed the ring document forcefully. So Starlight, tell me what you think of my pilot. Starlight grimaced and inhaled through her teeth. Trixie, that was really terrible. Trixie scowled at her friend. What do you mean? Do you really think any pony would act like that? How did Pinkie survive? Not to mention, what was all that garbage with it all being in Princess Celestia's head? Trixie snorted and turned up her muzzle at Starlight. Well, Starlight, it is clear you don't have the IQ points to understand the subtlety inherent in all of the great and powerful Trixie's literary works. Starlight pursed her lips together and almost said something snarky back, but stopped herself. Sure, Trixie, whatever you say. That's right, whatever I say, and since Trixie's best friend hates her magnum opus, that means it's sure to be a hit with the board of directors at the Pony Network. Her thoughts concluded. Trixie lifted the script in her magic and marched out of her caravan trailer into town. Starlight was left sitting alone and sighed. You chuckled as you finished recounting the story. And so, with another one of Trixie's get-rich-quick schemes coming down the pipeline, My Little Pony Friendship is Magic came to an end. You smiled, wiping a tear from your eye. Truly, one of the most revolutionary final episodes in all of television. I wish you could have seen it for yourself.
Great Grandpa, I saw it yesterday on the HoloNet.
your great-granddaughter answered from her bed.
It wasn't anything like what you said. I'm really not sure where you got any of that.
Are you questioning my memory? You glared down at her. I fought in the war, you know. I didn't watch any platoon get torn to shreds by Cameroonian robot commandos just to secure you the freedom to get smart with me. You pointed at her threateningly.
That's great, Pop-Pop,
she answered.
I'm going to ascend to the astral sphere now. Make sure you turn off the lights, okay?
She half asked, half commanded as she placed her quantum VR goggles on her head. As your descendant's conscious being transformed into digital code for virtualization, you crossed your arm and leaned back into your rocking chair. You kids! You know, in my day, we didn't even elect our president. Instead, beating George Bush Sr. in a boxing match secured you the office. It became a problem after he died, since it's difficult to lose to a corpse in boxing. Still possible, of course, but difficult.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out!
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day!
I'm telling you, Joe, I've seen this research firsthand.
Alex Jones declared, pounding the table with his fist.
They took me into a lab under the University of Washington where they're conducting all this research on. And they mentioned aliens, okay? And they pumped me up with drugs, and I saw all sorts of stuff.
That's crazy, man.
Joe Rogan replied, nodding slightly.
You're telling me, first I saw all these colorful creatures running around doing some sort of ritual for a big death cult or something. And then there was this dragon trying to feed them baked goods made of pure psychic energy.
Okay, now the psychic dragon absolutely sounds like something you'd see on DMT.
Joe Rogan butted in, shaking his finger in excitement.
I got this buddy who... Hold on. Jamie, look up DMT dragon cookies.
Okay, but while he's doing that, I gotta keep going.
Alex Jones continued with manic urgency.
Then they started debating the attributes of God. But it gets weirder because one of them tried to make a demonic pact with a media company. And see, Joe, this is how I know that CNN and SMBC are all in bed with the interdimensional beings. And then there was this old man reading to his granddaughter and...
He bit his lip as he fought back tears.
Jamie, how long have we been going? 7 hours. Should we stop?
No.
Alex Jones cut back.
I thought way more.
Gummy? Gummy! Pinkie Pie's pet alligator slowly focused his eyes on his owner, who was standing muzzle to muzzle with him. What were you daydreaming about, my little gator, huh? She asked him, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. Gummy slowly blinked one eye, then the other. Well, anyway, Rainbow Dash is going to take me on a piggyback ride through the most dangerous flying route in Equestria. They say that on any given day, more than 40% of flyers are drunk and dangerous. You want to come with? Gummy stood silent and unmoving, an Ozymandian monolith on Pinkie's baking counter. Okay, have it your way. I'll see you tonight. Pinkie Pie beamed, a smile at him, and turned tail to leave. La 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 la. Slowly, Gummy licked one of his eyeballs.
their colors blur and bend. They speak of death, of life, of ends. Their laughter trembles, cracks in glass, while time drips slow and moments pass. I am the silence they never hear, an alligator dreaming clear. Blink once for truth, blink twice for lies. The void reflects in Pinkie's eyes. They argue God's hallucinations, mortals bound in explanations, fevers, pranks, and cosmic schemes. I stand unmoved inside their dreams. What is real when laughter dies? Is it memory or disguise? Their wings may break, their hearts may mend, but nothing stops the stillness. Silence they never hear, an alligator dreaming clear. Blink once for void, blink twice for again. Slowly I lick the eye that sees the truth that crawls on brittle knees. Pinkie hums and leaves the room. I linger blinking at the
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony by the way. Subscribe, join the cult of nine. Ring that bell, awaken the spirits. It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel.
Wanna Play by Opium 4 T Mass S. When Anna was a baby, her mother used to toss her in the air and catch her. She'd giggle and squeal each time she was airborne. The feel of the warm summer sun and air caressing her made her happy. Then one day her mum missed. Anna never knew for sure just how accidental it was. Though she grew to have her suspicions, she knew that everything got dark suddenly, and when she woke up she hurt all over. She cried and nobody came. They never came. As she wept she heard it. From the darkness a small soft voice hummed a little tune. It was peaceful and somehow wrapped itself around her and comforted her. The pain she felt melted away from that point on. She was never without it. When Anna got a little older and learned how to talk, she learned what it called itself. Derpy. The years drug on in the small trailer on the edge of Humansville. The longer they dragged, the taller Anna grew. Her dark brown hair was often uneven due to the haircut she had to give herself. Her pale skin and light blue eyes gave her a slightly ghostly appearance that caused the other children to shy away from her and give her the nickname Haint. In truth, the only ones who hung out with her were the voices in the dark and her younger brother, Ryan. Ryan was 4 years old and her opposite in almost every way. His light blonde curly hair sat mounted on the top of his head. Somehow he had a rosy complexion, even though Anna never really saw him eat anything at dinner, and cheery blue eyes filled with delight and mischief. When he wasn't tagging along with Anna, he plopped himself down in front of the TV for hours on end, watching cartoons to his heart's content. Anna loved Ryan, even if she preferred to be alone in her room to the sounds of the voices that lived in those moments when nobody was home. She'd lie on her bed and close her eyes and speak quietly to her friend Derpy, who would share secrets with her and would warn against certain courses of action. When she was 6, she told Anna not to hang out with Jarvis Peterson, who was heading to the creek to go frog gigging. That day he stepped on a hollow log into a beehive and was stung to death. On that day she knew never to doubt the advice of Derpy, but also decided to not let anyone know she existed, especially her mother. She'd just get mad, and when she got mad, it was hard for Anna to sit down for a good while. One day, after her mother had been particularly cross with Anna, she found herself in front of the TV with Ryan. Her backside and shoulders ached fiercely as she leaned forward on the couch. "What are you watching?" she asked him. "My Little Pony," he said with glee. "It's funny." "I never heard of it, and it looks new. When did we start getting this in?" she asked, knowing the TV only got 3 stations on a good day. Ryan shrugged and continued giggling at the show. Yet, as he giggled, something about the show seemed unusual. It wasn't just that it was unusually clear, it was the fact that it seemed almost lifelike. The more she watched, the closer she crept toward the TV. The happy characters and bright colours filled her with a sense of wonder she did not know she was missing. "Don't look too close," said Derpy quietly. "What? You heard me. This isn't something you should be watching." "Well, he's watching it. Why can't I?" Derpy fell silent as the front door to the trailer swung open and her mother, a skinny, pock-faced woman, strode in with 2 paper bags in her arms. "Haint! Don't just sit there, damn it! Get the rest or I'll tan your ass again!" Anna muttered to herself as she went out to the small car and grabbed as much as a little girl could and brought it into the trailer. After a couple of trips the task was done, even if Anna muttered the whole time. "Why doesn't Ryan ever have to do anything?" "What did you say?" growled her mum. Anna covered and muttered, "Nothing, just going to watch the TV." Her mother grunted indecipherably as Anna sat back down in front of the TV. "You're lucky," she said to Ryan. "She loves you." Ryan ignored her and continued to giggle at the show. The ponies bounded about on screen, sang songs, and got into antics. Anna felt like she could get used to this show. As she leaned forward, paying closer attention to it. For the better part of 6 episodes, she leaned forward and watched with ever-growing interest, eventually moving from the couch to the floor in front of the TV. "Don't get too close to the screen," warned Derpy. Anna rolled her eyes. "Or what? I'll go blind?" "No," replied Derpy fearfully. "You're being weird, Derpy," she said, leaning back into the coffee table. She winced as she made contact with it. When Anna finally got used to the feeling, she closed her eyes and sighed. "It's just a cartoon. Nothing happens with cartoons." The words left her mouth and echoed through the air. Anna closed her eyes and listened to the ringing sounds of silence that echoed through the small trailer. It was as if all sound in the world had vanquished in an instant and had been replaced with a low audible ringing as her ears tried to find something, anything to focus on. When she tried to open her eyes, Derpy implored her to keep them shut as a foul stench slowly wound its way up her nose and through the room. Anna's pulse quickened as she bit her lower lip, afraid to open her eyes, but afraid to keep them shut. After what felt like hours, Anna opened her eyes and tilted her head forward. When she did, her gaze locked with the gazes of her brother, who was now in front of her, and 2 of the ponies on the TV screen. She quirked her brow as she stared into their gazes. She shifted uncomfortably on the floor to the left and then to the right as the 3 continued to track her every movement. "Don't move," pleaded Derpy. Anna broke into a panicked sweat as she continued to stare at the trio. Her heart beat wildly in her chest as they continued to stare. Finally, in a low, unearthly voice, they spoke in unison. "Meet!" Anna shrieked and bolted from the TV. "Mum! Mum!" she screamed as she ran to the pock-marked woman. "Haint, what the hell are you screaming for?" Anna quickly explained what had happened in the living room, that Ryan was acting creepy in front of the TV and doing whatever the characters on the show were doing. Her mum cocked her head back questioningly. "Who's Ryan?" "My brother," replied the astonished Anna. "Girl," began her mum as she lit her menthol, "you ain't got a brother. You never had one." "Yes, I do," shouted Anna, her eyes wide in disbelief. "He's right over." She turned and pointed at where he was standing. If her eyes could have widened more, they would have. Her hand trembled as she pointed at the nothing that was there. "Shit, girl, you ain't even got the TV on," replied her mother as she took a drag. "You just stare at that damn thing like it's on." "But he was there," Anna whispered. "You calling me a liar?" "I swear to God he was there." "Don't you go bringing God into this, you little brat," growled her mum, who then grabbed Anna by her arm and dragged her off to her room. "Stop, please," she begged as she was left by her bed. "I don't have time for you and your brand of crazy. Tyler's coming over tonight and it's me time. Your little rant just cost you dinner, hain't? Now you sit in here with your belly empty and you think about what you and your line did," scolded her mum as she closed the door behind her. Anna laid on the floor and cried. It wasn't just because her body hurt or because her mum had yelled at her, but mostly Ryan. For 4 years she lived with that little ball of smiles and joy. During that time, even though he never got in trouble, he had been the one nice person in her life. She curled up in a ball and wailed into her clenched fists when the voice returned and with it a kind of breeze that dried her eyes. "I'm so sorry, Anna," said Derpy as the calming warmth washed over Anna. "I didn't know it could do that. I didn't know your mum was still that way. I never saw..." Anna choked on her sobs and muttered, "Not your fault. Some days I wish you would have just killed me." "Don't wish that." The soft warm breeze was combined with the soft scents of summer, much like those Anna had known when she was a baby. The sensations washed over her as Derpy continued. "It's my fault. I'm not strong enough to really keep you safe the way I should. I kept hoping that at some point others would see what a wonderful little girl you really are, and that you deserve so much more kindness than you've been given. They call me Haint." "No," said Derpy. "You're Anna, and if I can, I'll do whatever I might to keep them away from you." Anna sniffled and slowly sat upright. "What are they? Why me?" Derpy sighed. "Predators, the darkness, pick whatever you want to call them. They live in the hopes and fears of children everywhere. They like to play games with them and pretend to be whatever it is they want most. Then, when they get hungry enough, they come for whoever it is that crossed their path." "Maybe I should just let them eat me," sighed Anna. "Not being here can't be that bad." "No," said Derpy with finality. "I won't let them. I may not be a match for your mum, but these things don't deserve you." Anna sighed as she stood and looked out the window at the late afternoon sun. The sky was orange and tinged with purples and blues as the sun began to sink over the horizon. "I'm tired," she said flatly. "Get some rest," said Derpy. "I'll let you know when to move." The sounds of moaning and creaking woke Anna in the dim light. Tyler was here, and apparently there was nothing else to do. Anna sighed as she stared up at the ceiling. Physically, she didn't ache anymore, though her heart felt hollow. She missed Ryan, even if he wasn't real, and sighed again sadly as the mists began to grow around her eyes. "Anna, are you awake?" asked Derpy quickly. "Yeah." "You need to hide. It's here," exclaimed Derpy. "Quick, under the bed, and don't move." Anna did as she was told and slid under the small bed. Once there, she felt what could only be described as a warmth wrap around her. Yet no sooner did she feel that warmth, than heard the soft stomping of hoofs along the carpet in the living room, making their way to her bedroom door. She curled up into a ball and watched her door slowly open as 4 pink hooves slowly trekked about her tiny room.
"Gosh, you sure are a good hider,"
said the unnaturally happy voice.
"I bet I'm going to have to work super duper hard to find you."
"Just stay quiet," whispered Derpy, "and don't move." Anna watched as the pink pony stalked about. Her hair reminded her of Ryan's, if only pink. The pony even had a puffy tail and 3 happy balloons on its rear flank. A part of her thought it was silly that she was hiding from such a character, yet deep down she knew she had to listen to Derpy.
Come out, wherever you are,"
the strange pink pony sang out as it hopped out of the room. Anna heard the words, but they contradicted with the feeling she could sense from her. It was angry, hungry, and growing rapidly impatient. The pink pony with the picture of balloons on her flank did not like this game. The pink pony did not like hunting her prey. "Who is that?" whispered Anna. "Pinkie Pie, now stay quiet."
"Who wants a party?"
said Pinkie, entering the room again.
"Pinkie Pie style. We'll have cupcakes and balloons and magic, and Twilight Sparkle will be there. So will Fluttershy, Rarity, Rainbow Dash, Applejack, and of course yours truly. It will be the bestest, most funnest time just for you."
Anna slowly crawled backwards until her feet touched the wall behind her while watching the pink toon hooves pace back and forth. Anna covered her mouth. She then held her breath when the hooves stopped directly in front of her position.
You're really starting to piss me off!
Pinkie growled under her breath, dropping her nice act as she turned around and around, trying to think where she might be. Anna slowly began to inch her way along the wall. Her foot barely scraped against it, yet in the dark of that room it may have been as loud as a cannon. "Quiet!" hissed Derpy. "If you keep moving like that, we will find you." Anna looked up and saw that somehow Pinkie Pie had disappeared. Cautiously, Anna crawled away from the wall to see where the pink pony was at. Moonlight flooded the room from the window, making it easier to see and watch, but as Anna looked about, the pink pony was nowhere to be found. "I don't like this," whispered Derpy. "I don't like this one bit."
Gotcha!
Squealed Pinkie as her face flooded the space underneath her bed. It smiled sweetly. Anna bit her tongue. The coppery taste of blood filled her mouth as she tried not to scream. Her heart leapt into her throat as she did her best to hold her breath, but failed poorly at it as the face stared at her. Gazing into the pink pony's friendly open eyes, she saw dark things, black things swim underneath that colourful creation. It was a face of happiness and warmth, masking pure evil. Anna could feel the hunger pouring off from it. It wanted her badly. For a moment, she and the smiling pony stared directly at each other, positive she was spotted and all was over. But after a moment, Pinkie broke away and started to visually do a sweep across the bed. "Don't move," cautioned Derpy. Pinkie frowned angrily as she looked, grinding her teeth in frustration while a low, guttural growl emerged. Anna could only guess as to what she would do if Pinkie caught her. They were invisible to her for now, but already it felt like a swarm of angry bees were inside her head, while sweat began to drip all over her body. Whatever Derpy was doing to hide from her, it wasn't going to last much longer.
You're not like the others, are you?
Mumbled Pinkie.
You're different, but I can feel it. In the air tonight. Your little friend can't keep you hidden forever.
Anna closed her eyes as her mind raced trying to find a solution, yet the only thing she could think of was Ryan. He was the only thing that had been worth living for in that crummy trailer, the one happy thing in her life that she could see and feel, and it was gone. "Why bother?" she muttered to herself as she inched back toward the edge of the bed. "What are you doing?" asked Derpy, her voice sounding weak. "Don't go! Don't leave me! I can keep you safe! I promise!"
Come out, you little shit!
muttered Pinkie Pie.
I promise it'll be a blast.
"If I come out," said Anna, "I need to ask you something. But you have to promise not to eat me, at least not right off." "What are you doing?" asked Derpy frantically.
I never said I would,
began Pinkie, who then sighed.
Fine, come out. This is getting super boring anyway.
Anna slowly crawled out from under the bed and looked at the small pink pony. She knelt in front of it so that they were eye level. "You're shorter than I would have thought,"
You're exactly the height I knew you'd be,
replied Pinkie Pie.
So ask your question. I've got a super party planned and you're kind of delaying it. It's not very nice.
Were... Anna began and sighed sadly. "Were you Ryan this whole time?" Pinkie Pie smirked.
Of course I was, silly. We were playing house. You weren't so good at it, so I decided instead of being the daddy, I'd be the little brother. I didn't think it would take 4 years to get to this point, but here we are, finally.
"Then you thought I was playing hide and seek?"
No,
replied Pinkie Pie.
but you kids do love your games. They are super ultra fun for you, so I make it one. You should have heard the last one squeal with delight or fear, or whatever it was when I found him.
Anna began to tear up. "But, Ryan..."
An illusion. I know you loved him, but he was me in disguise. I'm really good at disguises. One time I made myself look like Fluttershy. It was super amazing. But right now, you're stalling and I'm hung, looking to throw the best party ever.
Anna, whispered Derpy, just let me rap about you one more time. I can do it long enough for you to get out of this trailer. You'll have a chance to... Listening to your little friend, huh? What?
Oh, we've known about her for years,
muttered Pinkie Pie.
Healing wounds, comforting the weak, showing kindness, but never accomplishing anything. She didn't even know I was Ryan, and certainly didn't keep your mum from treating you like crap.
Anna sighed and idly tapped the ground with her foot. She was right. What good would it be to stay alive if she had to live with... Pinkie, asked Anna, what would it take for you to forget about this? What are you doing? Asked Derpy.
Forget about what? The guest of honour?
Well, what if I could give you 2 guests of honour instead of just me? Asked Anna. Pinkie blinked as a small stream of drool slowly leaked out the side of her mouth.
Are you trying to get me to owe you something?
In the next room, my mum and Tyler are doing whatever it is they do. If I give you them, I want you to spare me, bring back Ryan, and make sure I never have to worry about this ever again. Pinkie Pie growled deeply, her eyes deepening to a deep crimson shade.
You ask for too much, little girl, succulent as they are.
Fine, she said. Then any bullies we meet too?
Bullies?
Bullies, killers, rapists, whoever it is that's out there. Pinkie Pie covered her mouth, her eyes turning into a deep black as she gazed at her for a long time.
We could eat you practically freely, and you just want your life spared, and for me to pretend I'm your brother?
Think of it as playing house. Pinkie Pie's eyes grew even darker as her smile grew unnaturally wider as she extended her hoof.
Hain't you have yourself a deal?
It wasn't long before the creaking and moaning from the other side of the room turned into panicked and terrified screams. The screams didn't last long, nor did Anna expect them to. She sighed as she slowly stood and went to the kitchen to make herself a peanut butter sandwich and enjoy the quiet night air. Anna, asked Derpy curiously, why did you do that? They're just going to keep eating. There are people in this world that don't deserve any kindness at all. My mother was one of them. Anna grabbed the milk and poured it into a tall glass, and much like her new/old shadow friend enjoyed her late dinner.
She grew up with empty rooms and shadows on the wall. A childhood made of silence when no one came at all. Her mother never listened, her father drifted far, so she found her only comfort in a flicker from the dark. A pastel pony on the screen with crooked golden eyes, a voice that whispered softly when the real world only lied. When the nights were cold and quiet, something warm began to stay. The glowing screen behind her seemed to chase the dark away. Wanna play? That's what the shadows always say. When the world outside abandons you, the monsters know the way. Wanna play? When the innocence decays, there's a friend inside the static who will never go away. The years grew sharp and heavy and the loneliness took root, but Derby lingered kindly like a heartbeat undersuit. Her mother called it nonsense and her stepdad showed his rage, and the screen became a portal where she hid from every cage. But comfort turns to warning when the colors start to bleed, and something in the cartoon stares back with hunger, not with need. When the laughter starts to crackle and the picture starts to sway, you can hear the world behind it as it slowly tears away. You wanna play? When the safety slips away, when the pony in the corner knows the secrets that you pray. Wanna play? When the good begins to fray, there are creatures in the glow who wanna help in their own way. In the silence of the bedroom where the floorboards creak and groan, she could feel a presence waiting just to claim her for its own. She was tired of being broken, tired of running from the night, and the monster in the darkness offered her a deal disguised as light. She stood beneath the ceiling fan, her shadow trembling thin, knowing kindness never saved her, but the creature always did. It whispered through the terror that she'd never be alone. If she gave it what it hungered for, it'd make her pain its own. And for once she found an answer to the cruelty in her days. She just nodded to the darkness and it smiled through the haze. Wanna play? When the innocence decays, she discovered every horror has a friendlier display. Wanna play? When the fear won't go away, she made peace with all the monsters that her childhood had made. Now the screen glows in the kitchen and the whisper seems to stay. She leaves crumbs upon the counter and she hears it from the fray. A quiet voice behind her in a tone both sweet and gray, breathing softly in the shadows. It still wants her to come play.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify.
And Izzy Moonbow is best pony by the way.
Comment, subscribe, join the cult of nine. Ring that bell, awaken the spirits. It's the Mystery Pony Fiction channel.
You Still Wanna Be Friends, right? By Too Shy Shy. Pinkie Pie snapped her bag closed. It was a cheap bag, belonged to Granny Pie, but Pinkie Pie loved it for the effect it gave. Image was important. You couldn't show up with a finely pressed suit and a brand new briefcase. Maybe back in the day, but nowadays ponies wanted a bucking show. First and foremost, Pinkie wanted to give her clients what they envisioned. However, the effect was spoiled by the enthusiastic grin Pinkie insisted on wearing. Pinkie Pie trotted up the narrow walkway, accompanied by two other earth ponies. Closest to her was a mare with her hair tied up in a stiff bun. Her bespectacled eyes scanned the clipboard in her hoof as she walked. Having previously worked for the cheerfully corrupt mayor of Ponyville, Raven was used to handling numbers, but no matter how she added up the previous month's profits, Raven honestly had no clue where the Tartarus all those lovely bits were going. The second earth pony trailed behind, pulling an immense cart. The cart was filled with Pinkie's tools of the trade. The earth pony pulling it was full of regret for his life choices. How in the name of Celestia had he gotten himself into this predicament? By existing. Troubleshoot supposed. It wasn't even a predicament. It was just some fancy equestrian hocus pocus he would have rather not known about. Pinkie bounced, literally and figuratively, because it was Pinkie, to the door of the small cottage. She knocked several times, beating a tune on the door with her hooves. Raven looked around nervously. She wasn't too scared. Who'd be scared with a stallion like Trouble Hooves around? Simply his existence was enough to turn desperate thugs into snivelling cowards. But Raven couldn't shake her unease. The cottage was in an otherwise deserted part of Equestria. The nearest populated area was miles away. What in Tartarus am I even thinking? Raven wondered. Any pony in there? Pinkie cried shrilly, continuing to knock. Troubleshoes finally reached the two mares. He looked at the window next to the door. The blinds seemed to be drawn. Maybe they ain't home, Troubleshoes suggested hopefully. But a minute later, Pinkie Pie finally got a response to her knocks. The door slowly creaked open a crack. A sliver of lamplight leaked out from within, piercing the gathering shadows. In the steadily fading light of Celestia's sun, the sliver of light seemed to be pointing at the three ponies. The face of a somewhat haggard mare appeared in the crack. You must have the wrong address, the mare said quietly. Raven raised her eyebrows. That was unlikely, seeing as this was the only address. Pinkie Pie spoke before Raven could. Nopey dopey, Pinkie Pie corrected the mare. This is most definitely positively the right address. Can't you feel it? They're all around us saying, hello. Troubleshoes and Raven looked around immediately, but of course there was nothing there. Raven stepped forward to take charge. She'd been working for Pinkie for a little under a month, but she'd already figured out the basics. She was the mouth, usually, and Pinkie Pie was the talent. Raven hastily reached into her saddlebag and pulled out a piece of paper. Some pony from this address wrote us this letter, Raven explained. Raven held out the letter to the mare, a reassuring smile on her face. The mare did not take the letter, she simply nodded, as trusting as a Ponyville citizen come election season. She opened the door wider. She still wasn't smiling. As a matter of fact, she had so little reaction to them that Raven wondered if she was somehow related to Pinkie's sister Maud. You're just in time, the mare told them in a monotone. The three ponies silently trooped into the house. The inside of the cottage was plain. It had nothing on Fluttershy's cottage, a small abode filled with every aspect of its owner's personality. If the inside of this cottage was to be believed, the owner had no personality. Their entire life could be summed up with a table, a small bed, an oven, a cupboard, and one landscape painting of a forest at night. Raven glanced at the mare. She had a long grey mane that once again brought to Raven's mind images of Maud Pie, but the eyes seemed even less alive than Maud's. The mane was limp, as if the dull surroundings had sucked all the life from it. The eyes were a depressing grey that perfectly matched the hair. Raven noticed that the mare's cutie mark was a tea kettle. "What a cute house!" Pinkie exclaimed. "It's so simple. I bet Rarity would love it." No, Rarity would have fainted. Even the single painting couldn't have saved the cottage's drab interior from Rarity's fashion-fueled hysteria. "My name is Loving Descent," the mayor announced. "I was the one who wrote the letter. Do you think you can help me with my problem?" Raven glanced back to make sure Trouble Hooves was still there. She trusted him not to run off, but in such an isolated place, there was always that damnable sliver of worry. Fortunately, she saw at once that he was outside unpacking the cart. "I believe we can," Raven assured Loving Descent. "Pinkie Pie has dealt with this sort of thing before. I'm happy to report that our success rate is an admirable 99%. Clients love to hear things like 99% and the best in the business. It really got them excited. Loving Descent showed no signs of excitement, but she nodded appreciatively. Raven neglected to add that Pinkie Pie was not actually an exorcist. It was a wonderful misconception that pulled in new clients akin to honey pulling in flies. Why should Raven correct that occasional rich heiress willing to throw thousands of bits of them? As long as the big bad ghostie went bye-bye in the end through some means, said rich heiress didn't give two shakes of a pig's tail. Trouble Shoes was unloading the cart and bringing its contents into the cottage. He was reluctant to handle Pinkie's beloved crystal ball, but he managed to bring it over the threshold without shattering it. Raven hastily relieved him of it. "The price was agreed in my reply," Raven began. Raven paused pointedly. Loving Descent eyed Raven indifferently. "You'll get the full payment once your job is done," Loving Descent informed her. Raven put on her usual fake smile. She absolutely hated clients who refused to pay up front. It might have been a trust thing, but it annoyed her. Raven liked to have the bits in her hooves beforehand, just in case things went south. It hadn't happened yet, but better paid than sorry. Trouble Shoes finished bringing everything into the cottage. Other than dropping the box of candles, things went smoothly. He left the actual arranging to Raven. Raven had told him that one needed to be especially attuned to the silent song of the world in order to get the arrangements right. But Trouble Shoes knew he was merely afraid of him dropping Pinkie's crystal ball. Raven draped a jet black tablecloth over the table, specially made and soft as a foal's flank. A special order from Mertonia that had eaten half of a previous month's profit. Once the tablecloth was in place, Raven placed the crystal ball in the center of the table. She arranged a series of unlit candles around the edges of the table. Pinkie was examining the cottage's sole painting. She tilted her head as she stared at it. The initials S.K. were printed neatly at the lower right edge of the painting. "Do you like it?" asked Loving Descent. Pinkie didn't jump, even though Loving Descent had snuck up behind her. "It's pretty," Pinkie answered. Loving Descent nodded, her gaze on the painting. For the first time she smiled. The expression looked entirely out of place on her face. It was as if she merely slipped on a mask for those few seconds, then discarded it abruptly. Raven waved Pinkie over to the table. "We're ready to begin," Raven announced. Pinkie's eyes lit up. She tore her gaze from the painting and turned excitedly to the table. It was laid out as usual, the candles lit. The sight was a bit ominous, but Pinkie bounded to the table as if it was filled with pastries. She took her place at the head of the table and happily accepted the veil Raven offered her. Troubleshoes reluctantly took a place at the table. This was his least favourite part of the job, yet Pinkie insisted he be a part of it. Something about strengthening the circle. Raven stood beside Troubleshoes. She had blown out all of the lamps in the cabin, leaving only the candles for illumination. The entire setting was eerie to a whole new degree in her opinion, but Raven remained serene. She gave Pinkie an encouraging nod. Loving Descent was standing at the opposite end of the table facing Pinkie. The glow of the candles made her indifferent expression appear rather disconcerting. "Shall we begin?" Raven said. The question brought nods from every pony up the table. Pinkie had gone silent, her eyes focused on the glowing crystal ball. "Every pony place your hooves on the table," Raven ordered. 4 pairs of hooves fell under the glow of the crystal ball as they were placed on the jet black tablecloth. The material felt as soft as it looked. Pinkie Pie pulled the veil over her face. In the semi-darkness, it almost looked as if her face disappeared entirely. She too placed her hooves on the table, although it wasn't obvious due to the darkness and the veil. Pinkie Pie was smiling at the crystal ball. "Madame Pinkie shall now begin," Pinkie Pie announced. The voice that came out of her was more lower pitched than normal. Pinkie sounded calm and professional. 2 words her friends would have found an ironic description. But then again, this was not Pinkie, this was Madame Pinkie, famed spirit medium and fortune teller. They were essentially 2 different ponies. "I sense a spirit in this house," Pinkie informed the small gathering. "Yes, I can feel it. Its presence is very strong, almost desperate." Raven felt nothing, but that didn't concern her. She glanced at Loving Descent. She was relieved to see that Loving's attention appeared to be captured. Excellent. Once the client was hooked, it was all uphill from there. "They wish to speak," Pinkie continued. "Yes, they are begging to speak. I can hear them. They seem to be crying, laughing. They wish to tell us something." Pinkie's head drooped as if she'd fainted. The veil seemed to melt into the tablecloth in the meagre light. Pinkie was motionless for 2 entire minutes. Although her head drooped, her ears stood straight up as if attuned to every sound. A light breeze from somewhere teased the candles, but did not blow them out. Eventually, Pinkie raised her head with a jolt. Slowly, she reached up and removed the veil from her face. A shudder scampered up Raven's fur. Pinkie was a little too convincing for her liking. The way her eyes stared straight ahead, blank as if some pony had sucked out her soul, made even Raven anxious. She knew it was absurd, but she saw something in those eyes, a vast nothingness, as if Pinkie was staring into the mouth of the world's longest tunnel. "Yes," Pinkie whispered. "I think this time." Pinkie's head drooped again. Her eyes remained open, staring at the tablecloth. Pinkie's mouth worked as if she was speaking, yet no words came out. She gazed at the tablecloth in the manner of one reading a novel, her mouth shaping words. Steadily, her mouthing escalated to barely an audible whisper, then to a slightly louder whisper, and finally, after many moments of this, her words became clear. "Lost in Luna's light," Pinkie was saying. "Lost in Luna's light, lost in Luna's light. Cold, 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 cold." Pinkie slowly raised her face, continuing to speak. The words came out rapidly, almost with a touch of desperation. Even as her mouth worked furiously, her eyes remained blank. Cold, 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 Pinkie continued. Pinkie's head snapped upward to stare at the ceiling. The motion was so abrupt that the other ponies at the table collectively jumped. Burning until, Pinkie whispered. Pinkie lowered her gaze. Her head moved back to its regular position. Her eyes focused straight ahead. A grin slowly spread across her face. It wasn't the usual type of Pinkie smile Raven and Troublehooves had come to love. The edges of Pinkie's mouth twitched violently, as if uncharacteristically rejecting the happy thoughts being forced upon her. Her eyes remained completely blank, even as the grin stretched into proportions only Pinkie Pie could manage. Burning! Burning! Pinkie uttered in a frantic whisper. Burning! Can't you feel it? Can't you feel my love? At the word love, Pinkie's gaze darted to Loving Descent. Loving Descent's indifference seemed to have melted. She stared at the pink mare, her eyes filled with terror. A deep, primal sense of dread appeared to have overtaken her. She was frozen, being pulled deeper and deeper into Pinkie's blank stare. Her mouth opened and closed as if she was trying to scream. Burning! 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 Pinkie chanted, staring at Loving Descent. Burning! Burning! Pinkie's voice had taken on a cheerful, almost childish and giddy tone. Raven put her hoof on the table and opened her mouth, but words failed her. Even though Raven hadn't spoken, Pinkie's eyes went to her at once. In the meagre light provided by the candles, Raven could have sworn Pinkie's eyes looked different. They looked as if some pony had pulled back the veil and exposed not only insanity, but also hatred and anger. Pinkie did not speak, but she kept her gaze trained on Raven for a full minute, her already too wide grin appearing to widen even further. Then Pinkie turned to stare back to Loving Descent. You still want to be friends, right? Pinkie asked in an innocent tone. What burst from Loving Descent's throat wasn't a scream, it sounded more like the wail of a cornered animal. Loving Descent backed away from the table, her eyes fixed on the pink mare. No! Loving Descent stammered. I don't want to be your friend! I never wanted to be your friend! Leave me alone! Pinkie didn't move. She continued to stare, her head tilted to one side. You still want to be friends, right? Pinkie repeated in that same innocent tone. Loving Descent burst into tears. She dropped to the floor, covering her face with her hooves. She lay there in a pathetic pile, trembling and whimpering between her sobs. Loving Descent could feel Pinkie's penetrating gaze on her. She could feel satisfaction in that gaze. Raven ran to Loving Descent's side. She dropped down beside the distressed pony, murmuring soothing nonsense. But she too was quivering. Raven could not look at Pinkie Pie. Something was wrong, seriously wrong. And for once, Raven had no idea how to deal with it. We can burn together, Pinkie announced cheerfully. We can burn in the light of Celestia's sun. Loving Descent sprang away from Raven with a cry. She seemed desperate to get as far away from Pinkie Pie as she could, but the cottage was simply too small. Loving Descent was forced to curl up in a nearby corner, pushing herself against the wood as if trying to fuse with it. Pinkie Pie finally moved. She took a single, measured step towards Loving Descent. Her once blank eyes filled with glee as Loving Descent whimpered. She took another step. The grin seemed to be straining the confines of her face. But somehow it widened again. Pinkie took yet another step. Her expression began changing rapidly. It flashed between excitement and fear, as if the two emotions were battling under the surface. Fear seemed to be gripping Troubleshoes around the neck, but one glance from Pinkie's face to Loving Descent's told him this was no time to be a coward. Troublehooves galloped forward and seized Pinkie Pie by her mane. He was hoping the combination of pain and objection would snap her out of whatever trance she was in. Pinkie only hesitated for a second. She craned her neck back at an impossible angle to stare at Troubleshoes. Her expression was inquisitive rather than angry. She then turned her gaze back to Loving Descent. Pinkie Pie attempted to take a step forward, but of course Troubleshoes' grip on her mane proved itself an obstacle. "No," Pinkie whispered. It wasn't a protest. There was no frustration or pain behind the two-letter word. Pinkie spoke almost with excitement. She again craned her neck at an impossible angle to stare at Troubleshoes. But this time, there appeared to be something occupying the space where Pinkie's face should have been. At first, Troubleshoes saw only Pinkie's grin and her gleeful eyes. But then he blinked and there was some pony else. The mare was disheveled. The eyes were green, not blue. The fur was a dark lavender, not pink. And she was not smiling. She was baring her teeth in a snarl, her eyes filled with cardinal rage. The sight was enough to make Troubleshoes let go of Pinkie's mane. He backed away from her, quivering. When she blinked again, she returned to her usual self. But the image of the pony, no, the thing that had seemed to briefly stand in her place, was burned into his memory. Troubleshoes had never seen a face so twisted, so full of madness, grief, and animosity. Pinkie continued her slow walk towards Loving Descent. Loving Descent looked up as Pinkie approached. She seemed to have passed her initial panic phase. She had moved on to being eerily calm. Loving Descent surveyed Pinkie as if she was an interesting but altogether useless specimen. There was still a bit of fear in her eyes, but her usual indifference was slowly regaining dominance. "I'll never be your friend," Loving Descent repeated serenely. Pinkie finally stood in front of Loving Descent. The grin had at last left her face. Its replacement was an expression of anger. She leaned forward, putting her face close to Loving Descent's. Pinkie's face appeared to twitch, the features continuously reshaping themselves. But that was probably a trick of the meagre light again. "You still want to be friends, right?" Pinkie said yet again. There was mockery in the question, revulsion almost. Pinkie Pie seized Loving Descent by the neck. She pressed the other mare against the wall, her eyes aglow with triumph. At first, it looked as if she was trying to strangle her. Her hooves were pressing into Loving Descent's neck, hard enough to leave bruises. Raven screamed when she realized what was really happening. It was an image that would work its way into many a future nightmare. Pinkie was somehow pressing Loving Descent into the wall. The wood seemed to flow, yet at the same time appeared to be shifting and growing around the unfortunate mare. Something black and viscous was seeping from the wood. It poured over the two mares akin to a thick syrup, flowing down the top of Loving Descent's head and dripping from the edge of her muzzle. Loving Descent opened her mouth as if to finally scream, but then gagged as the black liquid filled her mouth. It tasted and smelled like blood and dirt. Raven wanted to do something, anything, but the room seemed to be shrinking around her as her horror grew. She did not want to touch that liquid dripping from the wall. She stood there, frozen and helpless, as the inexplicable scene unfolded. The last thing seen of Loving Descent were her eyes, wide and frightened. She gave one last muffled protest, then the wood shuddered and flowed across her eyes. Loving Descent was silent immediately. The outline of her figure poked out from the wood, akin to a boil poking through fur. Pinkie stepped back from the wall. She stood staring at her handiwork for a minute, a satisfied grin on her face. She then turned to Troubleshoes. She surveyed the frozen stallion, her grins turning sadistic. Pinkie took a step towards him, but before she could do so much as open her mouth, the pink mare collapsed. Troubleshoes and Raven abruptly found that they could move. Troubleshoes immediately darted to Pinkie Pie's side, shouting in panic. Raven bypassed the two of them completely. She galloped past them and stood before the space on the wall that had once been loving descent. Choking back sobs, Raven slowly reached out a hoof to touch the wood-covered figure stuck in the wall. It seemed to pulse underneath her hoof, similar to a heartbeat, but in a second it felt like nothing less than normal wood. Raven rubbed her hoof over it as if feeling for an opening. "Miss Pie fainted," Troubleshoes announced. "We gotta get her out of here." But in a second, Raven too had fainted. Pinkie Pie woke up before Raven. She awakened groaning, a headache to rival the after effects of her worst sugar rush pounding at her skull. She was lying on her back, hooves pointing at the sky, the night sky to be specific. Pinkie realized that she was outside, and even more surprising, she seemed to be in a cart. She rolled over and saw another mare laying next to her. "What a weird place to take a nap," Pinkie pondered aloud. "I must have had a lot of sarsaparilla last night." Pinkie poked her head out of the cart. She was pleased to see that it was being pulled by none other than her good friend Troubleshoes. Hadn't she gone somewhere with him and Raven? She didn't remember. But then again, she scarcely remembered her own name after a bad sugar rush. "Hiya, Troubleshoes!" Pinkie greeted the stallion. "Where we going? Somewhere fun?" Troubleshoes nearly halted at Pinkie's voice. Even though she was speaking in her usual tone, the sound of it sent a shiver down his spine. "We're going home, Miss Pie," Troubleshoes told her stiffly. "That all right with you?" Pinkie pouted for a moment, but her smile eventually returned. She waved a careless hoof at the large stallion. "Okie dokie Loki," Pinkie answered. Pinkie curled up on the floor of the cart with a yawn. She felt unusually exhausted. Her body was known for its seemingly endless energy supply, but at the moment all she wanted to do was sleep. However, oddly enough, Pinkie was certain she'd been having a nightmare just moments ago. Shrugging off the feeling, Pinkie closed her eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. Troubleshoes breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad Pinkie hadn't asked many questions. Even now he wasn't sure what in Tartarus he had been a part of. All he knew was that Appaloosa was calling him. No more spirit-fueled adventures for him, although it was unlikely he was ever going to forget that cottage and its one occupant. "I reckon there was more than one pony living there," Troubleshoes thought with another shudder. Troubleshoes' mind flashed back to the cottage yet again, to the last thing he had seen before it disappeared from sight, or at least what he thought he had seen. He couldn't be sure it wasn't just a hallucination. Troubleshoes had seen a figure, a small figure, most likely a mare. He couldn't make out any of her features. This was partially due to the distance, but the figure had also been covered in something thick and black, like tar. It had eased its body along the ground akin to a slug, leaving a trail of black fluid behind it. Its mouth seemed to have been opened in a silent shriek, and then a larger figure appeared in the doorway of the cottage. Another mare, Troubleshoes had thought. The other mare had stared at the pathetic crawling figure for a moment. Then it had moved forward faster than Troubleshoes thought was possible. It had taken hold of the crawling figure and slowly dragged it back into the cottage. Clearly some kind of hallucination, a waking dream, a trick of the light. Yes, that was all it was, just a trick of the light. Troubleshoes gritted his teeth and started trotting a little faster. They were going to be home soon, and Pinkie Pie need never know about that solitary cottage. This was Troubleshoe's dearest wish, that Pinkie Pie never know.
They say Pinkie went walking down a lonely lane with Raven and Troubleshoes through the dark and rain. A cottage stood waiting with shadows inside. A mare named Love Indecent with nowhere to hide. Around the fire we whisper low. Is it real? We'll never know. Luna's light, it hides the end. Would you still wanna be her friend? Candles were burning, the crystal ball glowed. Pinkie wore her veil and her strange voice flowed. She spoke of spirits crying, cold and near. Trembled, caught between dread and fear. Around the fire we whisper low. Is it real? We'll never know. Luna's light, it hides the end. Would you still wanna be her friend? Her smile grew wider, too wide to be real. Her eyes turned hollow with a hatred to conceal. She whispered, burning, burning, can't you feel my love? Till the walls turned black, dripping from above. They say the mare was swallowed whole, dragged by wood and shadows told. Pinkie laughed or maybe cried, and something else stood by her side. Around the fire we whisper low. Is it real? We'll never know. Luna's light, it hides the end. Would you still wanna be her friend? Troubleshoe swore it was just a dream, but he ran away fast, away from the scene. And if you pass that cottage when the night grows thin, they say you'll hear Pinkie whisper again, you still wanna be friends.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify.
And Izzy Moonbow is best pony by the way. Comment, subscribe, join the cult of nine. Ring that bell, awaken the spirits.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel.
Laughter's Descent by Calidus. The skies over Ponyville were thick with the swirling hues of Nightmare Night, the moon high and full casting its pale glow on the cobbled streets. Shadows danced with the flickering light of the jack-o'-lanterns, grotesque faces carved into pumpkins lining every doorway. Foals in their ghoulish costumes raced through the streets, their laughter echoing into the night but beneath that innocent cheer, something darker loomed. Sugar Cube Corner stood festively decorated, bathed in orange and purple light, a beacon of joy in the heart of the town. Yet, inside, Pinkie Pie stood still, the lively energy that usually filled her veins replaced with a cold, calculated calm. Her ever-widening smile stretched, unnatural, almost predatory. In the back, she had been preparing something far from her usual treats. The basement was off limits tonight, closed to all but the most secret of guests. Pinkie had never been quite right since she came back. Nightmare Moon's return had done something to her, unlocked a craving, a need that couldn't be filled with cupcakes and streamers. The friendly laughter now hollow, her energy directed elsewhere, darker, sharper. Ponyville was a toy, and tonight it was playtime. Down by the bridge, Applejack led a small group of foals on a haunted hayride, her voice steady, calm, her amber eyes flicked to the woods around them, sharp with an instinct for danger. But she didn't see the figure creeping through the underbrush, following her path at a distance, quiet as death. No pony noticed. No pony could imagine what would happen next. Lyra Heartstrings wandered the alleyways, her costume cloak dragging behind her, feeling the thrill of Nightmare Night. Something skittered across the rooftops behind her, a shadow moving too fast to catch. She paused, looking over her shoulder, but only found the alley empty. A chill ran down her spine, but she shook it off, quickening her pace. "Bon Bon?" she called out, her voice faltering slightly. "You there?" A low chuckle drifted from the dark. Not Bon Bon. Lyra's heart thudded, the air suddenly heavy with dread. She turned, but too late, from the shadows. A puppet's hand reached out, cold, wooden fingers wrapping around her muzzle, stifling her scream. The mare's eyes widened in panic as she struggled, but the grip was inescapable, the wooden hand too strong for her to break free. "Shh," whispered a voice that seemed to come from everywhere, nowhere. "No need to ruin the night with screams." The puppet's face hovered into view, its cracked grin wide and unblinking, its lifeless eyes glowing with a sinister energy. The strings attached to it disappeared into the black sky above, held by something unseen. Lyra's breath came in ragged gasps as the puppet's other hand came up, trailing a sharp blade. The wooden smile never faltered as it brought the knife to her throat. Blood sprayed the walls in a crimson arc, her body collapsing to the cobblestone, lifeless and cold. The puppet twitched once, twice, before scurrying back into the darkness, leaving only the silence of death in its wake. Meanwhile, in the woods, Rainbow Dash flew overhead, scanning the streets for the perfect prank victim. She loved Nightmare Night. It was the one time of year she could get away with being truly scary. She banked left, her sharp eyes catching sight of a lone figure standing on the edge of town. Curious, she swooped in closer. It was a stallion, motionless, his head tilted in a way that sent a shiver down her spine. She hovered above him, her wings beating silently. Something was wrong. His eyes were wide open, glazed, his jaw slack. Rainbow Dash landed, cautiously approaching, getting closer. She could see that it was Big Mac. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked, but Big Mac didn't move, didn't even blink. She frowned, waving a hoop in front of his face. Nothing. Before she could react, a jagged edge glinted in the moonlight, a blade buried deep in his chest. Blood oozed out, staining the ground beneath his hooves. Dash gasped, taking a step back, her pulse racing. The sound of slow, deliberate hoof steps echoed behind her. She whirled around to see Pinkie Pie, but her eyes were different. They gleamed with something dark, something wrong. Having fun, Dashie? Pinkie's voice was sweet as ever, but twisted at the edges, as if hiding a secret far too horrible to speak. She took a step closer, a blood-stained cleaver hanging from her mouth. Pinkie? Dash stammered, her wings flaring in instinctive fear. What have you done? Pinkie giggled, the sound high-pitched and unnatural, as though it didn't belong in her throat. Oh, Dashie, you know me. I love making friends. And sometimes, friends need to go to pieces. Her eyes flicked to the corpse behind Dash, her smile widening. Stay back, Dash warned, her voice cracking, but Pinkie only tilted her head, blinking innocently. Oh, don't be silly. It's Nightmare Night after all, and it wouldn't be fun without a little thrill. She lunged, faster than Dash could react. Ponyville's cheerful facade was crumbling, the town falling into madness as more bodies were found. The festival continued, unaware, the fillies and colts oblivious to the rising count of the dead. Fluttershy, hiding in her cottage on the outskirts, felt the terror prickling at her fur, a sense that something awful was lurking just beyond her door. As the moon rose higher, Ponyville would realize too late, this Nightmare Night, no pony was safe. Fluttershy's heart raced as she pressed herself against the back of her cottage door. Outside, the shadows seemed to rise with unseen shapes, the quiet too thick, too oppressive. She had heard rumours in town, whispers of missing ponies, blood-soaked alleyways, and dismembered bodies turning up near the edge of the ever-free forest. But surely it was just the overactive imagination of Bowles, right? She trembled, hugging herself tighter, her soft pink mane falling over her eyes as she tried to block out the growing terror gnawing at her insides. There had always been something about Nightmare Night that made her uneasy. It wasn't just the costumes or the pranks, it was the feeling, the way the air grew thick with a sense of dread, how the dark seemed so much more dangerous, alive with hungry things waiting just beyond the light. Her animals huddled close to her, their tiny bodies shaking in sync with her own fear. They could sense it too. Something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed through the cottage, rattling the windows. Fluttershy jumped, her breath catching in her throat. She didn't dare move. Fluttershy! The voice was familiar. Rainbow Dash. Hey, open up! Relief washed over her as she hurried to the door, pulling it open just enough to peek out. There stood Rainbow Dash, looking winded but unharmed. Fluttershy's relief was short-lived as she noticed the blood smeared across Dash's foreleg, her fur matted and sticky with it. Rainbow? Fluttershy squeaked, her voice trembling. What happened? Are you hurt? Dash pushed past her into the cottage, slamming the door shut behind her. I don't know what's going on, but something really messed up is happening, Fluttershy. Pinkie, she's not acting right, and there's this puppet thing running around, and ponies are dead, Shy, like, for real dead. Fluttershy gasped, her knees threatening to buckle beneath her. She had never seen Rainbow so shaken, so genuinely afraid. We have to tell Twilight. She'll know what to do. I can't find her, Dash muttered, pacing back and forth. She was supposed to be at the festival, but now, I don't know. And Pinkie, she trailed off, shivering. There's something wrong with her, Fluttershy. It's like she's enjoying it. Fluttershy's eyes widened. Enjoying what? Before Dash could answer, there was another knock on the door. 3 soft taps, deliberate, almost mocking. The 2 mares froze, exchanging terrified glances. Don't open it, Rainbow whispered, backing away from the door. The knock came again, louder this time. Then a voice, sweet, sing-song, and unmistakably Pinkie Pie's. Oh, Fluttershy, Rainbow Dash, I know you're in there. Come on out, it's Nightmare Night. Don't you want to play? Fluttershy's breath hitched, and her wings instinctively flared in panic. Dash grabbed a nearby chair, shoving it against the door as a makeshift barricade. Pinkie's giggle drifted through the cracks, eerie and high-pitched. Dashy, 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 you're always such a party pooper. Pinkie's voice lilted. But it's okay, I brought a little surprise. There was a wet, squelching sound, followed by the unmistakable thud of something heavy being dropped on the doorstep. Fluttershy's stomach turned, bile rising in her throat. She didn't want to know what was waiting outside. She didn't want to see what Pinkie had brought. Pinkie, stop! Rainbow yelled, her voice cracking with a mix of anger and fear. This isn't funny anymore! Silence. For a moment, it seemed like Pinkie had gone, but then the doorknob began to twist, slowly, deliberately, as if testing the lock. Let me in, Dashy, Pinkie cooed. You don't want to see what happens when I really get upset. Across town, Rarity paced the floors of Carousel Boutique, the elegant mare's usual poise shattered by the rising tension in the air. She had heard the rumours, the murmurs of ponies gone missing, of strange sightings in the alleys, but she had brushed it off as just the usual nightmare night mischief. Until now. Her boutique felt too quiet, the ticking of the clock too loud in the oppressive silence. She pulled the curtains tighter, peeking out into the darkened streets. There was no sign of life, no foals trick-or-treating, no pranking ponies lurking about. The streets of Ponyville were deserted, swallowed by shadows. A sudden movement caught her eye, something darting past the window. Rarity's breath caught in her throat as she stepped back, her heart pounding. Was it just her imagination? A knock came from the back room, soft at first, then louder, insistent. Sweetie Belle? Rarity called, her voice unsteady. Her little sister had been out earlier with her friends, dressed as a vampire, giggling as they pranked half the town. She should have been back by now. The knock came again. But this time it was accompanied by a faint giggle, a high-pitched, unhinged sound that sent a shiver down her spine. Rarity, came the sing-song voice of Pinkie Pie. I need a new dress, something red. You're good at making things pretty, right? Rarity froze, her blood turning to ice. Pinkie? Is that you, darling? What are you doing? The giggle grew louder, more frantic, like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, I just thought I'd borrow Sweetie Belle for a little bit. She's been such a good helper. You know, red really is her colour now. Rarity's heart sank as the door to the back room creaked open, revealing a shadowed figure standing in the doorway. It wasn't Sweetie Belle. The figure stepped into the light, revealing Pinkie Pie, her once cheerful face twisted into something manic. Blood splattered across her mane, draped across her back like a broken doll was Sweetie Belle, limp, her neck bent at an unnatural angle, eyes wide and staring lifeless. I thought you'd like it, Pinkie whispered, grinning wider than ever, her eyes wild with madness. Isn't it just perfect? Rarity screamed. Ah! Rarity's scream echoed through the boutique, a high-pitched wail of agony that reverberated through the walls, shaking the very foundation of her world. Her eyes locked on Sweetie Belle's limp body, disbelief warring with the sheer overwhelming horror that threatened to tear her apart. No, 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 she whimpered, stumbling back as her legs gave out, crumbling beneath her. Tears blurred her vision, but she couldn't tear her gaze away from the lifeless filly draped over Pinkie's back, her little sister, the one pony she'd vowed to protect above all else, gone. Pinkie Pie's grin stretched unnaturally wide, her head tilting in a grotesque imitation of innocence. She shifted slightly. Sweetie Belle's body slipping from her back and crumbling to the floor with a sickening thud. Limbs splaying awkwardly like a marionette with its strings cut, blood pooled beneath her, staining the boutique's pristine white floor in a deep, violent crimson. "I told you," Pinkie said, her voice sing-song and dripping with something too dark to be called joy. "Red is such a pretty colour." Rarity couldn't breathe. Her chest heaved, her lungs burning as she gasped for air. But the world around her felt distant, muffled, like she was sinking into a void of despair. Sweetie Belle's lifeless eyes stared up at her, glassy and vacant, her tiny mouth hanging open in a silent scream. "It can't be real. This can't be real." But it was. Rarity's heart shattered, her mind teetering on the edge of collapse as the truth bore down on her. Heavy and inescapable, the boutique, once her sanctuary, had become a tomb, and Pinkie Pie, Pinkie, the mare she had called a friend, was standing there, grinning like a lunatic, as if this was all just another game. Something inside Rarity snapped. The tears dried in her eyes, replaced by a cold, seething rage that burned hotter than the sun. Her horn flared to life, magic sparking violently as she rose to her hooves, the air around her crackling with raw energy. "You monster!" Rarity snarled, her voice trembling with fury, her magic swirling like a tempest around her. "How dare you!" Pinkie blinked, her grin faltering slightly as she tilted her head, looking almost confused. "What's wrong, Rarity? Don't you like my surprise?" Without warning, Rarity's magic lashed out, a bolt of pure force slamming into Pinkie's chest and sending her crashing into the wall. The impact shook the entire room, dust and debris falling from the ceiling as the wall cracked under the force of the blow. Pinkie giggled as she slid to the floor, coughing once, twice, before looking up at Rarity with wide, gleeful eyes. "Oh, you want to play rough? Okay, I love rough games." She bounced to her hooves with manic energy, the blood dripping down her fur like it was nothing more than frosting from one of her cakes. Her eyes gleamed with madness, and her smile twisted into something darker, more feral. Rarity didn't hesitate. With a scream of fury, she hurled another blast of magic at Pinkie, but this time the pink mare was ready. She ducked, moving with an unnatural speed, and the blast hit the wall behind her, exploding in a shower of splintered wood and fabric. "Too slow, Rarity!" Pinkie sang, darting forward. Before Rarity could react, Pinkie was on her, faster than a blink, her hoop connecting with Rarity's jaw in a brutal punch that sent her sprawling to the floor. Pain exploded through Rarity's skull, her vision swimming, but she pushed through it, her magic flaring again as she sent a wave of force outward, knocking Pinkie back. But Pinkie was relentless. She bounced back to her hooves, laughing maniacally as she charged at Rarity again, her hooves slamming into her sides with a speed and strength that no earth pony should have possessed. Rarity gasped in pain, her ribs cracking under the force of Pinkie's blows. She tried to summon another spell, but Pinkie was too fast, too vicious. The next punch caught her square in the stomach, and Rarity doubled over, the wind knocked from her lungs. "Oh, come on, Rarity!" Pinkie taunted, her voice high-pitched and playful as ever, even as she brought her hoop down again and again, each hit more brutal than the last. "You're supposed to be the tough one! Where's all that fighting spirit? Where's the magic of friendship?" She giggled again, leaning in close, her breath hot against Rarity's ear. "I guess Sweetie Belle took it with her, huh?" That did it. Rarity's eyes flared wide with rage, her horn igniting with a blinding light. In a single desperate move, she unleashed all the magic she had left, a pulse of energy that sent Pinkie flying across the room, crashing into the far wall with a sickening crack. Panting, blood trickling from her mouth, Rarity struggled to her hooves, her legs trembling beneath her. Pinkie lay crumpled on the floor, still for a moment, her body limp like a broken doll. But Rarity knew it wasn't over. With a slow, deliberate movement, Pinkie pushed herself up, her body jerking and twisting as though it didn't quite fit together right. Her neck cracked as she tilted her head to look at Rarity, her grin wider than ever. "Wow, that was so fun," Pinkie chirped, her voice breathy and wild. "Let's do it again." Back at Fluttershy's cottage, the door rattled violently as Pinkie Pie's voice continued to taunt from outside. "Come on, Dashie, open up. I brought balloons and cake and a surprise." Fluttershy whimpered, hiding behind the sofa, her entire body shaking as the sounds from outside grew louder. More insistent, Rainbow Dash stood near the barricaded door, her wings flared, ready to fight if it came to that. But even Dash, as brave as she was, couldn't hide the fear in her eyes. "We have to get out of here," Dash muttered, glancing around the small cottage. "We can't stay. She'll find a way in." Fluttershy nodded, her breath coming in ragged gasps. But where do we go?" Dash gritted her teeth. "Twilight! If we can find Twilight, maybe she could stop this." The door creaked under the pressure, and Pinkie's giggle filtered through the cracks. "Oh, I know you're in there, Dashie! Come out wherever you are!" "We go now!" Dash said, her voice firm. She turned to Fluttershy, extending a hoop. "Come on, we stick together!" Outside, the voice grew more frantic, more unhinged. Pinkie was losing patience. "Time's running out! Tick-tock, Dashie! Don't you want to see what happens when the balloons pop?" They didn't have much time. With a deep breath, Dash threw open the window, and the two mares bolted into the night, the shadows of Nightmare Night closing in around them. The night swallowed them as they fled, the cold air biting at their skin as they galloped through the darkened streets of Ponyville. Every corner seemed alive with danger, every alleyway a potential hiding place for Pinkie's deranged form. Fluttershy's breath came in short, panicked gasps, her legs trembling beneath her with each desperate step. She had never been a fast flyer, and fear made her wings feel heavy, as if the night itself was dragging her down. Rainbow Dash was right beside her, eyes sharp, darting between buildings and rooftops, constantly scanning for any sign of Pinkie. They could hear her giggles, distant now but still carrying on the wind, growing more hysterical with each passing second. "Keep moving!" Dash urged, her voice taut with urgency. "We've got to get to Twilight. She'll know what to do." But deep down, even Dash couldn't shake the gnawing doubt clawing at her chest. Twilight was smart. Maybe the smartest pony in all of Equestria. But what if even she couldn't stop Pinkie? What if it was too late? As they raced through the eerily quiet town, the sounds of Nightmare Night had all but died away. No more laughter, no more pranks, no more foals running through the streets in their costumes. The festival had ended abruptly, leaving only the suffocating silence in its wake. A silence broken only by the faint echo of Pinkie's manic laughter in the distance. They rounded the corner toward Twilight's castle, its crystalline spires gleaming in the moonlight. Relief surged through Fluttershy at the sight of it, but her legs were growing weaker by the second. She stumbled, her hooves catching on a loose stone, and she went sprawling to the ground with a yelp. "Fluttershy!" Dash skidded to a halt, rushing to her side. "Come on, we're almost there!" Fluttershy whimpered, her entire body shaking as she struggled to get back up. I can't. "Yes, you can," Dash urged, grabbing her by the hoop and pulling her up. "Come on, you can do this. We just need to make it a little further." But before they could, a voice drifted through the air, soft, sing-song, and far too close for comfort. "Oh, Dashie, why are you running away? I thought we were having fun." They froze, hearts hammering in their chests. Slowly, they turned to see Pinkie Pie standing in the middle of the street behind them, her head cocked to one side, her eyes wide and gleaming with madness. She had a large, serrated knife clutched between her teeth, its blade glistening in the moonlight, dripping with fresh blood. Dash's wings flared in instinct, stepping protectively in front of Fluttershy. "Stay back, Pinkie! I'm warning you!" Pinkie just giggled, her tail twitching in excitement. "Why, Dashy? We're friends, and friends stick together until the very end." Fluttershy's knees buckled as terror threatened to consume her. She wanted to run, wanted to fly, but her body wouldn't obey. All she could do was stare, wide-eyed, as Pinkie slowly stepped forward, her movements jerky, almost puppet-like. Pinkie's voice dropped to a low, eerie whisper. "Let's play a game, Dashy. I promise it'll be fun. Just you, me, and the knife." Rainbow's mind raced, her thoughts jumbled with fear and adrenaline. She needed to get Fluttershy out of here, but Pinkie was too fast, too unpredictable. If they made a wrong move, it would be the last mistake they ever made. "We're not playing your sick games, Pinkie!" Dash growled, her voice shaking with barely contained fury. "We're getting to Twilight, and we're gonna stop you!" For a moment, Pinkie's grin faltered, her eyes twitched, her breath coming in short, rapid bursts. Then, without warning, her giggle turned into a crazed, high-pitched scream.
Stop me!
She shrieked, her voice breaking as she took a wild step forward, the knife flashing dangerously. "You can't stop me, Dashy! No one can stop me!"
I'm everywhere!
Dash reacted on pure instinct, shoving Fluttershy behind her and charging at Pinkie head-on. "Run, Fluttershy!" she shouted as she launched herself into the air, her wings carrying her with incredible speed as she aimed directly for Pinkie. Fluttershy didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, her hooves pounding against the ground as she bolted for Twilight's castle. Tears streamed down her face as she fled, but she didn't dare look back. She couldn't. If she looked back, she might see Dash fall. Rainbow collided with Pinkie mid-air, tackling her to the ground with a bone-jarring thud. The knife went skittering across the cobblestones, and for a brief, fleeting moment, Dash thought she might have the upper hoop. But Pinkie was stronger than she looked, much stronger. With a burst of unnatural strength, Pinkie shoved Dash off her, sending the Pegasus sprawling across the street. Dash barely had time to register the hit before Pinkie was on her again, her hooves slamming into her chest with a force that knocked the wind from her lungs. "Dashy, Dashy, Dashy!" Pinkie purred, her grin widening as she leaned in close, her breath hot against Dash's ear. "You really should have joined the party." Dash gasped, trying to catch her breath as she struggled beneath Pinkie's weight, but Pinkie was relentless, her hooves pressing down harder, squeezing the air from Dash's lungs, crushing her chest. "I didn't want it to end like this," Pinkie whispered, her voice soft and almost sorrowful. "But you left me no choice." With one last desperate burst of strength, Dash twisted, kicking her hind legs out and catching Pinkie off guard. The force of the kick sent Pinkie stumbling backwards, giving Dash just enough time to scramble to her hooves. "Not done yet!" Dash wheezed, her vision swimming, but even as she stood, she could feel her strength waning. She didn't know how much longer she could keep this up. Pinkie grinned, licking the blood from her lips as she grabbed the knife from the ground. The moonlight glinting off its jagged edge. "Oh, Dashy, you always were the tough one, but I think it's time to cut this short." She lunged. Fluttershy reached the entrance to Twilight's castle, her hooves shaking as she pounded on the door, her voice hoarse with desperation. "Twilight, please, Twilight, open up!" she cried, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Please, please, we need your help." For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then the door slowly creaked open. But it wasn't Twilight standing on the other side. Fluttershy's heart froze as she looked up into the cold, emotionless eyes of a wooden puppet, a life-size, twisted version of Twilight, its painted-on smile frozen in a permanent mockery of her friend's usual warmth. The puppet tilted its head, the sound of creaking wood filling the air as its joints clicked and shifted unnaturally.
"Welcome, Fluttershy,"
it said in a voice that was too perfect, too hollow.
"Twilight can't come to the door right now, but I can take a message."
Fluttershy's scream tore through the night, but it was swallowed by the dark as the door slammed shut behind her. Ah! Fluttershy's scream echoed through the crystalline halls of Twilight's castle, reverberating up the cold walls before being swallowed by the oppressive silence. The puppet loomed over her, its blank painted eyes fixed on her with an unsettling intensity, its wooden limbs creaking as it took a step closer. Every movement was wrong, too smooth, too precise, like some unforeseen force was pulling at strings from the shadows. Fluttershy scrambled back, her heart hammering in her chest, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. This isn't Twilight. This isn't real. This can't be real. Her back hit the door, her legs trembling as she tried to steady herself, but there was nowhere to go. The puppet took another step, its mechanical voice cold and lifeless as it repeated.
"Twilight isn't here, Fluttershy. She's busy, but don't worry, we'll take good care of you."
The puppet's smile twisted, the corners of its wooden mouth creaking as they stretched impossibly wide, revealing sharp, splintered teeth beneath the painted surface. Fluttershy's body locked up in terror, her wings fluttered uselessly at her sides, paralyzed by the overwhelming fear that gripped her. She tried to scream again, but the sound died in her throat. The puppet lunged. Outside, Rainbow Dash struggled to her hooves, her entire body aching from the brutal fight with Pinkie. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her breath coming in ragged, painful bursts. Her vision swam, but she forced herself to stay upright, her legs wobbling beneath her. Pinkie was circling her, the blood-stained knife clutched tightly in her teeth, her eyes gleaming with a twisted, manic glee. She was toying with Dash, dragging this out, savouring every moment of her suffering. Dash gritted her teeth, her muscles burning with exhaustion. She knew she couldn't keep this up much longer. Pinkie was too fast, too strong, and Dash had taken too many hits. But she couldn't stop. Not now, not while Fluttershy was still out there. "Why are you doing this, Pinkie?" Dash panted, her voice thick with pain. "What happened to you?" Pinkie tilted her head, her mane falling in wild tangles over her eyes as she giggled softly. "Oh, Dashy, nothing happened to me. This is just who I am. I thought you'd understand. After all, Nightmare Night's all about fun, right? And what's more fun than a little bloodshed?" She took a slow step closer, the knife glinting menacingly in the moonlight. "You were always so fast, Dashy, but you can't run forever." Pinkie purred, her voice dripping with malice. "Sooner or later, I'll catch you, and when I do, we're gonna have so much fun together." Dash's heart raced, her mind scrambling for a plan. She had to get to Fluttershy, she had to get to Twilight, but Pinkie was standing between her and the castle, and Dash knew she wouldn't let her go easily. With a growl of determination, Dash spread her wings, preparing to make one last desperate dash for the castle. She didn't care if Pinkie followed, she just needed to buy Fluttershy time. But before she could take off, a high-pitched whistle pierced the air, followed by a sharp, whizzing sound. Dash barely had time to react. She dodged just in time as a puppet, one of Pinkie's twisted creations, came flying out of the shadows, its wooden limbs snapping as it crashed into the ground where Dash had been standing moments before. The puppet twitched, its strings jerking violently as it struggled to rise again, its lifeless eyes fixed on Dash. Pinkie's giggles filled the air, louder now, more frenzied. "Oh, Dashy, meet my new friends! They're a little stiff, but they've got some killer moves!" Dash's eyes darted around, her heart sinking as more puppets emerged from the darkness, their wooden bodies creaking as they moved, strings dangling from unseen forces above. They surrounded her, closing in with eerie, jerky movements, their blank faces twisted into grotesque parodies of the ponies they once resembled. One of the puppets lunged, its splintered hooves reaching for her throat. Dash ducked, her wings flapping hard as she shot into the air, barely avoiding its grasp. But the sky was no refuge. More puppets hung from the rooftops, their strings tangling in the air as they swung toward her like grotesque marionettes, their wooden hooves clawing at the empty space where she flew. Dash weaved through them, her wings pumping furiously, adrenaline flooding her veins. She didn't have time to think, only react, dipping, dodging and swerving to avoid the puppets as they closed in from all sides. Inside the castle, Fluttershy's heart raced as the wooden puppet lunged toward her, its jagged teeth snapping inches from her face. She flung herself to the side, her hooves scrambling across the smooth floor as she tried to put as much distance between herself and the monstrous thing as possible. But it was fast, too fast. The puppet's joints creaked as it turned its head to follow her, its neck twisting unnaturally as it clacked its wooden teeth together, mimicking a sick version of a laugh. It scuttled forward, its hooves clicking against the floor as it advanced, its smile never faltering.
"Fluttershy, Fluttershy, come out and play,"
it crooned in that hollow, too-perfect voice, its painted eyes wide and unblinking. Fluttershy backed into a corner, her breath coming in shallow, panicked gasps. Her heart pounded in her ears, and her legs felt like they were about to give out. She couldn't fight this. She wasn't Rainbow Dash or Applejack. She wasn't strong or brave. All she had was her kindness, and right now, kindness wouldn't save her. The puppet reached for her, its sharp, splintered hooves closing in. Fluttershy squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for the end. But then, a sudden burst of magic filled the air, a brilliant flash of violet light that sent the puppet flying across the room, its body crashing into the wall with a deafening crack. Fluttershy's eyes snapped open, and standing in the center of the room, her horn glowing with raw power, was Twilight Sparkle. "Get away from her!" Twilight shouted, her voice filled with fury as her magic flared, the air crackling with energy. The puppet twitched, once, twice, before collapsing into a lifeless heap on the floor. "Twilight!" Fluttershy cried, tears of relief spilling down her cheeks as she stumbled forward, throwing herself into Twilight's embrace. "It's okay, Fluttershy," Twilight whispered, holding her close. "I'm here. I'm not going to let anything happen to you." But even as she said the words, Twilight's eyes flicked towards the door, her brow furrowing with worry. "Where's Rainbow Dash?" Fluttershy's breath hitched, her voice trembling. She's still out there. Pinkie's after her." Twilight's heart sank. She knew they didn't have much time. If Pinkie had truly lost herself to whatever dark force was driving her, there was no telling what she was capable of. "We need to find her," Twilight said, her voice grim. She glanced toward the window, where the shadows of Ponyville stretched long and foreboding under the moonlight. "And we need to stop Pinkie before she hurts anyone else." Outside, Rainbow Dash fought to stay airborne, dodging and weaving as more puppets hurled themselves at her. Each one seemed more relentless than the last, their strings tangling in the night sky like a web of death. She was running out of room to maneuver, and her energy was fading fast. But she couldn't stop, not yet, not while Fluttershy was still in danger. Suddenly, a flash of violet light illuminated the night, cutting through the darkness. Dash's heart leapt as she recognized the magic. It was Twilight. "Hang on, Dash!" Twilight's voice rang out from below. With a surge of hope, Dash drove toward the castle, her wings straining as she pushed herself faster, dodging the last of the puppets. Twilight stood in the doorway, her horn blazing with magic, blasting the puppets out of the sky as they approached. As Dash landed beside her, panting and battered, Twilight shot her a worried glance. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Dash wheezed, clutching her side where Pinkie had landed a blow. "But Pinkie's still out there. She's lost it, Twilight. We have to stop her." Twilight's expression darkened. "We will." And in the distance, from the shadows of the town, a low, eerie giggle echoed through the night. Pinkie Pie was still out there, and the nightmare was far from over. The air inside Twilight's castle was thick with tension as the remaining elements of harmony gathered, their faces grim, reflecting the terrible reality they now faced. The once vibrant, joyful town of Ponyville was now overshadowed by the madness that had overtaken one of their own, Pinkie Pie, the element of laughter. Twilight stood at the center of the room, her expression hard and resolute, though her heart felt heavy with the weight of what they were about to do. Her eyes flickered over her friends, each of them bearing their own scars, physical and emotional, from the nightmare that had unfolded. Rainbow Dash, bruised and battered but determined. Fluttershy, her soft eyes red-rimmed from tears, trembling yet steadfast. Applejack, silent, her face a mask of barely restrained grief. And Rarity, her usual grace shattered, her gaze hollow and distant after what she'd witnessed. But one face was missing. One voice, usually full of laughter, was now tainted with the shrill edge of madness. Pinkie Pie had turned on them all, consumed by something far darker than any of them could have predicted. And now, the only way to stop her was to use the elements of harmony. But even that presented a problem. Pinkie Pie was one of the elements. Twilight's mind raced with the terrible implications. They needed all 6 elements to achieve their full power, but with Pinkie lost to her insanity, they had no choice but to break the very bond that made them strong. "We can't do it without her, Twi," Applejack said quietly, breaking the silence. Her voice was thick with sorrow. "The elements won't work if one of us is missing." Twilight's stomach twisted. She knew Applejack was right. Without Pinkie, the elements wouldn't be able to channel their magic as they had before. But there was a way. A terrible, desperate way. I could take her place," Twilight said, her voice wavering but resolute. "If I used the element of laughter in addition to magic, I might be able to channel enough power to..." "To what?" Rarity interrupted, her voice sharp with anguish. "Seal her away? Banish her to the moon like Nightmare Moon? How can we even think of doing that to Pinkie?" Fluttershy's soft voice broke in, barely above a whisper. "What choice do we have, Rarity? She's not herself anymore. She's hurting ponies, killing ponies. We have to stop her," Rainbow Dash said firmly, though her eyes were shadowed with guilt. "I hate this too, but we can't let her keep doing this. We have to protect Ponyville." Rarity's lip trembled as she turned away, unable to look at any of them. She knew Rainbow was right, but the thought of doing this to one of their closest friends, to Pinkie of all ponies, it tore her apart. The memories she had buried resurfaced. "She killed my sister, my darling sister." Twilight closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath to steady herself. She didn't want this either. Pinkie had been the light in their group, the one who always found a way to make them smile even in the darkest times. And now, that light had become twisted, dangerous, and out of control. "There's no other way," Twilight said softly, her voice barely audible. "We have to steal her away, for her own sake and the safety of every pony." She levitated the elements of harmony before them, their familiar glow filling the room with an almost somber light. But where there was usually 6, one lay cold and unresponsive, the element of laughter. Twilight swallowed hard as she placed the element of laughter upon herself, its magic resisting her touch at first, as if it knew this wasn't right. But she pushed through, forcing herself to connect with it, to pull its power into her own. Her horn flared with radiant light, and the others, one by one, reached for their elements. Applejack, honesty. Rarity, generosity. Fluttershy, kindness. Rainbow Dash, loyalty. And Twilight, now bearing both magic and laughter. The power surged through them, but it felt different this time, unbalanced, as though something vital had been ripped from the harmony they usually shared. The absence of Pinkie's presence, her laughter, was like a jagged wound in their connection, but they had to press on. Twilight's voice was strained as she gave the final command. Focus! We have to channel the magic. We're going to seal Pinkie away, in the moon, like Nightmare Moon. The room trembled as their combined magic swirled into a blinding vortex of light, the energy growing with every second, pulling them closer to the moment they all dreaded. Outside, the castle doors burst open with a crash, and Pinkie's crazed laughter filled the halls, echoing like a twisted melody. Oh, I can feel it, Dashy! The party's just getting started! Pinkie staggered into the room, the knife still clutched in her mouth, her eyes wild and wide, her entire body twitching with erratic movements. What are you doing with my element, Twilight? That's not very nice. You're trying to leave me out of the fun, aren't you? Her grin stretched wider, her eyes glowing with unnatural light as she slowly advanced on them, her voice turning dark. But I won't let you. I won't be left behind. Not again. Now! Twilight shouted, her voice cutting through the madness as she unleashed the full power of the elements. The magic surged, a rainbow of energy enveloping Pinkie, who let out a high-pitched, gleeful scream. Her body fought against the magic, twisting and jerking, but the power was too strong, too overwhelming. Slowly, the rainbow light spiraled upward, pulling her along with it, lifting her off the ground. See you in 1,000 years, girls! Pinkie shrieked, her laughter breaking into a shrill, maniacal cackle as the magic swirled faster and faster around her. I'll be back, and we'll have so much fun! With a final blinding flash of light, Pinkie Pie was gone. The room fell silent, the only sound the ragged breathing of the ponies left behind. Twilight collapsed to her knees, her horns still glowing faintly as the magic ebbed away, leaving her drained and trembling. The others stood frozen, their eyes wide, the enormity of what they had just done crashing down on them. She's really gone, Twilight whispered, her voice breaking as tears welled in her eyes. Rainbow Dash clenched her jaw, her wings hanging limp at her sides. We had to do it. She gave us no choice. Applejack didn't say a word, only lowering her hat over her eyes, her shoulders slumped with the weight of the decision. Twilight stood slowly, her legs shaking beneath her as she gazed up at the night sky. The moon hung high, full and bright, and there, etched into its surface, was the faint, unmistakable image of Pinkie Pie, sealed away for 1,000 years. I hope one day we can forgive ourselves, Twilight whispered, tears slipping down her cheeks. And I hope she can forgive us too. They returned to the castle map room. The room fell into a heavy, suffocating silence as the final echoes of magic dissipated. Twilight's chest heaved with exhaustion, her legs trembling beneath her as she stared at the elements of harmony resting on the table. They had once been vibrant, radiant with the magic of friendship, but now they lay dull, lifeless, their brilliant glow extinguished. Each gem, once a symbol of their bond, was cracked and broken, their surfaces fractured like shattered glass. The elements, her friends' elements, had lost their power. Twilight's heart sank, the weight of the moment pressing down on her with the force of a collapsing sky. She knew what this meant. The elements were gone. They had been the lifeblood of Equestria's greatest defense, the force that had kept darkness at bay time and time again. But now, after what they had just done to Pinkie Pie, They had failed. The elements... Twilight's voice was barely a whisper, her eyes filling with unshed tears. They're broken. The others slowly gathered around her, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Rarity gasped slowly as she lifted the element of generosity, its once brilliant purple gem now cracked down the middle, the magic within it long gone. "Oh no! Oh darling!" Her voice wavered as she gently placed it back on the ground, as though touching it any longer would shatter it completely. Rainbow Dash stared at her own element, loyalty, with a tight brown, her wings twitching. "It's gone," she muttered, her eyes flicking to Twilight. We broke them." "They ain't never gonna work again, are they?" Applejack asked quietly, her hoop grazing over Honesty's once gleaming orange gem, now dull and lifeless. Fluttershy stood frozen, staring down at Kindness with wide, tear-filled eyes. Her voice was a shaky whisper. "What do we do now?" Twilight swallowed hard, forcing herself to speak through the lump forming in her throat. "The elements are gone," she said softly, her gaze fixed on the shattered remains before her. "We used them to seal away Pinkie, but in doing so, we destroyed them. We've broken the very magic that held us together." The silence in the room deepened, thick with unspoken grief. "Without the elements, we won't be able to protect Equestria the way we used to." Twilight's voice trembled as she finally looked up, meeting the eyes of her friends, her heart heavy with the truth she knew she had to say. "In 1,000 years, when Pinkie Pie returns, it won't be us standing against her." Rarity's breath hitched, her hoop covering her mouth as the meaning of Twilight's words sank in. You mean..." Twilight nodded, her expression hardening with a grim resolve. "It'll be 6 new ponies, 6 brave souls just like we were, who will have to face Pinkie when she returns." Rainbow Dash's eyes narrowed, her voice sharp with disbelief. "New ponies? But we're the elements! We're supposed to be the ones who..." "No," Twilight cut her off, shaking her head. "Not anymore. We were the elements, but without Pinkie, without laughter, the magic we shared is broken. We can't be the ones to stop her when she escapes. We won't be around for that fight." Dash's jaw clenched, her wings twitching in frustration. "Then what do we do? Just sit here and wait for everything to fall apart?" Twilight sighed deeply, her voice soft but resolute. "We protect Equestria the best we can for as long as we can. We'll have to find other ways to keep the peace, to stop threats before they grow too large. But when Pinkie returns..." Her gaze shifted toward the window, to the moon hanging in the night sky. "When she comes back, it'll be up to the next generation of ponies. They'll be the ones who wield the new elements of harmony." Fluttershy let out a quiet sob, her tears spilling over as she looked up at the moon, where the faint outline of Pinkie Pie's face was now visible, much like nightmare moons had been before her. "But what if they're not ready? What if no pony is brave enough to stand up to her?" "We weren't ready either," Applejack said quietly, her voice laced with sorrow. "But we stood up when the time came." Twilight nodded, though her heart felt like it was being torn in two. "We didn't know what we were getting into back then. We didn't know the power we had until we used it. It'll be the same for them. They'll rise when the time comes." Rarity took a shaky breath, wiping her eyes with a trembling hoof. "And what of us, darling? What do we do with this?" She gestured to the remnants of the elements, her gaze full of sadness. "We remember what we've done," Twilight replied, her voice thick with emotion. "We live with the choices we've made, and we make sure Equestria is ready for when Pinkie returns." A long, heavy silence settled over the room as the weight of their actions sank in, the finality of it all wrapping around them like a suffocating shroud. The elements of harmony, once the most powerful force in Equestria, were gone, and the friends who had once wielded them stood broken, their bond forever changed by the loss of one of their own. Twilight's eyes lingered on the moon, her mind racing with thoughts of the future, of the day, 1,000 years from now, when 6 new ponies would be forced to face Pinkie Pie. Would they be strong enough? Would they understand the power of friendship the way Twilight and her friends once had? The answer was impossible to know. All she could do was hope that, somewhere out there, 6 new ponies would rise to the challenge, ponies who would take up the mantle of the elements of harmony and stand against the darkness once more. Twilight closed her eyes, her voice barely an audible whisper. May they be ready. Author's note. Did you enjoy this contest entry? I write commissions. DM me with story ideas.
The moon is high, the night is cold. Ponyville's tales are being retold. Nightmare nights in full swing, but beware the shadows where puppets cling. Pinkie's smile stretches wide with secrets that she tries to hide. Beneath the mask, her laughter's thin. A darker game is about to begin. When laughter turns to screams, beware the joy is twisted in the air. Pinkie's playtime has gone awry. Now every pony's asking why. Myra felt the puppet's grip, cold wood against her trembling lips. Big Mac stood with hollow eyes, and Rainbow saw through the disguise. Fluttershy hides her heart beats fast, hoping that the horror won't last. Twilight's castle holds a clue, but Pinkie's lurking, coming for you. When laughter turns to screams, beware the joy is twisted in the air. Pinkie's giggles mask her pain. Now Ponyville won't be the same. Rarity cries for Sweetie's fate, too late to save her from the gate. Elements shatter, magic's gone as madness carries on and on. Dashy flies but can't escape, the night's a deadly twisted shape. Pinkie's grin is far too wide, she's let the darkness step inside. When laughter turns to screams, beware the fun is twisted in the air. Pinkie's playtime has gone awry. Now every pony's asking why. The puppets dance in eerie light, strings pulled tight on this cursed night. Pinkie's voice echoes down the street, a haunting tune no pony can beat. Twilight fights, her magic flares, but darkness lingers in the air. Ponyville crumbles, truth unfolds, a tale of terror that's never told. Fluttershy's tears and Rainbow's rage won't free them from this twisted stage. The clock is ticking, the night grows long. Pinkie hums her eerie song. 6 will rise in 1,000 years to face the darkness, fight their fears. But for now, the night is lost and Ponyville pays the final cost. So lock your doors, hide from the fright, for no one's safe this haunted night. Pinkie's games have just begun, and she won't stop till the night is done.
Available as a podcast on Spotify. Bonnie and Izzy Moonbow is Miss Pony, by the way. Fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $1.49 a month.